ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ní ẹ̀kí gbọ́ àkànbí ewé ayò ewé tún méje ìtún ló ní ọtún ẹ ṣe ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ mọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlòkó wọ́n bá tẹ̀lé wọ́n á fi jóye aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n pàdé ìyọ̀dà ọmọ àtàràbọ̀bà àkọ́bí wọ́n pàdé ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú mèrè aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ lọ bá ń darí jọ wí àpérò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì bá gbé àgẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ aṣíwájú ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ.
tí ò bá sí àwa èmi tí ń dúró wájú yìí tí ń lérí ogun tí ní òkè Buhari nìṣó ká máa bá lọ. kò lè di president ó ṣe kìíní olùlẹ̀ ó ṣe kejì olùlẹ̀ ó ṣe kẹta olùlẹ̀ ó tiẹ̀ sunkún lórí tẹlifíṣàn pé láyé òun ò tún rán mọ́ mo dẹ̀ lọ bá ń Kaduna wà rán ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀kún kọ́ lélẹ̀ àdúró tiẹ̀ wà á dẹ̀ wọlé nǹkan kan ní pé o ò ní fọ̀rọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá ṣeré ó dẹ̀ gbà àtijọ́ tó yẹ ti débẹ̀ mi ò gba mínísítà mi ò gba contract mi ì tọrọ ọbẹ̀ mi ì tọrọ gàrí mi ì tọrọ fúra lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ mi ì dẹ̀ yàwó ń bẹ̀ mo wá ní lọ́tẹ̀ yìí o Yorùbá ló kàn. tá a bá dẹ̀ sa Yorùbá náà èmi ló kàn.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Ejemo, anamana. Ejemeje, anamana. Wana mejemo, anamu. Karatuba jodiri chukuma, tukutuba jodiri ndimmawu. Egu mmawu ego. Karatuba jodiri chukuma, tukutuba jodiri ndimmawu. Egu mmawu ego. Obodo jisike n'ụbọchị eruona. Oyibo.
It is everyone, be free,
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, ayandaba, ayandaba. Subaramia. Soko Sunu, baby, Subaramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Oh, that's yeah, we mo. Yeah, we mo. Oh, that's yeah, we mo. No, basa ega ponto mo. Yeah, dia bugame. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma amiga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Boy feeling.
Ayandaba. So baby Subaramia. Soko sunu baby Subaramia. Soko sunu baby Subaramia. Soko sunu baby Subaramia.
Ask the one for the brand yourself when I knew since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna motangu, hakuna kogabu.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. Here I am right here. There you are, wherever you are. And here we are. Here we go again. So here we go again. Another day, another session. So I'm here. Also, hopefully you are there. And if you're not there yet, hopefully you gather very quickly because the session has commenced. The session has commenced. And before anything kicks off, you know the opening spiel. Click on the like button. You should really be clicking on the like button where you know when I say click on you know when I say click on the like button, they are not just mere utterances, they're a call to action. So I'm calling you to do a part to carry out a particular action. So when I say click on the like button, that's actually a call to action. That's an invitation to you to do something. And what is being asked of you is implicit in the request. So when I say click on the like button, it's a call to action, not just me making noise for your hearing. So click on the like button if you haven't done that already, and subscribe, of course, if you are and subscribe, of course, if you are not already subscribed. Correct those two spaces immediately. So click on like, click on subscribe. And then if you want to come and join us on the screen, this hyperlink, it's been quite a few weeks now. So I think we actually had Akin just a couple of days ago, who was a new voice. But there was a time we were getting back-to-back new voices. That seems to have ebbed a little bit somewhat. And for every ebb, there's a flow. So the flow to that ebb, that could be you. So if you've never joined us before, today might well be that day. If you click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard, pops you into a studio space. Soon as I finish delivering the body of the talking points, I'll invite you onto the screen and engage you in a conversation. Nothing complex or complicated, as easy as ABC. So click on like if you haven't done that. You should have done that after all that explanation. Click on like, and of course, click on subscribe. If the subscription button is showing red on your screen, then you have not fulfilled all righteousness yet. You have not fulfilled all righteousness yet. So don't say I'll do it later, because every instance that I call you to do it, you say you'll do it later and you never get around to doing it. So do it now. Ask that one off, then you never have to concern yourself when I invite it again. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. If you want to come and join me on the screen, the studio is completely empty at the moment, so I do need some company. So if you want to keep me company, then click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. Pardon me. So click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. Also, a myriad of all sorts. That is what we have. That's just the best way I can describe it with my limited vocabulary. A myriad of all sorts. A myriad of all sorts, but good news certainly for the festive season. NRC implements Tinubu's directive, begins free train service from Thursday. So Thursday, that is effectively, is that not actually today even? Where's my calendar? So Thursday, effectively tomorrow by my timing where I am. So there it is right now. The land of boon, a land of abundance, a land of plentiful. NRC implements Tinubu's directive, begins free train service on Thursday. So this is a nationwide directive to slash by half and instances make it completely free transportation during the festive season. The Nigerian Railway Corporation, NLC, has declared free train rides across the nation during Christmas and New Year that will begin from, let's do that again. The Nigerian Railway Corporation, NLC, has declared free train rides across the nation during Christmas and New Year that will begin from December the 21st, 2023 to the 4th of January 2024. This followed the directive of President Bola Tinubu, who also approved a 50% reduction in interstate bus fares to enable people to travel for Christmas and New Year holidays. So that is actually, let me finish the reading. The NRC in a statement said, passengers are advised to obtain their free tickets via the online e-ticketing platforms only. Tickets will not be issued at any of the corporation's train stations. Please note that no commuter will be allowed to board the train without a ticket. We enjoin commuters to be orderly, obey security personnel, and lay down boarding instructions of the NRC and those of its officials whilst at the station and on boarding the trains. We wish all our esteemed customers a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year in advance. So there it is right there. And that is Christmas sorted out by your president. So that is essentially Christmas paid for by your president. And that is just what's happened there. Because of course, the cost of transportation, if they are costing the cost of transportation, let's say from Lagos to the east, what are you looking at? The better part of 50,000-60,000 naira. So that's been cut by half. So you are paying now roughly about 20,000 naira. So that buys you that chicken and that small bag of rice, at least, that sets you on the way to a Merry Christmas. So Christmas bounty, Christmas hamper from your president, Bola, whatever his name is, the Jagaban of GBT. So Christmas harvest from your president, the Jagaban of GBT. President Tinubu approves 50% reduction in transport fares nationwide. Air travels exempted. So if you are flying, though, if your budget stretches to flying, then you do that on your own. President Tinubu has approved a 50% slash in price of interstate transport fare for Nigerians traveling during the Yuletide from Thursday. Let's do that again. That sounds somewhat stilted. President Tinubu has approved a 50% slash in price of interstate transport fares for Nigerians traveling during the Yuletide from Thursday, December the 21st, 2023 to January the 4th, 2024. The Minister of Solid Minerals Development, Dele Alake, disclosed this to State House correspondents on Wednesday, December the 20th. It is in this wise that the president is announcing through us that beginning from tomorrow, December the 21st, Nigerians will be traveling, Nigerians willing to travel can board public transport via minibuses, luxury buses at 50% discount of current cost, and all our train services on the route the trains currently serve at zero cost on their travels this holiday season. This special presidential intervention will commence tomorrow, Thursday, the 21st, and will end on January the 4th, 2024. The federal government, through the Ministry of Transportation, will be working with transporters, road transport unions, the Nigerian Railway Corporation to seamlessly deliver this special presidential initiative. I can tell you that all the relevant stakeholders in that industry have been discussed with or been engaged, and all the parameters laid out, and the Minister of Transportation has the full details, and it's on top of the game. In fact, the presidents of various transport unions have been met, and everything is in top shape in terms of execution, he said. He, however, clarified that air travel were exempted from the initiative as it is mainly targeted at the masses. The initiative is for the masses. Air is luxury. The masses don't use air transport, so they are our main target, he clarified. So there it is right there. But very quickly, of course, I'm sure the obedience will find a portal to rubbish that. But they've been parachuting that that stipend. Is it 20,000, 30,000? Everybody is getting a lot from the central space. 20,000, 30,000, that cushioning of the economic difficulties, free travel during the Yuletide season, a good 3 weeks of just get on the bus and off you go. If the conductor asks you for money, give him a slap, is what Tinubu is saying. So there it is right there. But I'm sure that will be sliced and diced by Peter Obi and his fellow co-travelers. So let's go to matters budgeting. Let's look at this one very quickly. Federal FD proposed budget 2024. This is a snapshot of the Daily Alake budget. So I just like the way that they're breaking down the budgets now. So it gives you clarity. The total amount, just under 30 billion naira. That's quite small actually for a ministry. Recurring expenditure, just over 4 billion naira. Capital expenditure, 24, just under 25 billion naira. Total capital projects, 85. 21 new, 64 ongoing. So that just gives you then a good snapshot. So from that snapshot, then you might then be able to interrogate just exactly how money is being spent. So there's that. Let's go on from that to this. Nigeria's debt now 87 trillion, says Department of Debt Management. So there it is right there. Gives with one hand and takes with the other. All of these freebies that you are getting has to be paid for by someone. Nigeria's total public debt stock hit 87.9 trillion naira. So that's I was wanting to know what the dollarized amount is. That's 114.35 billion. So that's quite a chunk of money, actually. That's quite a chunk of money. But that's a lot of money, actually. I'm not quite sure. I suppose that's the entirety, both domestic and foreign, but still, that's a sizable amount of money. There's no escaping that. I wonder, and they've not stopped borrowing. Is really the tragedy of it all. Nigeria's total public debt stock hit 87.991 trillion naira, which is $114.35 billion as of September 30th. A statement by the Department of by the Debt Management Office, in Abuja, said on Wednesday. The DMO said the amount represented the domestic and external debts of the federal government, the 36 states, and the Federal Capital Territory. So that's the totality of everything. The 87.91 trillion naira total debt stock represents a marginal increase of 0.61% when compared to June figure. And by the way, Buhari borrowed more than every other administration in the history of Nigeria's 114 billion naira is not nothing to Nigeria. It's a lot of money for a third world country. Buhari borrowed 3 times as much, all previous administrations from independence till date, in the course of his own administration. But do we see commensurate with that borrowing infrastructurally? That is really where the question is. And if we don't see it, where is the money? Is the second question. And does Tinubu have the testicular fortitude to go after Buhari to recover this 117 billion that he stole, dollars that he stole? That is the biggest question of them all. That Nigeria's total public debt stock hit 87.91 trillion naira, which is $114.35 billion as of September the 30th. A statement by the Debt Management Office in Abuja said on Wednesday. The DMO said the amount represented the domestic and external debt of the federal government, the 36 states, and the Federal Capital Territory, FCT. The 87.91 trillion naira total debt, the 87.91 trillion naira total debt stock represents a marginal increase of 0.61% when compared to the June figure of 87.38. The Debt Management Office said this trend was explained by the decrease in external debts from 46.16 billion as at June to 40. So they are actually paying off the external debts, but the internal debts, and by the way, the totality of all of that debt is from every parastatal, every government functionary, so all of the sovereign states, including the Federal Capital Territory and the borrowing at the top. The Debt Management Office said this trend was explained by the decrease in external debt from $43.16 billion as at June 30th to 41.59 as at September the 30th. So already they've been able to pay close as makes no difference, about $3 billion off, and it's all still wrapped around that narrative of removing that fuel subsidy. So the country is awash with cash now, and that is why you are seeing all these fantastical budgets coming out of all of the states when they are declaring budgets of 400 billion, 800 billion from River State. This is all because their federal allocations has quadrupled, because the fuel subsidy was swallowing about 40% of the country's revenue. So once that has now been cancelled out and brought in-house, there's plenty more now to go around. And this is what you're seeing in all of these figures now reversing. The debt office said this trend was explained by the decrease in external debt from $43.16 billion as at June 30th to $41.59 billion as at September the 30th. It said there was also a relatively moderate increase of 1.8 trillion in the domestic debt. So they are paying off externally, borrowing internally. The statement notes external debt decreased due to a redemption of $500 million Eurobond. It also decreased due to the payment of $413.xy million as first principal repayment of the 3.4 billion loan obtained from the International Monetary Fund in September during the COVID season. According to the DMO, the servicing of all the debts was a clear demonstration of the federal government's commitment to honoring its debt obligations. It, however, said President Tinubu's revenue generation initiative remains important to Nigeria's overall fiscal balance. So there it is, right there. I'm not quite sure if there's good news embedded in that, but it sounded like bad news all the way through to me. But let me just bring you this budget now. This is the Federal Ministry of Power. This is the electricity generation bit, 344.10 billion naira. That's their budget. So outside of defense and education, you really want this ministry to be having the biggest budget and the most monitored budget as well. Certainly, is that even big enough? I'm not sure that budget is big enough. $344.10 billion for the Ministry of Power. So the recurrent expenditure, 7.2, capital expenditure, 336, total capital expenditure, 491, and new initiatives, 100. So there are just 100 new projects there, but all of that means nothing until Nigerians are able to go to their to enter their room and switch on the light and switch on the fan. That is really, or that is only the only thing that gives that meaning. That is the only thing that gives that meaning. So 2 more readouts, and then I'll see if there's anybody in the studio. If there's nobody, then we just bail. And there is nobody at the moment, but I will see how that goes. Let me bring you this. Reps move to revive yuan naira swap deal. So this was an initiative that came in. Remember that we were having these discussions about the de-dollarization of the global space, and this chimes into that de-dollarization narrative. The House of Representatives is moving to revive the bilateral currency swap agreement signed between Nigeria and China. And this bilateral agreement, by the way, because international trade, it has to be dollarized between the two parties, the coexisting parties, because the value has to be found in the dollar. And that is where the dollar gets its cut. But increasingly, countries are trying to bypass to establish a chasm between to establish a relationship between the two of them that identifies how that value can be obtained outside of the dollarized space. So this is what this yuan, which is the Chinese currency, and naira swap is all about. So let's say what the latest development is. The House of Representatives is moving to revive the bilateral currency swap agreement signed between Nigeria and China. The lower chamber on Wednesday resolved to liaise with the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, to speed up the implementation of the currency swap. This resolution followed a motion moved by Jafaru Leko, APC about it during plenary. 3 months after the agreement, the CBN commenced the takeoff of the scheme through the special secondary market intervention sales retail dedicated to the payment of renminbi-dominated letters of credit for raw materials and machineries and agriculture only. So yes, I think they are trialing it within 3 industry spaces: raw materials. So rather than dollarize, they just they take the payment in yuan. It's just my reading of that, unless you have a better reading of it. In his motion, Mr. Leko called for the outright adoption of the yuan as one of the major currencies for Nigeria's foreign reserves. So, yeah, the dollar is in trouble, but people just don't know it. He stated that the monetary authorities, and by the way, Nigeria is not even part of their what is this thing that they are forming with South Africa and the rest of them. It stated that the monetary authorities must consider the Chinese yuan as an alternative trading currency in the face of the decline of the naira against the dollar and major currencies. Mr. Leko called for the adoption of the Chinese yuan as an official foreign exchange reserve currency alongside others. The legislator said the CBN must explore the appropriate mechanisms, policies, and partnerships required for the implementation of the shift to the yuan. Global economic landslide is evolving. Landscape, not landslide, but landscape. Global economic landscape is evolving, and international trade dynamics are shifting, with China assuming a leading role in global trade. People's Republic of China has a stable and globally recognized currency, the Chinese yuan, which is gaining recognition in international trade, Mr. Leko said. To buttress his point, the lawmaker said adopting the Chinese yuan as an additional foreign exchange reserve currency might mitigate the adverse effect of naira depreciation. He added that it would enhance Nigeria's trade and economic ties with China, a crucial trading partner. But the Deputy Speaker, Ben Kalu, who presided over the session, said there was no need for the House to call for a new policy. Instead, the government should revive the currency swap scheme. Subsequently, Sada Soli, APC Katsina, moved an amendment to urge the speeding up of the 2018 currency swap agreement. So there it is right there. Nigeria looking to denominate in Chinese yuan. So Nigeria looking to denominate in Chinese yuan. So let me play you this clip then, and then we'll see if there's anybody in the room, and then we'll see what happens next. This next clip is a poke in the eye for the obedient. What did I say? It's only 1 minute 38 seconds, but this next clip is a poke in the eye to the obedient. So let me play you the clip first, and then you'll see why I'm describing it as such.
With a high level of water at the River Niger, barges have started arriving on Onitsha River Port, giving hope to Onitsha traders that have long waited for this development. General Manager of the port, Wanes DeWitt, said as it stands now, containers can move directly from the high seas to Onitsha.
We are coming down to the point that we will become a bounded terminal, which means that for the end customer, their containers can be cleared in Onitsha. You will have the opportunity to export from Onitsha straight to the major seaports all around the world.
He noted that with continuous and maintenance dredging of the river, the port will remain operational all year round, delivering over 600,000 containers in a year.
Based on the fact that you barge into Onitsha, you release all the, let's say, congestion on the roads. You will release congestion at the major seaports. So there is only a win-win situation for all parties to bring their containers by river.
We are looking into how to do capital dredging again, or maintenance dredging. The survey and other things are still on board. So very soon, I believe we'll do something about the dredging of the River Niger.
Having laid fallow for a long period of time, the federal government last year concessioned Onitsha River Port to Universal Eliasum Consortium, a private company, for a more efficient and effective operation. In Onitsha, Uchenna Nwekoyo, NTA News.
So, as I said, that narrative of there being no seaport, that narrative of there being
about 4 months in charge of the Labour Ministry, Simon Lalong quits cabinet, resumes at a range.
So sorry, let me stop that Senate noise first. So as I said, that narrative of there being no seaport in the east. So honest seaport is been running for the last 3 years. And we went to the MPA just as early as yesterday's session, and we looked at the schedule of our ships berthing, and a good 70% of the ships berthing in One Port, they were container ships, not oil tankers, but container ships. So and this now the second now port being opened in the east. So that narrative, unless of course you want to continue to subsist in a lie, then that narrative can no longer hold. There are two now functioning ports. My screen. There are two now functioning ports in the east. So that narrative can no longer subsist. You cannot continue to tell that lie because the evidence tells us to the contrary. So that was a poke in the eye to the obedient. Another poke in the eye for the obedience is a gift that keeps on giving. And of course, we all knew it was coming anyway, but it is a gift that keeps on giving. And this is what it is giving next. So this is our Port Harcourt refinery is alive. Congratulations to the good people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Renewed hope is alive. So another poke in the eye. I think in spite of Nigerians, Nigeria will succeed is what we're saying.
Congratulations. 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 Good job. Congratulations. Congratulations, my friend. Well done. Good job. Good job.
So there it is before your very own eyes. The Port Harcourt refinery has actually even kicked off earlier than just as they promised you that it will start in December. In December, and guess what? We're in December, and guess what? You can see the gas flaring. That is to tell you that work is a food. Work are food. Work is a food. Let's play the Kegite music. Bring on the panelists as assembled, and then kick off the conversation. But first, of course, I know you've been waiting, and here they are, the Kegites.
Only water, where they see ma. Water,
only water, where they see ma.
Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chifu Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
All right, Ikuko Neruach, sorry, before I bring on the panelists, just a little bit of a housekeeping. Our charity initiative, our outreach, not charity, but our outreach initiative. So you can see the total that I came to there, £855. You can add £100 to that because, as I said, somebody donated the £100 privately. So it's £955, just £45 short of our £1,000 per target. So thank you to everybody that donated. Let me actually see if I can acknowledge the last donor. I will in a moment. So that's the total right there, £855 plus 100, £955. So this is where we are in the progression of it. So this now, this is me now trying to withdraw it. So it withdraws in phases. So whichever amount has cleared through whatever their system, then it starts to withdraw. So I've requested it, and this is how much it's been released so far. This has not actually come through yet. It takes about 2 to 5 working days, they said, but maybe by tomorrow it will come through. But I'm starting to request it. So this here is the ones that is yet to clear. This is the ones that is already being processed, and that is the commission being charged by GoFundMe. So this is how much is being put through so far. This is how much is yet to pull through. This is how much is being processed, and that is the commission by GoFundMe. So I'll keep you updated throughout the process, of course. But so that's that, a bit of housekeeping. Thank you to everyone that did that. But joining us, Coco joins us for the first time. Good to see you, Coco. Adewale, of course, almost certainly in a car driving somewhere. Ekene, good to see you, my brother, father of the bride, Ajanle Coco, and the man to talk us through the science of it all, the majestic Kulata. So an eminent and an epic panel already. So thank you everybody for turning up. Let's kick it off with you, Coco, because you are new to the space. Coco, unmute and speak to us. Coco.
Hello, good day, my brothers.
Good to have you here.
Okay, sorry, might not have my camera on to see my face because of I don't have light at the moment, so I'm actually streaming from Nigeria. So
All right.
sorry for that.
Whereabouts in Nigeria are you?
I'm in Niger State.
Oh wow! Are you from there?
No, I'm not from there. I only reside there, do business there.
What's life like there? I think you're the first person here. We've had Abuja, Lagos, the Southeast, but we've never had Niger State. What's life like there?
It's okay if not for the all this time. No, generally it's a Nigerian problem of insecurity. So many parts has been disturbed by this security, but so far so good. We are still alive, and we are hopeful that it's going to be good.
All right. Let's kick it off with you then. The build up to Christmas, Tinubu offers the country free transportation. The Port Harcourt refinery kicks off. It looks as though it's going to be a Merry Christmas. How is this being received where you are? All of this news.
Well, I'm just receiving the news today, and to be honest with you, the one of Port Harcourt refinery, that I'm glad, and I want it to be effective, not one of those propaganda or one of those dramas that we used to say in Nigeria. They say this is working. After 2 days, you went back there, nothing. That is for the Nigerian government. So, when we get back to the Christmas transport fare, the free train ride, and I think, in my own observation, and I have stand to be corrected. Yeah, at this moment, the Tinubu government, they promised Nigeria they want to work and they're ready to work, but sometimes it's not about what you say only. Your action, the way you posture yourself, people should read from your posture. One or two things, like when you see the way they spend, they don't spend like people that are broke. Some of their ministers will say Nigeria is bankrupt, but they don't show that. One, two, in terms of transportation, they are trying to help the people, the masses at this Yuletide season. But Nigerian thing has been a problem on us for a very long time. Anytime the government want to do something, some people take advantage of that to amass wealth to themselves. So, and it has been the culture of our politicians. They always like to sponsor uh, projects, things that they can use that means to amass wealth for their personal selfish interests. There's so many things that Nigeria needs now that those money can go into if they have been really, really honest. I'm telling you, because I don't know what the modality will be on this free transport they're talking about. Federal government don't have a road transport company. You understand? Assuming federal government
They've come to an agreement with the road transport workers, with the transport unions. They've come to an agreement with the transport unions, and the transportation controlled by the government. They've made that free. Like the trains, for instance, all you need to do is to go online, book your ticket, and off you go. Nobody is going to ask you for a kobo from tomorrow to the 4th of January.
But for the train, it's just for two or three states that get that advantage. It's just for those that are living in Abuja traveling to Kaduna, or those living in Lagos traveling to Ibadan. Where else to train move in Nigeria?
No, but they've come to an agreement with the transport workers as well that they should charge half fare.
Okay, it's easy to say that for them, but when you get to the park, they might tell that probably they are running at they're supposed to charge customers 25,000. When you come there, they tell you the charge is 50,000, but because of government, it's 25,000. At the end of the day, you are back to the same thing.
I think all of that would have been worked out. So this is where this is where the citizens have to assert their rights as well. You know, they've made it known publicly, so you assert your rights.
You and I, if you are in Nigeria, you're supposed to know how Nigeria works. Citizens might be able to have the right to assert their right in some urban area that is very close to the government houses, but places that are far, you might be surprised. Somebody from Mina, you cannot exercise that right, because when you make your noise, they forget about you. They'll tell you when you are ready to go, you come aboard the vehicle. If you are not ready, remain there. And there's nobody you can cry to. You may go to the police station there and make your report. Nobody will listen to you. You might you might video yourself and send on the social media. They will just take it as one of all these social media guys that are looking for likes, for subscription. They talk is a content whatever. They don't take it serious. So
do you think Nigerians are too cynical? Here you are. The Nigerians complain that the country is hemorrhaging them, that they need the government to intervene. The government intervenes, and you still cannot see it as a positive. What else would you rather?
I told you that the intervention, there are different ways to intervene. You understand? Like Mr. President rightly said, that Nigerians should bear the baby suffering for a better tomorrow. If you actually understand that thing, there are some basic things that the government supposed to do for the masses. That's basic thing they're supposed to do. That's why I told you something. I stand to be corrected. I'm not in that support of sharing money. I'm telling you, that's for a good government that will make Nigerian to have what they need. To me, the federal government is supposed to know their basic duty. Basic thing they need to provide for Nigerians are good roads, security, roads, power, and amenities. That is social amenity. Like you don't just come. It's systematically they are going back to the same thing that during the past 8 years that Buhari did. They will say the traders' money, this money, vulnerable, this 5,000. And at the end of the day, few individuals out of 100%. Did you see there's a statistic that's been put on this internet from IMF that with 0.1% of Nigerians that actually get the 25,000 the subsidy, whatever, cash transfer. 1% out of 100. And no, we know Nigeria. There are things that.
All right. You are talking about good roads, security, etc., etc. These are not something that can be done immediately. So what happens in the interim?
Listen, I'm coming, please. Please, please, a moment.
Let me put the question to you. What happens? Okay. What happens in the interim? So they cannot just tomorrow create good roads and tomorrow creating security. That takes a period of time. So what happens between now and when that is achievable?
Now, let me say something. What's happened between now and when that is achievable? The money for Yuletide travel. If the federal government did not pay the money, people that wants to travel will still travel. People that don't have the means to travel, they will still stay where they are. It's not compulsory. You understand? Because you have to prioritize what is more important. It's just like if you're a doctor in the accident ward, emergency ward, the first thing they think about is the person breathing. They have to restore his breathing first before you talk about now in the problem of Nigeria paying for the Yuletide fare. Is it the breathing problem? No, if you want to rate it, is it the breathing problem? Can Nigerians can we talk?
It's a moment of respite. So you object to the government giving when all of the lamentation is that the country is weighing people down and they cannot spend Christmas, and the government, you know what they have done? They've effectively given you 40,000 naira. That's what they have done, because that removes that from your budget, which you can then spend towards Christmas. Almost every person gets 40,000 naira approximately off the back of this initiative. How is that a bad thing?
I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but at this moment, Nigerian, listen to me. If this government really want to work, like me now, I will tell you something. The 15 billion they want to renovate house for the VP, how many billion they want to renovate, they build another house in Abuja for the VP and other money. If they merge those money together with this one they're going to spend now and give it to the Ministry of Work and ask him, okay, instead of 10 billion to the Ministry of Work, we want to at least for the first time that we are deliberately, we know that Nigeria has a problem of road. People should be patient with us. We are going to put like 50 or 30% of the national budget for road construction and monitor it, the major places that they're supposed to work on, because those things are what Nigerians need. If the road are good, I'm telling you, some of the insecurity will reduce. Even the transport fare that is high, some will reduce. I know that road is not something that comes.
No, don't worry.
Immediately.
Just hold on. It's a conversation. Hold on.
Okay.
Coco, have you ever chewed chewing gum before?
Yes.
You have chewed chewing gum before. Have you ever chewed chewing gum whilst walking?
Walking?
Yeah, walking down the road and chewing a gum. Have you ever done that?
No, I'm not much a fan of chewing gum.
All right, you can walk and chew gum at the same time. Is what I'm saying to you. It's not either or. It's not one or the other. You know, this renovation of the VP's lodge that you're saying is actually a guest lodge for equal weight VPs coming into the country, so that they get a treatment befitting of them. So those are things that necessarily have to be done. And all of these 160 million naira SUVs that people are jumping up and down about, that comes out of the budget of the parliament. It's not from the executive. It's not from the federal budget. Every parastatal gets a budget, and the parliamentarians, they're an equal. You know, they say balancing the judiciary, the executive, and the parliament. So they're a standalone arm of governance. So it's not as though they're being oversighted by the presidency. If they get their budgets and they want to spend it on cars, that is between them and their constituency. So a lot of these things is somewhat, you know, it's chicken. It's like apples and oranges, isn't it? There are no parallels between a lot of these narratives and what you are using it as pushback for. But really, this initiative, I cannot say how it's condemnable. Nigerians want to spend Christmas, and the government is facilitating it.
Okay, if he says not condemnable, fine. But sometimes you read what I'm talking about now. If for your own, and if you want to reason it that way, it's not bad. But what I'm saying is that a reasonable leader that want a nation to work, especially Nigeria, the state at which we are now, the state at which we are, to be honest, there's so many things that they can do for Nigeria, free healthcare, all those things, you understand? But at the state at which we are, is a state that the government will deliberately work very hard to lift Nigeria from a kind of
You don't have free healthcare in Nigeria, is that what you're saying?
is at it at if Nigeria to be a company now and it's being handed over to you, like assuming Nigeria is a company, is handed over to you to manage with the level of financial debt and others, you have to cut down on some benefits to your staff, benefits to the people that work there, and you make them understand, and you cut down your own benefit, and concentrate on something that is going to make the company to generate more money, so that when the money starts flowing in, everybody will go back to the merriment time when everything will be harder.
You know what? Cutting back on those benefits, it has absolutely no impact either on the country's revenue or the country's debt burden. The second half of what you said is the most important bit. Is for them to expand the economic space, generate more revenue, and bring a better life to the quality of life of the people. Telling them to cut their salaries. If they cut their salary, what that
No, I'm just giving an instances, like if a Nigerian should be a company.
Yes.
I'm not saying they should cut their salary, understand? But if they really, because the state at which they met Nigeria is collapsing, so they need to deliberately, to be honest, they need to be deliberately reduce some of their expenses, and and the masses, when they see that, everybody will say yes. Actually, these people.
You mean for the optics, just to show the masses, Abi? Because
Yes,
that doesn't have any economic anything. What they need
either
to
it has or it doesn't have. There are people you are serving, and those people want to see the sign that you actually feels what they feel, that you actually you are there for them. But when you ask them to be patient, and you are living large, they will not take you serious. They won't. And from the record, Nigerian broken records, it will be difficult for you to convince any individual on the street, no matter what the hard work you are doing on the background to put things in order. It will be difficult until when they start seeing the evidence of your work, before they will actually agree that yes, actually these people, they are working. But when you show that concern, when you show that concern
okay,
and
don't
the
worry.
concern, so listen, what they did now is showing concern, understand? But that to me, this concern is the state at which Nigeria is now. We don't need it, because most of this palliative that they do in Nigeria don't have a good data system, so it's easy to be manipulated. It's very, very easy. At the end of the day, in the next few weeks or 1 month now, you will hear the amount of billion they spend on this. You marvel, you wonder, who are those people that actually they traveled, that spend such billion? You understand me? Because assuming Nigeria have a comprehensive data system, they use the data so that they know those that actually travel and those that didn't travel. So they, with that, when they're spending the money, you know that there are at least 80 to 90% of the money that's been budgeted for that is being spent. But when you don't have any data system, you just go, you said you will spend some money on this, either you spend it or not, it has been in the record, you collect your file, collect the money, If they share the money, fine. They didn't, all these things, and they keep exploiting. They keep taking money from the public coffers. It's not taking Nigeria anywhere. Let's be honest with ourselves, please.
All right, brilliant. So you are new to this space. So bring us up to speed with what your politics is. What is your politics, and how? I think we already guessed at what you think of the Nigerian landscape. But what is your politics? What is your assessment of Tinubu 7 months in now, and what is your projection for the future? You are an obedient. Shall we establish that first? You are an obedient.
Me, if I'm to vote, before now or tomorrow, I'll vote obedient. Let's establish that. But
all right, brilliant.
But as a Nigerian, it's not an issue of being obedient or not obedient. Do you know what all this cry that you hear around everybody, either obedient, PDP, APC, the masses, what they want is a Nigerian that works for everybody. That is all. Whoever brings that to the table, every right-thinking Nigerian, whoever brings Nigerian that works to the table, everybody will be happy with that. From my own point of, if I'm to rate the 7 months of Tinubu's government, I will say there are so many promises that looks bright, but the implementation and the people, understand, that is where some of us will differ. Not because I'm obedient or not. Even when I supported Obi, but I know Obi will not win the election from beginning. I discussed with my people. Not that I don't want him to win. It's just like the issue of Soludo. Some people misconstrued Soludo's statement. Soludo never say he don't want Obi to win. What he says that he's not going to win, and he has checked the parameter and other things, that even if he wins, the desperation of the ruling party, they will not allow him to go, and that is what happens. And I know that, you understand me. So in Tinubu's 7 months in the power, I will tell you they have some good policy, they have some good men there, but the only thing I will tell you, just let's sit down and wait. There are some errors in the implementation of the policies, like the removal of the subsidy. I am one of the people that supports removal of subsidy by 2012 when Jonathan wanted to remove it. When people were protesting, I called a friend. I told him that I am crying in my heart because Nigerians don't even know the impact that this subsidy scam will do on them. I'm from Niger State. I know what, and where I stay in Niger State is close to a border town. I know what happens in those border towns. I know the rate of smuggling of Nigerian subsidized fuel daily. You understand? So I know if I know what is happening, and I know people that behind that the subsidy should stay because they are making billions of money from it. You understand? So, and this subsidy, the Tinubu regime, removal of subsidy is fine, but sometimes the only mistake he made is that at the first day he resumes office, he announced it, but some people don't know that actually he's not the one that removed it. You understand? I have to be honest. Buhari is the one that even created the highest error in that subsidy removal. Buhari has effected the removal of subsidy and announced it in-house that in the next 6 months they will remove subsidy. And most of the major marketers are aware of that. They actually stored fuel. That the importation within that 6 months was like mad. Like they were just bringing in ships of refined PMS to Nigeria, and the subsidy is being paid on it. To be honest with you, but people will not believe But to my own assertion that up to now, the PMS that we are still consuming in Nigeria till date is still this PMS that they store and subsidy is paid on up to now.
So
But
some people
some
are profiteering, is what you're. I'm not far from you in that. I think I agree with that. What you're saying.
you understand? So all these things made it because assuming Buhari never let anybody know, or he didn't include it to remove subsidy, the Tinubu just came in and removed the subsidy immediately. It will affect those marketers because it's only the product they have at hand that can sell within few months. It will be they will finish the product. Definitely they have to go and buy another one. So for just from the Tinubu administration, they are trying to get it right. They are working hard because that is why I like the obedient movement. Even though they didn't win, they put up a fight that challenged them to make them to sit up. That if they don't deliver, they might kick them out. So they were trying now. Even with the whole strength, the power, the federal power and everything, they know that if things continue this way till 2027, it might be difficult for them to win the election. Definitely. That is why when Obi say he want to be you should give it to him. In that play, that we want to be an opposition. Opposition actually makes the ruling party to do what? To work. Because when they see there is an alternative, that if you don't work, people will switch to the next party. Just like what is happening. You understand? So actually seeing that, I'm actually seeing Tinubu and his team trying to fix things. Trying. Even at the process of trying, they are making errors, and there are some of them they are just trying to still play the old game of lying and putting off some lies. But I give it to them. They are trying. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us, Coco.
Okay.
The room is fast populating, so I'm going to move the conversation round, but I'll come round to you in the second round. I'm going to do 8-minute slots, just a 5 to 8 minute monologue, just so that everybody can don't have to wait around for too long. I'm going to prioritize the new voices that are new to the space, and I'll kick it off with Niyi. Niyi, you're up next. Niyi, just a 5 to 7 minute monologue to the conversation. Good to see you.
Yeah, thank you, one man, and thank to the team. I've been one of your most listeners, 1 or 2 months now, and I'll really love what you guys are doing.
Yeah, your voice is fading.
Okay, I'm one of your most listeners.
Sorry, are you moving away from your device? You came in bright and then your voice faded.
Okay, can you hear me yet? Well,
yeah. Stay like that. Carry on. Yeah.
I say I'm Niyi from based in Port Harcourt. I'm based in Port Harcourt, and I've been listening to your show for a very long time, and I think you guys are doing good. Most times sometimes I laugh my heart out because the way you guys argue, the fact these those obedient guys, I think they are really giving you guys really all the time here. Come to the subject for the day. Firstly, the Port Harcourt refinery is not just missing. It's not a joke.
You are in Port Harcourt, you said.
It's on.
Okay, you are in Port Harcourt. Did you say you're in Port Harcourt?
Port Harcourt, yes. I'm based in Port Harcourt.
Oh, okay. So you can see it in real time, the lighting up of the space.
Is real.
Okay.
And not just real. In fact, some of us take time out to some of the Port Harcourt refinery in Okrika. Is in a place called Okrika, close to LMA. That's where the refinery is. And majority of what we are seeing there now, it's just like a brand new refinery. Just like a brand new refinery, because majority of those things they are using now is all new ones, apart from the tank. apart from the tank, because the community boys and the elders, they normally visit the. In fact, it seems like the community there, they really want that refinery to come up, because they are the one even monitoring the work schedule of all the company working there. So I think that one is real, and I think if this government continue with the pace they are going, I think those refineries will come up in real time. That is one. Then the other one concerning the transportation, the 50% transportation that the government want to give. In life himself, there's nothing you put on that you won't see someone attacking it. That's the essence of life. If you like the refinery now, you carry that refinery into someone's house, it will still tell you the refinery is not working or it's not inside this house. So I think we need something like that to let the government know that there are people watching them. But for the transportation, I've spoken to not one, not two, not three people. In fact, there are some people who don't have the mind of traveling, especially to the east. There are people who don't really have the mind of traveling, but they are thinking of going now because it's 50% cut. And from Lagos itself down to the east is between 28,000, 32,000 naira, depending the vehicle you used. So cutting it by 50% is okay. And like I told my wife this afternoon, assuming I'm in Abuja, I'm going to maybe Onitsha or Ka or Inewi or all those areas. I said, to me, I don't even need to go for any of the transportation. Not what I just need to do. You just enter a cab to Itakpe, close to Abuja. Take the free ride from Itakpe down to Agbo. From Agbo down to Onitsha is 1,500, 2,000 naira, 1,000 naira, depending the bus you like to enter. So if yes, I know we should understand Nigeria works. There is no way in Nigeria that even though you didn't do it, that money they will still find a way of spending that money somewhere. Someone somewhere will still steal that money. So it's better the people, the common man, enjoy all those little benefit before all those their high level promise that they gave us we come to.
But hold on, Niyi. What about Coco's concern that how are they going to handle the invoices of this of this initiative? And Coco rightly Coco rightly said that as soon as this initiative comes in, the transporters will double their fares and then cut it by half and then tell you that they're giving you a discount. The Nigerian corruption will still destroy this initiative.
Exactly. That is exactly why I said. But there's something we also need to know. If presently now the transport have not really increased, whether the government cut it with 50% or not, they will still increase that transport from the present 28,000 to 2,000 naira now. Even if the type of bus they want to use is this young Shaku type of bus. That is the major one they want to use, those Acapulco type of bus. And like the one I used from Port Harcourt to Lagos 2 weeks ago, from Port Harcourt to Lagos is 15,000 naira. From Port Harcourt to Lagos, that's the one I used. Now, if it's okay, we cut it by 50%. I will be using 9,000 naira or 8,000 naira. But the invoice, like you said, that's where the corruption comes in. That's where the government need to look more. That's where and the truth, woman, let me tell you the truth. We have good people here in Nigeria who can do the job, but the situation here in Nigeria, who will allow them to do it? So let me give you an example. On this traders money or this 30,000 naira they normally give every month. The past administration normally give every month. I was Okigwe one of the days that those benefits of those job of those 30,000 every month came to the bank for their collection every month, because they normally come to bank every month to pick up the 30,000 or something every month. Do you know that one person has been picking this money from 3 different local government area in Imo State?
You are breaking up quite heavily, but carry on.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, better.
Okay. Like I said, you know this empower money they normally give, the last administration normally give 30,000 every month. Do you know one person is collecting 30,000 in 3 different local government area in Imo State? I was in the bank that day when the guy came. He collected the first one. He listed his name in NBC. He listed because the mom come from that area of the state. The dad come from Okigwe area of the state. He went to Okigwe local government. He listed his name in Okigwe. He went to the NBC. He listed his name in NBC. And every month we'll be collecting that money until they not change the operation manager on that particular branch, until the guy not find out that this guy has been collecting twice of this money for 2 different people, but he has been collecting it on his own because he's the one that registered for 2 different local governments. So sometimes we blame those ones on top, maybe the government issue people, but sometimes majority of us down here also people are worse than them. Now, if the government say, okay, we want this thing for we want to pay 50% out of the transport fare, I expect the government, especially the transport ministry, to look into it and get more people to supervise this job. Because when I heard the news today, just what you just said came to my mind. How will the government go about it? Okay, how many passengers travel with these guys every day? How many passengers come back from the east to anywhere they are going, or from Kaduna to Kano, or from Abuja to Lagos, or how many passengers go through them every day? These are the modalities I expect the government maybe to put on, even before announcing it. But I don't know if they have already done that or not. But the truth is that the accountability, that is where Nigeria really lacks on. That's where Nigeria lacks on. And if the government can do it, I think it should be okay. But one thing I want every Nigerian to know is that the Nigeria of today, the Nigeria we are today, is not the Nigeria of even yesterday. It's not the Nigeria of yesterday. So everyone in the government knew that people are watching them. Nigerians are watching them, and we will speak at any time. Thank God for the internet. Thank God for the internet and the social media. So they knew. We won't stop talking. And I want you who expect the Nigeria will see that to change overnight.
All right. All right, thank you, Niyi. The connection is quite poor. I'm not quite sure if you're using Bluetooth or something, but it fades quite heavily. But I think we got the thrust of what we were saying. So thank you, Niyi. Let's go on from you, Niyi. Stay with us. We'll still loop round. Let's go on from you, Niyi, to Kulata to see if he's ready to go. Kulata.
Sir.
Ogagba, how far?
I do.
So Nigeria, the gift that keeps on giving. It's a big epic announcement today. The slashing of our fares by 50% and completely free on the rail services. The onboarding of the Port Harcourt refinery, Onitsha seaport ready to go. On next seaport already declaring 300 and something million naira in revenue profit. So you can't argue against facts, can you? Kulata, where are you in the news today?
I mean, in the news, I've not really sat down with the news, but I've been looking at snippets of the news. I mean, of course, I saw the video of the refinery. Maybe that's a test run. That looks fantastic. My question next is okay. How are they going to be distributing what comes out of Port Harcourt? Is NNPC going to be the sole buyer from NNPC, or are they going to allow other marketers to buy and distribute? How are they going to price it? Is it going to be dollar based? I mean, sourcing of crude. Are we guaranteed of our own crude, or are we committed crude to foreign buyers or to traders? Because in the same news today, I saw that Dangote got 1 million barrels of crude from Shell trading. So will NNPC be buying from other trading companies that are not NNPC? How will that impact? Is it going to be dollarized pricing? I think it's going to be dollarized pricing.
Well,
But I'm just asking.
it has to be, surely.
So
Otherwise, it will be too cheap, and then it will look back. We'll look back to them.
we'll get back to where we are.
Yes.
So those questions are on my mind. Like the good news is good, but I'm now beyond that news. I said we like I'm talking to Yoruba people. I'm beyond that news. Now to start thinking, okay, what are the impacts, the immediate impacts? How will it work logistically? Because the good thing is price should come down. By how much? It may not be too significant than what we expect, but price will definitely come down. Shipping costs, and again, we also will be ultimately exporting between NNPC and Dangote. They also need to export. We need to make money. We need to make dollars out of it. Apart from just saving dollars, we need to also make dollars. So I think it's a fantastic news from the NNPC standpoint. I'm very happy. At least there looks to be light at the end of the tunnel. We can start seeing the light. And about the ports, I mean, I've always read about the Onitsha River port that has been concessioned. So they've done some dredging. You can see that now you can load barges from any major seaport to the Onitsha River port. So anybody that's vexing and saying, I want to leave Lagos, please go ahead, leave Lagos.
And you won't lose any opportunities by doing that. Is really the
No,
thing.
you will not. You have options. Calabar Seaport is working. Honest Seaport works well. They just declared 300. I think their target for the year revenue is 336 billion. They've already almost met their target based on the last reports. They had like 301 billion or something. Very, very close to their target. So it's working. Nobody is forced to Lagos. I can't decide to move to the south now because there are working ports in the south side. I really don't mind Calabar. It looks like a peaceful place. And I mean, I can build a house there and live there. So it's things are coming together, but we now have to change our mindset, maintenance, our culture of maintenance. We need to imbibe what we've learned in the private sector. We can't be doing that loud stuff that we do with government property. We need to put some sort of like program management in place. Like, okay, the project has gone live. We now need a sustenance model that it can be maintained. And then we can also have upgrades, because those facilities, whatever you build, if you don't maintain it, if there's no culture of maintenance, I'm not even going to call it a culture. You have to put an active program. So,
do you think taking it away from the government, like government actually running day to day of those refineries, will actually bring it to, the level or the standard it's supposed to be?
want to believe they will maybe based on the movement that I'm seeing, I want to believe they're going to take some aspect of it away from the government and bring in the likes of Saudi Aramco. Remember, Tinubu was asking them to come and invest in our refineries. when he went to. Shabi, he went to Saudi Arabia like a few
Yeah,
months
it was.
ago,
Yeah, no, a few weeks ago it was in
a few
Riyadh.
weeks
Yeah,
ago.
yeah.
It was in Riyadh or something, and he mentioned that Aramco was interested in investing in a refinery. So I will think one way or the other, maybe they're going to float shares and allow Aramco to buy shares and
But
Nigerians to buy shares. I mean,
Kulatan, if if that is the case, that means Aramco is still going to be answerable to the government. We needed accountability in such a way that there will be openness, just like the way the NNPC was privatized. I mean, privatized, or they're not privatized, but running like
like a
pri-
PLC.
yeah, like a private entity. So, do you think it's better to mirror it that way? Because if
Yes.
Anamco is reporting to the government, we may not actually see the book the way we're supposed to. I mean, for the first time in the history, NNPC was audited, and the audited uh, uh, document was made public. So, do you think it's better for, instead of giving it to the likes of Aramco, but we have an indigenous company running it on behalf of the government, but it's still answerable to the public, not to the government directly?
No, I think they should.
Or do you think the government should just run it for a few years and sell it off?
No,
Government that
I think they should sell it off. I think we should list. I think we should list shares in Nigeria. I mean, because it's a company by itself. The refinery, NMCC is divided into different companies now. That refinery area, they should list it, sell the free. I mean, sell the shares, list it, and let it be run efficiently like a private company for profit driven. So
Kulatan,
nobody will go and sabotage one thing or the other because if you allow
Kulatan,
government to run it,
sorry,
yeah.
I'm interjecting you, but I wanted you to speak to, in as much
I
as
don't want
we,
government to run it, Bewale.
that's my take too. But I'm thinking that selling it to a private company might as well create a political logjam. What was the reason why Yaradua revoked that sale? It's because of the political undertone that was inherent in it. And they know that if selling that refinery, number one, is going to be in the hands of just few collective individuals. And two, this is the only source of income for the entire country. So for a part of what is bringing in income for the country being sold to a private entity, don't you think it will bring or create a
No.
political,
So
issue?
here's where they can start. No, I don't think so. Here's where they can start. You're going to list shares, right? And the government can say, okay, assume I will hate for the government to have holding shares. Well, let's just say because of pride, ego, strategic interest, blah, 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 blah. Government holds 51%. And then they list 49% in the market, stock market. You can do a private placement for the likes of Aramco, maybe give them 20%, and then you have another 30%. You now say, okay, everybody, Dewale, pension fund, gbogbo, all of you, go and buy the shares. The benefits will be with us. The incentive to run it well is based on profits you have to pay investors back. They need to earn returns, either by the value the stock growing, or if it's a dividend, if they're going to be paying dividends by the dividends return. So it has to run. If we don't do it that way, it's going to run down
And
in
you
no
think
time.
government would not influence? I mean, it's easier said.
All right. Yeah, they have that interjection and then let him carry on. Yeah.
Coletta,
It,
I truly apologize for the interjection. I'm a little bit skeptical of that. Reason being is that we know the kind of government that we run. The reason why
that's
NAMCO
why
is
we have to
able,
remove government.
yeah, no, but the reason why NAMCO is functioning and performing is because it's only just few people in government that is control in charge of everything, and that is why they give them free hand. But we're talking about Nigeria as a context, the influence that they will have. I mean, how practicable it is in the first place. I know
It
giving it
is
into the
very,
private hand.
very practical. Like it's actually now it is way more real and practical than you think. And Aramco, for your information, is now listed. Aramco
I
is no
know,
longer.
I know,
So
but But
See,
see, it's
no,
still
Ali,
run by.
let me give you some stuff. If they're going to list it, right, you should expect O and O to have a major stake in it too, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I don't have to
I
me.
I
I
got you.
don't have to use Gbogbo to sorrow,
I got you.
right?
Mm-hmm.
You got me. So with that kind of stake in it, it will run. It will be done because in that way, the highest authority is involved indirectly. So that's the only way, and it's going to be profit driven. Another deal that's happening right now. I don't know if you guys know OML 110, I believe 110, which is in Ondo State. I think it has
Is
capacity
that is
for
that not the Malibu? Is that Malibu?
no,
Malabu,
that's not
no.
Malibu. Malibu is another one.
All
It's
right.
in Ondo State. It was my derivative that had that before, but it did not run it. It did not invest in it. So they took it away from me in 2019. They've given Bua, and everybody knows Bua is Tinubu's guy. Bua's Nigerian technical partner is O&O, and then they're bringing some other foreigners. That is going to be invested in. They're going to run that. So O&O is getting involved. O&O is also doing a deal with the Malibu one for that Malibu. I mean Malibu one with Ajip. O&O is buying Ajip assets even in Nigeria, and you can see that Ajip has kind of like uh the lawsuit or whatever we have with them. We've relaxed it now. So things are going on. There's a lot of it done going on right now. And the reason I'm saying this is there's enough incentive to run this thing privately with competent hands. And that Yaradua mistake, everybody has realized that mistake. And we just cannot miss this opportunity. If this thing starts pumping 50,000, 60,000 barrels in their phase one, bring in investors, bring in partners, Aramco, give them 20% or whatever, like sell to other private companies, then list publicly so you and I too can buy in it. There's no reversing that. So it's good news, but we need to immediately divest from it and bring competent hands that will run it. Otherwise, we're going to run it aground again. I think it's that time we figured out how to like go beyond launch of a project. That culture of, I mean, I don't think we've moved past that. I execute a project, I launch the project, and then that's it. We're all experienced. Everybody that's probably on listening to me or on the panel has done modern projects before or program management, and you know there's a lot of things beyond your go live. So I'm really expecting that. So I think I don't know, one man, what else do you have?
All right. Brief thoughts on this, Kulata. He gives with one hand and takes with the other. Nigeria's debt now 87 trillion. DMO, Department of Debt Management Office, rather. I keep calling them department. So what are you making of that? 114 billion in debt. I mean, slowly it's creeping up, and it's getting almost to the unmanageable level.
No, it's not unmanageable. No, I mean we just got upgraded by some. I mean by rating agencies. If it's unmanageable, they will have downgraded us. They downgraded Ethiopia, by the way, and maybe Ghana also, but Ethiopia for sure. So we just got upgraded. Is it like our biggest problem is our revenues, right? And we should have a better cash flow I mean, not revenue yet, but at least our cash flow should have improved with the removal of subsidy. So we should be able to, I mean, put more resources into paying down these things and also into growing our revenue base. And we're fixing some of our revenue issues concerning taxes and this refinery stuff. If we start exporting, that's another revenue stream that we could open up. I've talked about the taxes, so I think we can sustain it. It's not that huge. From that debt, probably the external portion of that debt is probably 40 something billion dollars, right? Is the external debt we owe. Is it like 40 something billion?
Yeah, it's about 43.
Yeah, that's just 43 billion that we owe externally. The internal ones we can it's amongst, I mean, it's amongst friends and family now.
You
We
can
can
tell them to
always
get lost. You
you
can
can
tell them
tell
to
them
get
to
lost.
get the fuck out. Or you can always renegotiate payment terms. You can do all that stuff. So for a country our size, dealing with 40 something billion external debt, I mean, and we're able to pay. We paid like over a billion out of it. We'll be fine now. I mean, the main thing is just to get to the point where we're borrowing for more productive activities than I mean, just paying, I mean, doing recurrent expenditures. If our borrowing is going more into capital expenditures, yeah. And you were showing the budget, some piece poor numbers for
Yeah, for solid minerals. That was quite
solid
shocking.
minerals
Yeah,
and
that
the
was quite
power.
shocking actually.
Terrible
Yeah,
numbers.
power was 344 billion. That is to tell you we will not have electricity anytime
We're not
soon.
having electricity except we privatize or something. Like, how are we supposed to get any electricity? That's like $300 million. Are we joking? Like, yeah, that's pathetic. We need to start making money. We need to get productive as a country. Like, we can't be budgeting those kind of piece poor amounts.
What we really need to do is to build infrastructures. We need to build roads and we need to sort out electricity, and then industry will take care of itself.
Yes, and if we can't afford it out of our own pocket, sell it. Bring people that will invest in it. I mean, draw PPP plans, 50 years transition, 90-year transition, whatever. It doesn't matter. When the UK built rail crisscrossing Nigeria, maybe the thing was here for us to use. If you bring one of those foreign companies and build it again, it will be here for us to use too. We'll pay for it. It will make our country more productive. But what do I know? We shouldn't just be borrowing to do all these things when we can just like suck up our ego and structure good deals that, I mean, people can lease some land, build some things, operate it for a while, and at least just make sure we regulate it and it's in our own interest. But we're going nowhere if we're going to be paying 300 million naira to fix power. Anyway.
All right, brother. Stay with us, Kulata. I still want to speak to you about the relationship between the yuan and the naira, but let me move the conversation round. I'll take it in the direction of Tunaija, who is up next. Tunaija, good to see you.
Yeah, thank you for having me, one man. Greetings to everyone on the panel. And yeah, what are we talking about?
We're talking about this palliative incentive, the government slashing cost of transportation over the festive period from the 21st, which is tomorrow, all the way through to the 4th of January. So public transports by half, rails fare free, just to insulate the hardship through the festive season. And then we're also talking about the refinery in Port Harcourt, which has kicked off today. So it started to flare up. So that is good news as Dangote imminently coming on board. But then to counterweight that, the country's debt profile, 87 trillion naira.
Yeah, first I would like to question the idea that the Port refinery is operational. From what I gather, it's sometime in January. I don't know where this information was gotten that the refinery is operational. That said, the funds for traveling, I wouldn't do that. But if this is a nation where we are sharing the national cake, I guess you can say that. And given the the issues of hardship going on in the country, maybe it's a good thing to help people strategically spend money to go back home to celebrate and be with their loved ones and be able to return back. To be fair, I feel like these kind of moves are not necessarily for the people, just it's a political move. Because this will clearly have shown that they don't have serious empathy for the people, and They would rather just spend the money aggrandizing themselves and competing amongst themselves for who is going to be a godfather or godson, and who is going to be able to do party in a stadium or not. All kind of stuff, cars. So I don't necessarily, from their own political, cynical approach, I don't like it. But the people that are going to get the benefits out of it, they are not going to complain. And that's if they can get it out actually. And this is another thing this government tend to do. They tend to do things that people cannot get to. It reminds me of Tory government.
To Nigeria, this is a real-time initiative. So you turn up at your motor park and then you pay half price because the government says so. So if you don't pay half price, I think they will let us know soon enough. And the Nigerian rail company, they've already said start booking your free tickets online. So it's a real-time thing. It's something that you know instantly if it's working or not.
Yeah, to be fair, the rail one I think can be enforced more easily. I think the car motor park one may be tricky. Like someone said earlier on, they may decide to start gouging customers and looking for a way to corner the money again. But then that's Nigerians, and I feel like people that are not going to be able to travel may still not be able to travel just because of transportation. There are other things that affect people in terms of their ability to travel back home, not necessarily only transportation. In the end, it still looks like at least he's trying to do something. So for that alone, I'll say, okay, that's better than making life harder for people. So from that point of view, it's neither here or there. If I was spending money like that, and we don't know the cost of this, that's another thing. Nobody actually put a cost tag on what he's doing now, and that's something I definitely would like to know, because if that cost tag doesn't have any to do in terms of helping us export and all the rest, I'm not going to be very pleased with it. Regarding the light, I'm just looking at on this thing. That light doesn't say anything about whether the refinery is actually producing this thing. But from what I gather, it's going to start producing very soon, imminently, as they said. So I'm not sure it's on now, right now, producing petrol for people. And from what a former man, a leader of the NNPC said, that the refinery section that they went and fixed is not the productive part, and it's not the higher capacity part. And so that's another thing again that they are not telling us fully. They accept that man is lying, and he looks like he knows what he's talking about. I don't know why that he didn't show up on the news to talk about these things more often. And so they went and fixed the old section, not the more advanced section that refines crude oil at a higher yield. I think 40-something% yield, while this one that they are working on is 20-something% yield, which is twice efficient. The newer one is more efficient. They went and fixed the old section before the newer one, and sure they are not even started fixing the new one, so we don't know what they are going to do. So that is the situation we are in. And so the capacity of this one, I don't think is anywhere near the capacity of the main refinery, which is about 200 something thousand or something barrels per day. But I don't think that's where this one is only about 1/4 or 1/3 of what the main capacity of that refinery is supposed to output daily. So that is that on that refinery bit. But I think in the end, and I worry that some people are going to start writing history again, like they did with Lagos, that Tinubu saved Lagos and all the rest. They're beginning to act as if Tinubu is the one that is fixing all the refineries within 6 months of being in office. They are beginning to do that again. In reality, these things were put in place years ago. It had nothing to do with him. And if anything, and this is the thing, I hold him responsible for what he has done since he got into office. And I'm still struggling to find.
Does it matter who fixed it, so long as it works for the benefit of Nigerians?
That is true, but it doesn't matter who gets the credit. You see what I mean? It's not fair when you didn't do the work and you get all the credit. And in a way, which is, it may be unfair, leadership tend to be like that. So I can live with that happening. In the end, what matters is whether the people's life are getting better. I also said that Tinubu had the opportunity to be one of the greatest leaders Nigeria has ever seen. He has that capacity because he came at the right time. The global environment favors him. Everything favors him. And if he cannot capitalize on it, I don't know when any leader will be able to capitalize on anything in Nigeria. Because the 2 refineries might come online, maybe even 3 or 4 during his time in office will come online. He has a chance to secure that country. Our GDP has a chance to quadruple during his time in office. He can do it within 4 years if he wants to. But with our leaders have the vision to do such a thing without even making a massive transformation of the country, they can reach that kind of level. Like if we have 500 this in billion GDP last year, we could have gotten up to, we can get up to 2 trillion. If they get their act together, Nigerians will return and invest. Foreign investors will come in. If the nation becomes secure, because when oil is coming to the country now, our foreign exchange, the amount of money we use buying petrol, that goes away. We don't do that anymore. We have extra cash in our pocket. We can do a lot of things with it. So there's a lot of things that has improved because of what is happening now. And now he also has the option of giving Dangote petrol, crude oil. So he doesn't have to even like do foreign exchange in terms of losing a lot of money from the petrol and this in the transportation charges. All that goes away. We're talking about $10 billion here that he has now in his pocket. If he wants to secure the country, spend half of that. You're going to secure the country. Our GDP is going to go through the roof. Many of us will be traveling home for Christmas. Not like now. You didn't know how many Nigerians I heard that have gone to Nigeria and returned back to the West, including Chioma here. They go to Nigeria, they return back here to come and do Christmas.
Chioma went on holiday now.
Yes, now holiday that doesn't get up to Christmas. Perhaps she's back to America.
Her family are in America now. So
because all of them have run away. That's the problem. Before we used to do Christmas.
Chioma did not go for Christmas.
That's my point. Why
he went for something else? He didn't go for Christmas.
You know why I'm saying that? You know why I'm saying that?
Have you heard of Japada?
Hold on now. Do you know why I said that? And you know what occurred to me because I've seen 3 people recently.
Don't worry.
Can I talk now? What is he going on about now?
It's an inside joke.
So the reason why that came to me is not because of just Chioma travel to Nigeria.
Have you heard of Japada?
No. Japada, go and come. His name Japada. When
Japada is Rombak. Japada. People, we are now in the Japada phase under the Tinubu.
Yeah. The reason why that came to me was because there's been a pattern I've noticed recently, including here in London. I know a few people that have traveled to Nigeria returned back, and Dr. Damage is one of them. Went to Nigeria returned back. None of them. There was a time we used to travel to Nigeria to do Christmas there. They go there just towards Christmas, they are back again. They don't stay there anymore. This is what I'm talking about. That this is capital and the funds that we are supposed to spend in Nigeria normally. Most people are returning back here to spend it. If you are married to, like many of our Nigerians that go overseas, they are married to Westerners. They will never want to come and stay in Nigeria. I can assure you that. They don't feel safe. They will not come with their partners. We are losing a lot of resources, a lot of investment. Many people that visit your country, even as a form of holidays, even if 1% of them peel off to come and invest in that country and live in that country, that's more money we are getting. But our leaders don't seem to understand the value of keeping a safe environment. They don't seem to understand the value at all. So I believe Tinubu has the opportunity to be one of the greatest. In short, to be the greatest till date head of state Nigeria has had, because he has the environment favoring him. Buhari is one of the most unlucky ones. If Buhari emerged at this time, it would have favored him massively. When Nigeria refineries were already ready to kick off, oil prices are going up, everything is going. When Buhari came in, everything is going down. And the lockdown came on top of it again.
So are you saying that the 8 years was not sufficient enough time for him to have revamped the refineries?
Yeah, he was fixing them throughout now. I think it was during his time they started it now.
8 years? To
revamp.
That's
Nigeria now.
Not build, revamp.
I think because of the environment in Nigeria, Nigeria is a very tough environment to make anything happen. Like today now, even to make payment with the Nigerian banking app. It's like you are praying to God for the transaction to go through. You will
Nigeria,
go to,
no, that's not true. I transact with Nigeria every
yeah,
single
you
day.
say that now. I'm telling you what me I experience. I'm telling you my experience. If you do it this night to work,
if I tell you some of the things I do, but anyway, carry on.
No, I'm just telling you my experience.
That's not true, though. What you just said.
See, I'm telling you my experience. Your experience may be different.
All
Like
right.
now, if I pay by this time, it's going to go through. During this afternoon, you know how many times I tried? Yesterday evening, I tried and I gave up. I just fell asleep. Then today, I had to do the same transaction again, multiple times. Like I literally have to count after you enter the last number. Count. Then you press. Then hopefully it goes through. Then you want to top up your broadband again, the same hassle you have to go through. So Nigeria is an environment where things are tough. I send stuff with DHL to Nigeria, and when it gets to Nigeria, it's slow motion. DHL is supposed to be 2 days. It's more than a week now. So I'm telling you, why do you think that this in Buhari can be able to build a refinery like normal places? Because the roads are not even that good. Some part of the road, if you are trying to supply equipment to refineries, the trailer will be stuck on the distance.
8 years. Yeah,
8 years. 8 years is a long time.
Yes.
But 8 years is a long time when you couple that 8 years with lockdown on top of it. So there's a lot of problems. I'm one of the first to complain. I'm not making an excuse for Buhari. I'm telling you that. I'm not making an excuse. You could have done a lot better. A lot better. That is granted. But given that he did all this, he put all this in place. My point is that if he came in now with the way Buhari's countenance is, all this stuff was laid down for him, he would do better to me. He will do better. And I believe that Tinubu can capitalize on this. But so far, everything he has done himself that I've seen him do has not favored us.
All right.
Yeah, I'm just being fair. If he favors us, I will tell you he favors us. I'm not. Maybe there are things he's doing that is going to yield fruits. He's going to show up soon, the way people are feeling. But until he shows up, I can't give him credit for it. Is it? Can I? The exchange rate is terrible.
All right, take us to the debt profile, which is at an all-time record high.
I don't know why people are bothering to look at that. That's nothing. That's poor man's debt. You owe to this. This is 87 billion. You start working 2 million people in Nigeria. If you do a whip round every month, trillion. How much is that? That's nothing. That's 80 something billion dollars. That you see.
That's $114 billion.
I don't know why they keep calling it 114. Except they are using a weird exchange rate, because Nigerian dollar is about 1,000 naira or more. So where is that 100 something this thing now? That 87 billion by black market rate, that is less than $100 billion. And they are using some official rate that's less than $100 billion in black market. So the amount Nigeria owes is not in Singapore of about 6-7 million people owes about 1.4 trillion. The economy is kicking fine. The debt is not our problem. The management of our economy is our problem. This is chicken change. This is just no money at all. I feel ashamed that we owe this money. I feel ashamed because this is what our people have to live on. If I had children, and my children are living on 1/50th of what the rest of the world is living on, how can I be proud of that? That is what we are living on. And look at our power. I saw the report on our power ministry. Look at what they have to spend on the nation's power infrastructure. That is not nothing. But with that money, I can see a opportunity where you can actually light up the entire capital cities of Nigeria without light blinking at all. Because that money is well more than $500 million. And obviously, you have to pay this thing. But how much does it cost to buy a mobile power plant that can generate power for more than 100,000 homes? It's barely $15 million. So if all you need is a fuel, so if they want to do the right thing and power the Nigerian cities, they can do that. But still, compared to the rest of the world, that is no money at all. It's chicken change. And I really feel bad for our people that our leaders don't have a lot of ambition. Maybe they are beginning to show signs of ambition, but still we are nowhere near where we need to be. So I'm not very impressed.
All right, brief thoughts on this to Niger, and then I'll go on from there to Dewale. Good news. Good news for Southeast. Onitsha port is going live. So there are now 2 ports now that are active in the Southeast. Three even. The Calabar one, the One one, and now the Onitsha one. The Calabar, the One one is hitting target profit projections, are already generating well in excess of 300 billion naira in this financial cycle. So now 3 active ports in the Southeast. So now that narrative now of being starved of our facilities and infrastructure as one thing. So anybody that feels fed up with Lagos cannot claim that opportunities does not abound where they are.
I've always said that when some people talk about marginalization, it's just their own way of airing their own frustration about Nigeria. But some people actually go too far with it. And I never bought into it actually, because right in your very own eyes, you can see there is really no real marginalization. Nigeria, the leadership of Nigeria is they are oppressing the people. They are traitors to the people, and I think Mama H said it once. It's about the oppressors versus the oppressed. It has never been about marginalization. And besides, even if there was some element of marginalization in some sectors, it's bound to happen. That's how nations work. You see that even in families. And this sort of stuff is what makes me lament why people bother with some of all these things. You should focus on the bigger things that make a difference to your lives, instead of just complaining about every tiny thing that happens to you, as if nations or every nation is equal. Here in the UK, you know how divided the UK is. You go in America, you see the same patterns repeat themselves. In Nigeria, they actually do that. Nigeria actually tries its best, try to balance things a lot. They make a law. Do you know Nigeria has more laws to try to balance things out than even America does on the books? Even ministries and all those things.
I will agree with that. In terms of law structures and policies, Nigeria has on paper the best description of a country, but in implementation, we all know,
even in implementation, I actually think that they try. It's just that we don't see. That's the problem. When you have so little resources to work on, it looks like everything is discrimination. I'm even surprised Nigerians are not even more in a bad mood, because if you look at what we are living on, we are starving. So this is why you hear all this kind of accusation. It's not because the Southeast is technically really marginalized. The Southeast, you remember, in the South, there was a bit of an instability in the early 2000s or so with the Niger Delta youth kidnapping people and all the rest. That is not exactly the time to start building seaports there, is it? So then you have, after that, then you have the Southeast area becoming a little bit unstable. It's the instability in that region that is highly gifted in terms of natural resources that is leading to all these problems that they're having. So if you take all those problems away, you're going to find that the progress is going to be in that area. And that is something I've been saying to many of my Southeastern colleagues and brothers, that they should understand this sort of things. If you don't fix your area, if you don't allow stability to reign in your area, how can you expect progress? There's no progress in an area where there is anarchy all the time. You can't. It's just, and this is why the Southwest does better. If you look at the regions in the country, the Southwest does best because they are the most stable. It's not necessarily because they have the most intelligent or anything. They are the most stable.
as well as.
And you want to say that you were intelligent.
I'm only going by what the statistics tell us. So
it's just that you're the most stable. And I also try to inform, like when Southeastern people say that, oh, we are being marginalized, I said you don't compare yourself to the Southwest. You are not the same as the Southwest. The Southwest, they are strategically positioned compared to the Southeast. The Southeast, they have the same kind of population, but they are behind the South. While the Southwest, they have large population, they are bordering another nation, they also have access to the sea. There's a big difference there. It does not have access, they are bordering other nations. So, but the Southwest is within a nation. So it's almost like you can compare them to Benue population. You don't, but somehow just because they have a higher population, then they feel like everything should just come to them. It's not necessarily that way. You have to strategically think about your place and kind of tailor your approach so that it leads to your progress. Like what you are seeing right now, them having those ports. That's what you are supposed to be seeing. They have international airports coming into that region now. you're going to see that when there is a lot of upheaval going on there. And I just hope that this stuff comes to fruition, and the international airport start becoming functional. All this agitation, there's not going to be that much of an excuse anymore. And they should not. I don't even think they should even be blaming themselves as much. There's also the Chinese aspect that they are not taking into account. When the Chinese started making cheap goods, you know how our businessmen are. They like cheap ways to solve problems. Why would you want to go and make a shoe, struggle to make a shoe, when you can go and buy it from China and make profit twice as much very quickly? So you see that many of our businessmen, instead of them to be making shoes in Aba and all those things anymore, they prefer to just go and buy it and trade. The same thing with rice, the same thing with other things. So all that stuff also affected their migration from the east to the west, because that's where the seaport is. After all, the Niger Delta people are busy causing problem in the Niger Delta for the seaport to be very, very functional there. So the dynamics that are at play, it's not necessarily because Nigerians are trying to starve the Southeast. Because remember, Southeasterners are also part of the government. Do you think they will be laughing with their fellow Nigerians if they believed the government officials are sabotaging their people? And that's one thing these people don't understand. They think all their Southeastern leaders that just make it to government are just traitors to them. I don't Southeasterners I don't see them as traitors. So have you ever dealt with a Southeasterner that doesn't know themselves? They are very conscious of who they are. You will never run circles around them. So for these same Southeasterners to believe that their leaders will go to the center and sell them out, I don't buy that. It's because of the events that have been going on around their area. And some of them are buying into some of all these agitation and things that don't even help them at all. Instead, it creates instability. Just like I accuse our government of causing problem in our country, not wanting to secure the country. The same thing I accuse those agitators in the Southeast of causing agitation in that area so that the place doesn't develop.
All right. All right. Thank you, Tunaja. That's the excellent Tunaja, of course. A man of his own thoughts, and thankfully so. Because imagine if two people thought like Tunaja, this world will be Tunaja. Should I?
I just call them out, man. I call it as it is, because that is the truth of the situation. People should not just always be thinking that there's marginalization going. If you look at the North is not even developed. Man, let me just leave it there. Thank you.
You know, if anybody should feel marginalized, it's those satellite little pockets in the middle belt that get looked over. They don't consider themselves any of the major tribes, and they get overlooked all the time. But you know, that's just Nigeria for you. Everybody is a victim in Nigeria. Even the Fulani man will tell you is marginalized. To Nigeria, let's take the conversation and move it to Dewale. Dewale, you're up next. Dewale, Owalola.
One man himself.
Okay, wata.
You know, you actually jinxed it. I was still in the office when the show started. And when you said nobody was in the studio, I joined. I thought I would be able to contribute before I started getting on the road. And here now I'm on the road. I think you're going to say, oh, you're driving again.
No, you are driving again, but there's a clarity in the connection. It's very clear and lucid. So the floor is yours.
Well, I'm glad that it's clear and everybody can hear me. So good evening, everyone. Our listeners across the globe. It is good to be back again. Let's talk about the government incentives, about the slash in the transport fare that the federal government brought forward. And I've seen comments on social media such as X and even on this platform tonight that the federal government, considering others that are not traveling and all that, the government can't, with this, we don't really have a template that the government can build on. Government doesn't have on the transportation system except the trains, railways and all that they newly built. So, and the interstate is what they can, people can benefit from. But for the local transportation, I don't think, except I know that the what's the acronym again? NURTW, is that what they call them? The National Road Transport Workers, something like that. Yes. They are well organized. They are well organized. I believe they will have a representative, for government to get across to them. But for those who are traveling home, those who are in the southeast, southwest, People traveling from even within the geopolitical zone, traveling home for the Yuletide. I believe they will benefit from it. We have to pick one. Do we want our government to run or our economic system to be capitalist in nature or socialist? Because we want everything to be handed down to us in Nigeria. Even if your wife had a baby, you want government to do the naming ceremony for you or something like that. Look, the country is poor. We know that, but I mean, it shows that the government thought about its subject. For them to have come up with that noble idea, to help out or to ease out the transportation of everybody want to go home to celebrate with their families and friends. So, and considering what is prevalent in Nigeria, the price is astronomical. So, I think that's a good idea. We should commend them for doing that. But we criticize for just fun of it. Subject hold it to themselves to criticize their government for the efficiency or effectiveness for the government to do better. They said the reward of good performance is hard work. You do more work, and they being in government, we criticize them, but not just to criticize. Yes, everything that government does is always not always at par with Nigerians. We complain a lot. I mean, I don't blame them, but we should minimize it for the government to have done that. I believe they would liaise with the union, the road workers union, and then those doing interstate also will it will trickle down to those, especially those who are traveling from urban area to rural area in other states. It will trickle down to them, and they will also benefit from it. So, but when we're criticizing, we're just criticizing for it. And I saw the video of the gas flaring in Port Harcourt, which is a very good woman. I was delighted saying that as a good sign, and that brought me to my not really objection to what Lata was proposing about privatizing the refinery. Look, I also believe that we should privatize, but my fear is that as long as government's still in charge, it's going to be politically hard. The reason being is that even if we bring a foreign entity to run it on our behalf, the reason why Anamco was able to function was because, I mean, it's only the royal family that is in charge of everything. Unlike the dynamic of our political landscape here in Nigeria, we have the North that is just now recent that they are, discovering crude and all that in their own domain. But now, it's not about one individual or just a family. So, and that is the only reason why I'm a little bit skeptical. Privatizing is a good thing. But at the same time, with our political situation, will make it smooth sailing, or without rancor, without issue. Because don't get me wrong, every state, every person in government want to have a hold on when it comes to oil and gas, because they know that is the only pot of soup Nigeria has. If tomorrow solid mineral is yielding huge investment, do you think everybody will want to get to where they can grab and what they can do with it? So, in as much that we want to privatize it, I think we should also look at it in the form of, maybe for a tenor, not necessarily, because everything is political in Nigeria. That's the way I see that. But it's a good omen that people were skeptical when the timeline of December was proposed. A lot of people, maybe those who are not really myself. Not that I was optimistic about it, but I know for a fact that the current administration, even the former administration that just left, had the body language has been, about what they can do to revitalize that refinery. But by and large, it shows that it seems that the current administration also actually towing the same footpath of the previous administration by ensuring that the money doesn't go into the money of private individuals, that are living large and that moribund refinery. But let's see when they will start turning out the product itself. And I believe if that is the case, Nigeria tend to benefit more, more for the domestic use. And also, hopefully, we'll be able to at least, if that is working, whether it's privatized or not, but it's still functioning, producing at optimum performance, and with the competition with the Dangote, I think it's a good sign that we're on the right track. And hopefully, we won't have another government that will turn it upside down like the likes of Yaradua and his cousin in Bayelsa State. But by and large, man, I hope you're still people are listening because it feels a little bit.
We can all hear you.
Okay.
We're in rapt attention. Yeah.
Okay, great. Well, so that to me, it's not about being charming to the government or being, being nice or because it's Tinubu now we shouldn't. No, it's about when the credit is due, we give credit, and when it's to criticize in a constructive way, we do. But not everything, because this is the only show where solution is always preferred instead of just whining and talking about things that are not done right. I mean, the people in charge of the public governance, are they not Nigerians? They are Nigerians. They came up from the same culture, same background that you and I did, right? So, but local problem also require local solutions. And I'm glad that at least in that Nigeria, you know how long our refineries has been in comatose? You know how long, woman?
It's a better regime, I imagine.
This supersede almost 3 or 4 regimes, 3 administrations. Talking about Obasanjo, talking about Yaradua, his cousin Bayelsa, and then Buhari. That's 4. They've been pumping money into an empty basket, and now it seems there's a light, in the horizon. So, I honestly, Nigeria should be happy about it. And it was said on this show. I don't know who brought it forward there, and people were criticizing. I don't want to say it's a maker, but somebody actually brought it up there. They're saying that it's working. Oh, Bishop, it was Bishop. Who brought it up there, and people really want to, because of course we've traveled that part before, and we know how it ended. But when it was said that it's almost about to come alive, and majority of us were a little bit skeptical. So we should learn how to be patriotic a little bit. I know we're undergoing some things, but at the same time we should learn how to. It's our duty to criticize the government, but criticize in a very, very constructive and in a proper way, that even the government that will listen and tap into the, our intellectuals and make use of it. So, that's all about that, one man.
A brief on the debt profile of the country, and then I'll go on from you to Ekene.
Okay. See, if you borrow on a macro level, if you borrow from a bank for a purpose, correct? And you utilize that money for the whatever purpose you borrowed it for. But if you borrow and you squander the money on frivolous things, you tend to suffer it in the future. It's either you continue to borrow to pay for one debt or the other, or you put a plan in place to pay off that debt if need be. And some debt doesn't need to be paid off. Like here in America, you have a credit system where you can have as many debt as you want, but as long as it's being used for something more important, not a mundane thing. So, and for the Nigeria to keep borrowing money, what is the reason for borrowing those money? Is this a debt being used for something important, build infrastructure? I'm talking about capital infrastructural base. Is it for something that is going to yield investment in the future? Are we investing it in education, in housing, in technology, in medical discovery, those are the things we should be asked. Not just America. Today, between Democrat and Republican, there always is like a known war between them. Republican want a linear government. small government, even cheap government. Let me put it that way, because I live in one of the cheapest states in America. And also, you have the Democrats that want to balloon the debt to God knows, and that's why they have their Senate. But every now and then they vote to see that, and they continue to borrow. But if we can adopt that methodology in Nigeria, when you borrow for a reason. Now, whenever they mention the amount that has been borrowed, it's not a million. Now we're talking about trillion, right? So billions and trillions no longer have values. A cousin of mine told me about what 100,000 naira can buy in Nigeria and was mentioning things. How much is a loaf of bread? 1,000 naira. Now compare that to a decade ago. So if we borrow to build a nation. Any nation can, put their necks in debt. It's not a bad thing, but it's a thing of concern. Concern because we are not utilizing the loan for something better, for something more reasonable and tangible. That's my concern about that. It's not the value or the amount itself, but the purpose that it's supposed to serve that it's not been, put to use. That's my fear. And the government doesn't tackle that, doesn't see a reason why, they should look inward on, we can cancel all debt. The last time our debt was canceled, some of the debt were canceled, and ended up getting ourselves the same debt because we lacked the propensity to save. We don't have that. We're not capable of that. And any government or any country that doesn't see the reason why they should, save, but to scatter and spend money unreasonably, tend to suffer. And that is what we have. We spend all that money, and now that the global economy is going south, now we are suffering it. So that's my concern. What do we use the money for? We're using it for something good or not? Thank you.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Thank you, Dewale. So that's Dewale, of course. Dewale, stay with us. I'll loop around, get to you momentarily. Ekene, you're up next. Ekene, the Jagaban of one man. Look at that. Jagaban. All right. Let's go to King Emeka, who has been waiting patiently for his go. Mekus. All right. You are there.
Hello, Wama. Can you hear me? Yes.
I can hear you perfectly. Are you ready or do you need a moment?
I'm ready. Good evening, Wama.
Good.
Let me greet everybody. Good evening, fellow Pelanis and comment section. Please like, share, and subscribe to the panel. To the channel and the platform. This is a platform where intelligent mind come around to discuss Nigeria politics, everything Nigeria, and the outlook of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
All right, brilliant. So Emeka, on the surface, it appears to be an abundance of good news. So that insulation, at least, have a Merry Christmas at least. The country is hard, but have a Merry Christmas at least. And in the course of this conversation, I was actually saying to the person that I was chatting with that essentially this might well be a 30 to 40,000 naira gift to the average Nigerian person for Christmas. So the government cuts the cost of transportation by half in some instances and makes it free in other instances. Though that has to be good news, and all that overspending that people are complaining at the top, whilst the people are suffering, that trickled down has now trickled down. So that's one. And then the Calabar, the Port Harcourt refinery, it's packed up today. We could see the gas flaring, which is to tell you that activities has begun in that space. That is even better news. And even greater news still, the dredging now and completion ready for operation, the Onitsha port. So now 3 ports now operational in the southeast. The refinery is kicking off. Palliative insulation to guide people through the festive season, and abundance of good news. Emeka.
Woman, thank you very much. I think I have a mixed reaction to the transportation cost, the cuts down, right? What kind? I know they say the railway. So how are they implementing this? and where. So, because I know mostly Nigerians travel by road, and the road transportation is not being controlled by the government, but by private entities who use mostly luxurious buses like the Young Shagro. So, how are they implementing that? And if it's by the railway, fine, that's good. But again, I know it's been loaded like I think they're trying to score some cheap political points. If you ask me, I don't know how it's going to be implemented, where it's going to be implemented, and how. And when you're implementing a policy that should impact on people, at least 70% of the population should be impacted or positively by it. So if most Nigerians travel by road during the festive period, and then the road transportation sector is being controlled by private companies, then how is the government implementing the cost of transport, slashing it by 50%? How do they intend to do it? It's not by announcing it. Is it now, is it something that an average Nigerian can walk into any, like Chisco, and say, okay, government has said you will take 50%. If your cost of transportation is 10,000 or 20,000 or 50,000 to go to the east, government has said you will take 50%. So I'm going to pay you 25,000 or I'm going to pay you 5,000. If you ask me the practicality of it, I'm not seeing it. I'm only hearing the theoretical part of it. Then the railway, yes, I agree. That can be implemented, especially from Lagos to Ibadan, right? That's the most functional railway transport system in the country at the moment. The rest, I see, either the guys has stolen the railway lines, or insecurity has really crippled that aspect, especially from the north. So if that is kicking off, then let's know how it is. We want to see practicals, not sitting in the Federal Executive Council office and then you are issuing out and dishing out announcements and to score political points. But in reality,
Emeka, let me give you a paragraph. The federal government, through the Ministry of Transportation, will be working with transporters, road transport unions, the Nigerian Railway Corporation, to seamlessly deliver this special presidential initiative. So it looks as though an agreement may have been reached with the transporters.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, the practicality of things, right? This practicality is what I am not yet to see. They need to, if they say the agreement has been reached, then we have a Kene who we probably will ask for about if this has been done. It's one thing to announce, it's another to implement. So I'm not happy about it. Then I have another opinion on this, especially with the railways, the rail transport system. You see, I think Nigerians can really afford their transportation. But let's be honest. What we want is excellent service. It is at the highest time of the month where transport business would reap its highest revenue. That is when you are slashing it to 50% or you are making it free. Now, in my viewpoint, from an economic point of view and a business point of view, is ridiculous. We have a revenue problem in the country. I think the Ministry of Transport, if he's thinking properly, should be thinking of how to maximize revenue for the effective and efficient running of the transport ministry, especially the rail, and see how to get other places running effectively. Not at the highest point where you are supposed to get your revenue, increase your revenue, you are slashing it almost to free. Except we want to run a socialism kind of government. But for me, I don't think it makes sense. Nigerians will want effective and efficient service delivery in the transport system. Get the transport systems to be running properly. Let me pay my bills and get to where. Let me pay my transport to where.
Emeka, why are you shocked? In Kano, they subsidize weddings, marriages. They subsidize weddings now. The government marries people. So transportation is just.
So that's what airpiece. Even some people, I saw it on social media. Some people complain that
they give
airpiece.
them bed
and phone.
Yeah, some people came out and say, "Epis, you are charging us 240,000 naira to go from Lagos to Abuja or why you are charging 150 to Maiduguri?" Yes, they know as a business concern, they know that during the festive period, and it is everywhere in the world. If you travel in December, you will pay top dollar to get to your location anywhere in the world, because this is the time people travel a lot during the festive period, and this is the time you rake in a lot of revenue so that you can make good projection. And now, like, as useless as our government will always be, this is the time they are slashing transportation costs or making it free to score political points. You see, that's why we always put the carts before the horse. In my view, when I listen to it, I say that is not what we want. That is not what Nigerians want. Nigerians want things to work, and Nigerians want things to work well. So yes, charge what you are supposed to charge, make the railways more efficient, comfortable, and running as it should, and Nigerians will pay for it because they know it is working. Nigerians want things to work. Nigerians want Nigerians to work. I don't think Nigerians actually truly want free things. They want things to work, and as long as they are working, they will pay for it. Now let's go over to the other ones. I think for me, that's not good news for me. It's a mixed reaction in my point of view. Now the seaport in the Onitsha seaport actually has been working since August 31st, 2003. Cargoes have been better there. Maybe they're just bringing it up to the mainstream. Now, not only that, they are now trying to dredge Oguta River seaport in Imo State. So this is good news. Yes, it's good news. So it's now going to make it 4 seaports on Oguta, Onitsha, and Calabar seaport. So the people in the south, you can't complain anymore. You can't say marginalization. They should not say it on any platform. They cannot complain or raise their voice or in short or do the victim chart or start running in the victim Olympics. They should stop it. The victim Olympics is over. The award has been distributed. Everybody go home. So the government is really doing a lot, and I think the government will continue to try to address the problems and ensure that things go right into the country. So that is a good that is political point that they should be trying to score, not that transport. No, that doesn't make sense.
All right, talk about victims beating their chest or playing the victim card. Nigeria's debt now 87 trillion naira. It is starting to get heavy.
Yeah, it was 86 as at November, I believe. So now 87. It will go up because we are borrowing another $7 billion to finance.
To pay for people's free transport. What sort of a ridiculous?
Now that's why it sounds ridiculous, right? We have a revenue problem. We are looking for money, and yet you are slashing transport costs. When in December you can make transport costs. Now, Ministry of Transportation would have budgeted for some things. If they would have made some money, it will reduce their budgeting concerns, and you are slashing it to 50% and free. It's the ridiculousness in the government that I'm looking at. Government should see that they are running a service, they are providing a service to people, and see how to provide that service better. Now you are showing me about the debt profile of the country, which will increase next year because we are going back to the debt markets to go and borrow some more to finance budgets, right? And Ministry of Transportation too will bring their own budget with all their ridiculousness and silliness, and we will not be borrowing to spend to pay them, that they will come again another December 2024 to reduce transport costs. No, it's not. I don't think it makes sense. That is the reason why infrastructures that you are implementing should be channeled or prioritized to see how to generate revenue to pay for them. And the rail infrastructure that we are laying across the country, it's one way that it should try to pay for itself within the long period of time. It's not a free for all. It's not a way to begin to make things that to appear like you are doing something good. if the president wants to score political points, there are areas he can score good political points. Now, with the debt, I don't have a concern with this, but we should know how to channel resources properly. The debt profile definitely would go up, but it should be channeled into infrastructures that can better the lives of Nigerians, and not like what I just listened to or read on the news. No, we should do things that will improve our life and increase productivity all round. But there are still some great, fantastic news coming out in the news space. Like Shell, who has committed to the president that they are going to invest 5 billion into the oil space and the gas, as well as invest another 1 billion for 10 years. It means Shell is not going anywhere, right? They made that commitment.
Total.
Shell too, not only Total, Shell.
Oh, because Total is doing $6 billion, but they're going to do it offshore in an FPSO.
Yeah, I think you said it yesterday. So Shell itself is saying now that a jury just released the press.
Okay, so that means that's 11 billion.
Yes, so their Shell is not going anywhere. That's another good news, fantastic news. Also, another fantastic news again is the Presidential Power Initiative. They've signed an acceleration treaty agreement to ensure that they accelerate that project, bringing it up either to its conclusion or 18 months or 24 months time, because it was estimated after the COVID and the supply chain issues that to implement the project and conclude it would get to 2030. So now they've signed another acceleration treaty agreement between the president and the German chancellor. That was what they did during the COP24 to accelerate the production and the timeline to bring it up to 18 to 24 months delivery. That's a great news, see what they can do, because they're trying to improve. The phase one is to improve the power situation in the country to 7 gigawatts, that's 7,000 megawatts. Then phase two, within a couple of years, increase it up to 12, finally increase it to 25 gigawatts of power supply. So within the course of the Tinubu administration, we should begin to see increase and improved power supply in the country. So I hope at the end of his administration, which probably will be 8 years, our power situation will be completely addressed. I know the Ministry of Power is very useless, is a useless man, but because it's now under the Presidential Power Initiative, which has been signed with Siemens AG, the Siemens Group, hopefully that sector, relieve the Minister of Power who senses he left somewhere in his village, and ensure that they can implement that project effectively.
Emeka, what are you making of how low his budget is? The Minister of Power.
No, this one is
billion.
basically to pay salaries. It has nothing to do with the PPI.
It says recurrent 7 billion, capital expenditure 336. That's hardly any money.
I don't know if the PPI would fall into this, right? But let him unveil the project. Let's look at it properly.
It can't. It cannot.
Yeah, so we'll look, because I think the PPI is, they created a special vehicle, a special purpose vehicle for it. So I don't know what this is coming on that. Let's see his budget is the one budget I'm very, very interested in. What is he implementing? What is he doing? Because we need power in that country. We shouldn't be talking about a bearing power plants collapsing or being shut down for maintenance, and then there will be darkness around the country. There should be a cutover or a layover or a transfer to another power plant that will continue to serve the country. Not when a bearing in Lagos just shut down because of maintenance, or it collapses due to poor maintenance, and then there will be no power supply in the country. It's ridiculous in my view. But anyway, the good news, we want the good news to keep rolling out and give the people some hope, give the people something to smile about during this festive period, and see how, 2024 is going to look like. Well, another good news is again that all renowned economists, including the pessimistic Rwani, is saying the economy will grow by 3.3% by 2024. World Bank, United Nations, they said it's 3.02, but Rwani is saying 3.3%. I think the federal government has said it's going to be 3.2 or 3.6. I'm forgetting the figure. So, but what it means is that our economy will grow. And why am I saying that growth, even vis-a-vis that as in 2024, that the world, the growth rate in the world is going to slow down, and it's been estimated that even within the oil industry, the demand will slow down. So, with that slowdown in world growth or world economic growth or trading, Nigeria is still expected to grow its economy. So, which means if the world is taking a pause, we are going to be going ahead of what is being estimated. And that's fantastic news if you ask me. That's great news. And one of the indicators they are saying is that we are implementing economic reforms like the subsidy removal and other economic reforms that are progressive enough and attractive enough to other investors. Like you can see, Shell is coming. Why Shell and Total Energy is because the president has removed the licensing fee that you pay if you want to take up contract, and also accelerating the process of contract licensing too. So it's now a boost for oil companies to begin to look at Nigeria and say, okay, those who are already investing in Nigeria will want to stay, and those who are not investing are looking at Nigeria and say, okay, let me go take a piece of the pie. Vis-a-vis all this, the administration of the Bola Ahmed Tinubu era looks like a progressive economic administration that is looking at trade, looking at business, looking at economics, and saying, yes, this is the road we travel on, and push the country forward in ensuring that at least investors come in, real investors, not just only real, but also portfolio investors, to see how employment opportunities can be improved on and increased. You understand? So it's all positive news if you ask me. 2024, can't wait to see how the Nigerian media space and the news politically, economically will begin to unravel certain things. And I'm hopeful, I'm being optimistic that we'll begin to see more news. And with what you said about the Onitsha seaport, that if you look, you will see August 31st. That seaport has been functioning. So which means there should be no complaint from the southeast, and the traders there can now go and get their products in. And there's something the president also promised the southeast, that if he wins and if they vote for him, despite the fact they didn't vote for him anyway, he said he was going to convert the southeast to Taiwan. So we want the president to begin to implement that economic exchange, economic commodity exchange board that he said he wants to do, and the 5 economic geo-economic growth that he was looking at doing within the geopolitical zones of the country. Let the president begin to implement that, so that we can all see collective growth spawning out of the country, because we need money. We are looking for money. We are looking for money.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Stay with us, Emeka. I still want to hear from you about the refinery and then the yuan exchange rate and all of that. But let me move the conversation around. Let me knock on Ekene's door again. If it's not there, go on to Ajande Koko. Ekene, are you with us now?
One man.
What's happened now? Look at that, eh? All that high neck is you were out celebrating Tinubu's free travel, Abi, and then you got drunk, eh?
You mean that if I get to the park to maybe go
if you get to the park now, you will just enter the luxury bus. Leave your wallet at home is what Tinubu is saying. Leave your wallet at home.
You just say those are
your president has covered it. Your president, eh?
He sure said those are borrow. We not use spanner to break my head.
And they will give them slap. You give them slap, saying my president has paid for it. My president has paid for it.
And they will ask you, did your president buy fuel? So 600 and something for them.
How is that news? How is that news being digested? Are people excited?
People are just laughing over it. It's not possible. It's not possible. You don't come on television and just speak things because you want to.
We want to make Nigerians happy. Those things are not
Have you been to the motor park to test it and it doesn't work?
Well, they say it's starting from tomorrow.
Yes.
But from the reaction of the park that stays around this area, go there and ask them now. They will tell you that Tinubu buy motor for me.
Exactly. Okay.
No, you know, Tinubu is not asking them to carry the cost. He's telling them to invoice the cost to the government.
Invoice the cost to the government to when nobody have in Nigeria. You don't have time for government. Which government? Invoice what? When are you going to get the payment? Maybe
Instantaneously. They've already
maybe to the end of the administration.
No, they've already agreed it with the road transport with the unions now. They've agreed it.
Well, man, let's say practical things. Those things are not practical. If you
talk
about the railway, I will agree. But the road transport, it's not practical. Those companies you see, you go to their website. Their prices are well mapped out now.
Yes.
I think one of the best of them, GUO, God is good, is about 43,000 or so. You want to enjoy a luxury. Those transport they have grades. So those 43,000, 30 something, depending on how you want to enjoy yourself. So you go to their website, their prices are there. So nobody have time for government to be coming and telling them to bring their invoice, this and all that. Now you buy motor for them. Now you buy fuel for them. These are the questions that are asking you as of today. You buy fuel for me. You buy motor for me. Who be Tinubu where they give me that order? So
no, I don't think their unions have explained it to them quite yet. All the garages, they've had meetings with the transport ministry and they've agreed. They are not saying that they should carry the cost. The government will carry the other. So you pay half and the government pays the other half for you.
Even when you say they have safe, when did we start traveling in Nigeria? At least, even during Buhari time, safe travel is not up to 15,000 naira. Now, when travel is 40,000 naira, you slash it half and make it 20,000. Does that make it cheap? Doesn't make it cheap. Now, many people can afford it.
It makes it better than having to pay 40,000, does it not?
My point is that it's not to be for that fare to get up to 20,000, 30,000 to 40,000 is very ridiculous. So when you make it half and still make it 20, it's still not for me. I'm looking one day when I will benefit something from Nigeria. I've not benefited any one of these palliative and all this from Nigeria.
You've not benefited from Nigeria. Your education, your wealth, everything you have.
I mean, all this palliative stuff now, when they say they want to transfer money, they want to, like, this transport system now.
It's not for people like you now, it's for poor people.
I've not benefited any. I'm looking for
it's not for billionaires now. What benefit does a billionaire want again?
So, forget that. Everybody like a wolf now. You see, my family have traveled since now, so there is nothing to benefit again.
Now do you want to remain for house?
Only me, as I did like this, only me there.
So now mama put you the chop now. No, nobody to go to the kitchen.
Nobody, everywhere just there dry.
Look at that. Don't worry. But when are you joining them?
Probably during Christmas, maybe 26 or 27.
All right. All right. I may well be contacting you about this initiative that we're doing because you'll be our man in the East. But I will say we'll talk about that offline. But what about this seaport now that are opening up in the Southeast? One is already working. Calabar is already working. Now Onitsha is working as well. So that surely is good news.
Definitely, but I think I'll have to visit that area. It's not far from me. So
Which one is not far from you, One?
this is Onitsha Seaport now.
Okay, take your phone with you and do a clip for us if you go there.
Yeah, I will try to do that.
Ekene, Onitsha River Port, they ship barges. So there's a difference. I mean, it's probably going to be barges. I don't know how to describe barge now. It's not going to. You don't expect to see a 200 feet ship. I mean, 200 meter long ship. Maybe small vessels with barges on them. If you know what I'm saying.
Those containers that come there, is it not stopover from Lagos Seaport?
They will move it from a seaport and then ship it inland through the river port.
Why can't they ship direct from China? Is it not possible?
Oh, off where Lobo to Waru. Anyway, continue.
Look at it. The reason why Lagos is already capacitated for the volume, and then there are different sizes of shapes. A lot of those medium to smaller size shapes, they can berth in places like One and places like that. But those industrial size shapes, they berth at the biggest port, which is in Lagos.
If that is the case, now it doesn't make any difference now. If they bet in Lagos and you transfer those small ones to their various areas, it's still Lagos Seaport they are using now. So I'm
No,
thinking.
I think the medium-sized ones to the smaller ones can still berth in One.
Well, my concern is that from China direct to Onitsha Seaport. That will make more sense. It's not to bet in Lagos to begin to distribute them. That's not. It's just like dispatch riders distribution. You go and send them message. Go and deliver to this person. Deliver to this person. So it's not making sense to me in that manner. So it's when I see it, when they say, when we contact our agents and they tell us we can now load from China direct to Onitsha, and we now see our warehouses in Onitsha, in Calabar, in many areas. There will be joy. We know how we do it now. So the agents from Onitsha will call you, man. Your goods just landed. Come and pick it. In so warehouse. Just like when it comes in Lagos, they will tell you come to so place. So that's how it works. So if it is to bet in Lagos and you carry it down to Onitsha, doesn't make sense to me, one man. It's still Lagos.
All right. And the refinery kicking off in Port Harcourt, does that make sense to you? Is that at least good news?
Yeah. I doubted them if they will really do this. They give us December deadline. So I pray that it's sustainable. I pray that it brings more revenue, more forests in Nigeria, because these are major source of revenue generation. So, but maintenance is our problem in Nigeria. I don't want them to make announcement just to make it to please Nigerians because they gave us December deadline. So they really need to make an announcement. And tomorrow they will tell you they are still fixing some things or they are still doing some maintenance. So let it be that it has started and it has started. That's a prayer of every Nigerians to see good news. So
you are right. Actually, that country has that habit of. Remember when Buhari went to commission Dangote refinery, and 8 months later, the guy is still making excuses.
That is the issue. Nothing surprise anybody in Nigeria again. So when we say we don't trust them, nobody should blame us. They have really dealt us in a manner that you don't really need to trust them. When your country can go and hire an aeroplane to tell you that you now have an airline, Nigerian airline. What does
I'm
it tell you?
surprised they've not yet arrested that guy. Why is he not under arrest?
These are the people that I thought that Tinubu would go after, because I know that guy squandered a lot of money in doing that nonsense. So these are the wastes that we see in our system. And when we see them and we say we don't trust, don't blame us. We see it every day. We see it every day. When you say you are distributing 25,000 naira, 30,000 naira, and I've never on the street one day see somebody that tell me federal government to wire 25,000 naira to me. I've never ever see it in my life. Since they say they distribute this at the out. Now only newspaper they read them.
Do you know any
Only
poor
for,
people? You don't know poor people now. That's the thing. Do you know poor people?
which one do you know? No, everybody complain for Nigeria now. Which one be poor people? How many? Which one be poor people? One man. Me, I know what I'm saying. I know what I'm saying. So you see, when our government, and that is why many people in Nigeria don't like this. This their manner of distributing this, distributing that. It's better you come and give us road. Very good infrastructure. Go to the east. Those highway, those Benin road that is very down. Put it for us so that whenever we are traveling, we'll be enjoying it. Give us electricity. These are major things. If you do it, you steal your money. Go. Just use those ones you use to share palliative. I don't know why they too like this palliative of a stuff. It too they sweet them. Upon that, nobody is enjoying it. So give us something that everybody will benefit. Everybody can benefit electricity. I don't even know this electricity. It has been down for almost 1 week now. I think we are going to have a good electricity for this Christmas. What? I don't know. Give us something that everybody will benefit. Good roads, electricity. Something beneficial to every individual. Boost our economy. So, I don't know. I don't know why Nigeria, the government is dealt in cheating Nigerians. Is it difficult to ask? It's not difficult to ask. It's a Nigerian that is working. It's not difficult for Nigerians to ask for. Let's forget about the economy. I don't know how they are going to do it, but let's see. You know, for me, I said I'm waiting for the implementation of 2024 budget to see how this economy will improve. Because as I'm talking to you today, this dollar is still going up and down. No stable economy. So you look at our location. You just read it now.
Hold on. When you say the dollar is going up and down, is it going up and down within a small margin, or is it going up and down by huge margins?
You know, it's still some time ago 1,950. Now it's about 1,002 something. You understand? So the economy is not.
So it's ebbing 10% either way. That's really what you're saying.
Yeah. You know, a few months ago we are trying to.
Yeah, but that's still within the margins of predictability now. It's still predictable now. If it's ebbing 5%, 10% either way, so that's still a predictable pattern.
It impacts a lot in the economy. It impacts a lot. It's too high. Sometimes 200 naira is too much to purchase a dollar. A few years ago in Nigeria, and you are talking about 1,002 something. That's very high. So for me, that economy is my major concern. If that economy is okay, everybody's things are moving. I'm not even concerned about what Tinubu is doing there. Just give us a stable economy. Give us electricity. Give us good roads. Give us good health care. Give us those basic amenities. Why is our government? Why are they not thinking towards that direction? Is it very difficult to ask for it? Nobody is telling them not to steal.
No, but they are working towards that direction now. Did you not hear what Emeka was just saying, that they are accelerating the electricity space? And you just saw Dave Umahi now commissioning the second Niger bridge. And you've seen the Port Harcourt refinery sparking up. I mean, what more can they can't fix everything yesterday? The rot in the system has been. I mean, what's your expectation?
My expectation is that at least before the end of this 4 years of Tinubu, at least, if not electricity, if not 24 hours, good number of hours a day. You see? So, but you just read it out. You confirmed it by yourself that you are not seeing any electricity in Nigeria in 4 years' time. But I pray that your prophecy didn't come to pass, so I reject it. But that's the reality of that that budget. You can center your mind on their priorities. You see that their priorities are not to the good of ordinary Nigerians. What are we going to benefit? It seems that some people are swear that Nigeria is not going to have electricity.
You shouldn't really get too carried away with the individual budgets of ministries. There are certain big projects that falls within the presidential catchment area, and electricity is one of them. Outside of that ministry, the government also has a centralized presidency activities around that space. That was what they were doing under Buhari's that was how they built the second Niger bridge. The presidency took it on personally. So there are certain projects that the presidency takes on personally. Yeah.
Okay, if they should, if that should be one, if the electricity should be one of them, then let them do it. Not nobody is telling them not to do the right thing. Everybody just asking them to do the right thing. So if that is what they can do to give us good hours of electricity per day, let them do that, because it seems that the electricity is even getting worse. Because those few months we are having it just maybe those are the raining season. But now everywhere is Harmattan and all that. The thing is even getting worse as it used to be a few months ago. Since this December self is worse than other months. So let them try on that. If that is what because I saw some APC guy criticizing that power minister, saying that he's the worst in this Tinubu cabinet. Even that is let him sack him now. The guy should be sacked, because I don't even that is such an important position. You don't need to make a mistake in appointment in that area. So you don't use that that position to play politics. Use it for intellectual, for serious-minded people that wants the country to work. So those are just like finance ministers and other ministers that you know that are still somehow good. You should have made good appointment in that electrical sector. Good appointment. Serious-minded people, not politicians. Is it that they swear that Nigeria will not have it? Is it something that I still want to understand? Is there individuals benefiting from Nigeria not having electricity? Because this is what other small country has done. It still baffles me. Small, all these Benin Republic, even though they don't have money, but the electricity, they have it. Is it did they swear for us in that aspect? I don't know. I want this country to work, because I'm not ready to move out from this country anytime soon. I just need to relax here and be enjoying myself. Nigeria is a sweet country. I just even when I went there yourself, I don't know how you people are relaxed, staying in another man's land when you have a good weather, because now we have a good weather here. No matter how the country is, you can go under the tree, you see fresh air. Open your with your tummy. You open everywhere. Fresh air will enter your body. You can sleep. You know.
Are you one of those are you one of those singlet people that you go and pull up your singlet in summer? Look at this guy.
Now, yes, now I can
bring me Pami.
Yeah, now go to the village, sleep under the tree. You see fresh air. How can you do it there? You cannot do it. You're always in the room now. One
You
man.
will get arrested if you do if you do that. If you do that, you will get arrested within 5 minutes.
That's all that. No, I don't like that. You can that those things are what makes Nigeria very exceptional. But our leaders are making it for us to see it as those things are not something to be enjoyable. Those things are good. It makes our country good. We have one of the best weather. We have good country. Secure our country. Nigeria na Olingo place, na place of enjoyment. If you make money in Nigeria, you will enjoy yourself. Not like America, all those areas. You make money in Nigeria, you eat good food, you drink good palm wine, you drink you take point and kill. Anyone you want. Fried fish, roasted fish, all those things. Enjoy yourself. Live a good
But
life.
they cost money now. They cost money for ordinary man.
Yeah?
How you want waiting be the enjoyment where they talk about when all those things they mention, it's not easy to come by. It's not affordable to poor people. Which enjoyment they where they talk.
No, it's affordable. It's affordable if not for the insecurity because most of the areas those fishermen, especially in my state, when you go to that Omambala area, Anam,
You don't talk
I am
now. You
alone.
don't talk. Say now. You don't talk am now. Say now security. They make am.
Yeah, that's the security be the problem now.
Now you no make am affordable now because it's too scarce to come by. Little one buy now, big money you go take buy am. Life no easy for poor man for that country. You where you dey do business, you different. People where they get salary, go ask them now. They go tell you how life be. You know they imagine how do they take their pikin go school with 30,000.
I know salary earner is very difficult because even those salary it has not their salary has not increased for years now.
Now those one you go take judge. You know be you where you dey run business, where you dey make money every day. Now those one, now them condition you go take judge how things bitter, they hard for that.
Definitely, I know Ajali Coco that salary and it's not easy to earn salary in Nigeria anymore.
All right, bring it to Mekene and then we're going to Ajale Coco.
One man, nothing to say much. It's just that anytime I come here, I just go down to listen because I'm just waiting for just few days to go to the village. I'm just passing my time. I mean, I told you I'm in a celebration mood, so nothing that bother me for now. Nigeria will be well. That's all. Thank you.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Thank you. Can I stay with us? Ajale Coco, you're up next. Ajale Coco, we just heard from you now. All right, let's go to Patoski. Patrick, hopefully you're there. Patoski. Am I even? Oh yeah, you are there. So Patoski, good to have you. So to the conversation. I thought we would be in a more celebratory tone in the course of this conversation. The Port Harcourt refinery on stream, the government incentivizing travel and giving people a Christmas package, Onitsha seaport now ready for use, all of that. I thought that was a directional travel of good news, but the conversation is saying otherwise. What says you, Patrick? Patrick, can anyone still hear me?
Yeah. I can hear you, man.
All right.
I can also hear you, Woma.
All right, Patrick, we can't hear you. So let's go to Baba. Baba.
Yes, woman. Thank you.
Good to have you, Baba. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. I salute you all. I've enjoyed a couple of days, last few days, actually listening in the background and enjoying how people are scoring their points and stuff like that, and also the bass booze and everything. It was a learning uh, process for me actually to read the mind of people, how people think and things like that. So nice. I salute you all. As usual, Oga, Ola, and how you are entertaining me as I do every evening. They are a distraction now because in reading what they are writing, I'm not listening with rapt attention to what the panelists are saying. And they are saying some good stuff, actually. So I thank you all. Please like, share, and subscribe to this program. But the most important thing right now to do is to click on the like button so to up the ante. Thank you very much, woman.
All right. Thank you, Baba. So to the conversations.
Yes, I think I will start with the refinery thing. I'm not going to eat my words yet. And when I'm ready to eat it, when it's performing correctly, optimally.
Were you skeptical about it?
Oh, I came here strongly, not believing that it's going to work. I'm not alone in that boat. We have Baba OBJ with me and a lot of engineers. I bought into that and I'm still pinching myself. I'm not buying in 100% because the refinery will still be handled by the same people who knows how to run it down. It's almost brand new reformers and everything. They will be turning out unleaded fuel. And the flaring shows that already they are doing a test run. So by the end of January, if everything worked perfectly, we should be having the first liter of PMS coming out of that place. Though it is small, it's just a capacity, I think it's about 60,000 barrels a day. But it is still something. So something to celebrate about. So if it happened, that will be about same time Dangote will be turning its own products out. And one interesting thing, actually, uh, why we should be optimistic about our economy actually is what a maker actually brought to the fore a couple of days ago. I think that was when Ijele was on the program when he talked about the top 10. No, when is it okay? I don't believe you. Njenje was on the program when he asked him pointedly, what are the 10 top products, import products that eat up our foreign currency, and he couldn't answer that. He didn't even try because he doesn't know. And Emeka actually pointed it out. I hope he was listening then and knows definitely that if these refineries put those things out of the purview of our import bills, then we will coast home dry. I'm very, very confident about that because all these things right now, because we don't have all these refineries working, every single thing, be it grease, be it brake oil, flush oil, otherwise, we import everything. But when we start turning this thing out right now, those things will be off our plates when we talk about imports bill. So we will have enough money, actually. And I'm optimistic. It's just that for me, those refineries should be sold right now, even like yesterday, because we are not good at handling this thing. Even government should not be in business. It is not a business of government to be in business. We know ourselves. So we have to sell these refineries put the monies to good use. Let's put the monies to good use so that let this oil thing be out of our on our plates, and let's focus on education, providing water for people adequately. Let's have some good, decent life for our folks. That is it. And I hear every time electricity, 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 electricity. And I start to wonder, how much do we even pay for this electricity? Because as we speak right now, the government is still subsidizing electricity because they of course generate it and hand it over to the distributors. But the government generates electricity. It's not private yet. So they have to off their hands on all those things. Right now, a lot of people don't even know Lagos or know what is happening. So the Lagos they know is the area where they live and where they have their businesses or offices. In highbrow area of Lagos, electricity is being supplied by private energy companies, and they are paying the appropriate international price. This what they use per kilowatt every day. I mean, how could they survive when we pay ordinarily 23 naira per kilowatt per hour? 23 naira, which is 0.029 cents.
Don't accuse me.
It's not even up to 1 cent. While in other advanced countries, they pay 15 cents per kilowatt per hour. So compare and contrast. So we want freebies. Because readily today, there are badges, mega badges overseas ready to be pushed down here, to be piloted down here, piped into a gas line, or being supplied by a badge leading with AGO. Connected to the grid, voila, they are supplying. This could be done even within 60 days, but can we pay? So they are not interested in coming unless we are ready to pay the appropriate price. And Good 18 is talking about Abuja being in charge of electricity. Abuja is no more in charge of electricity. They've devolved it down to the states. So talk to your state governor. Talk to your state governors. Leave the federal government alone to do other things, even including your railway. Including your railway, you've been involved. People are moving on. Hold your state government responsible for that. It's no more on the plate of the federal government. Electricity, and those states that have visions are working hard at it right now as we speak to make sure their people get proper supply of electricity. Because I'm one of the people who believe that if we get electricity, Nigerians know how to work out money. Those frying puff, maybe they do a bag of flour a day, they could be doing 2 flours. Those selling fish, will fry plenty of fishes because they'll be using gas and stuff like that. So everybody will wake up, fold their sleep, put their shoulder to wheels, and work very hard because the fuel price for generator running and the cost of maintaining the generator will be off also their plates. So they just connect and pay. So that is it, because everything is federal government, but they are devolving, and more will be off the plate of the federal government, actually. Then for this transport thing, I think it's a very, very bad idea. If they had done it for
bad idea. You think it's a bad idea? I thought you would be on board with it.
Federal government owns the train, so you can control what you own. Don't put premium on things you don't have, which you cannot control. You don't run public transport, interstate public transport buses. So don't lie down and allow yourself to be effed. That is what they are doing right now, because we know what will come out of this. Some people will refuse to carry anybody at half price. And at the end of the day, when they tell them, okay, bring your bill, they will be the first to produce 600 million naira bill to the government. We will not be there when they will be receiving their payments. And these same people will still come out to badmouth the government, while they are one of those people who are actually undoing the government. So that's why I call it a very, very bad idea. Maybe they should have find a way to, if they have averagely 25,000 for everybody, let them put it on their salaries. They will have put it on everyone's salary, spread the goodies. Because right now, with this private interstate public transport business owners, it's just a way, another way to El Dorado for them. You will see when government eventually announce that, oh, we reimburse these people with so much billions, and you'll be wondering what happened. They will smile to their banks. It might take time before they receive their money, because that's always been their excuses of businessmen who say, why wouldn't I inflate it? Because before I get paid now, it will be another 6 months, another 9 months, and stuff like that. That's why I say it's a very, very bad idea. I'm very angry at it. That why should they, allow themselves to be effed like this? I don't know the enthusiasm that drove this policy. It's not very good. It doesn't look good at all, as far as I'm concerned. Yes, woman. Any other topic?
All right. Have you spoken to the refinery? You've spoken to that. What about the debt profile of the country? 87 trillion naira.
Look, we don't owe anything. You don't owe anything. We are viable. We are very viable people. So we have good ratings. I mean, it's part of business life these days. You want to go into business with anybody, you want to know their credit rating, or they bring their credit rating to the table so that you get a good bargain. So if we are owing this is nothing. Compare this to Argentina. Compare this to Singapore, Malaysia, or Thailand. Even Brazil, side by side, if you look at it, our debt to GDP ratio, if we use the external debt, not the internal one. The internal one, definitely.
The internal one is still money owed. I don't know why you are trying to.
It is still money owed, but let them wait. It's about the same thing we are talking about transport. They will wait. They will get their money. Those are inflated or overinflated bills they've given the government. We have no quarrel because we can't prove it. But if your 1 billion can turn to a 9 billion invoice, and wait for 1 year to get your money. The profit is still there, more than enough for you. So let them stay. But the external debt, if you work that external debt to the GDP, is nothing. We are still under borrowing. But then the thing is, you don't borrow to chop. You borrow to help production. You borrow to help production. If you use the money to do any certain project like road or bridges or anything, toll the roads. Toll the roads. You have subsidiary roads, you can use it. It will take a longer route, there'll be traffic there. But if you want to expeditiously, speedily reach where you are going, please pay some 100 or 200 naira and cross over. We have to learn how to live if we have to catch up with developing world, because as far as I'm concerned, we are underdeveloped. We are underdeveloped. They've put it in our head that we are a rich country. In my own reckoning, we are not a rich country. We are rich in resources, but the quality of our life, our living, is still substandard. So I think we can borrow. So I don't think, and to borrow it particularly, even if we go to IMF, I think we have drawing rights still intact by being a contributor to IMF World Purse. So we have our drawing rights, IDR. so we can draw from them to get very World Bank to get very cheap interest rates. And if we have to go to the private sector, I think we're a very good bright. I don't think anybody will refuse us, particularly when the people that are ruling us today are business people and laser focused on making the country to grow profits. So I don't think so. I don't think our debt is too much. We have very broad shoulders to carry these debts right now. But there's something I observe of late, actually, from most of the panelists and even the comment section. I think the rise of Buhari's profile, if I may put it that way.
Yes,
and
Buhari
I'm
has suddenly become a new. It's unbelievable.
I call it one of the wonders of the world. And Buhari said it, didn't he? He said it before.
He said, when I go, you will miss me, Abi.
Exactly. Because you mentioned this now, oh, it's Buhari. You mentioned that, oh, it's Buhari. Excuse me?
You know, Baba, what struck me is how people are people are more interested in attributing credit rather than acknowledging the development. So they are saying to you, oh, this refinery that is kicking off in Port Harcourt is not Tinubu, is Buhari. But whether it's Tinubu or Buhari, the country gains is more really that we are advancing rather than who gets the attribution. And I'm sure Tinubu's projects will come on stream in the course of his administration. But it's just that now continuity in governance, which is something that we've never really had at any point in time. Everybody comes in and they abandon everything and start a new set of white elephant projects. So we're now seeing continuity is more really the thing.
Yes, I'm happy about that, and I think I learned also that the Lagos-Ibadan Express Road, I think, will be okay in another 30 days or so, and I think I'm waiting to hear from the new Buharists. I will call them that way, who will attribute it. Yes, he did it, but if, like every other government we had previously, had stopped, they could have stopped also and left it to rot.
You know, Baba, people complain about the APC government, but big ticket items are being ticked off. A new terminal built in Lagos. It's twice now that Mike has traveled to Nigeria and recorded that. So that's that. There's two rail lines completed. The first one was under Goodluck Jonathan. So the Kaduna Abuja one, but certainly the Lagos Ibadan one. And then the second Niger bridge has been completed. The Lagos Ibadan Expressway that's been completed. These are big infrastructural ticket items being ticked off.
Exactly. Do you know trains are now working from Tinkan Port, taking containers as far as Oyo State?
Well, that's the plan, isn't it? Because there's a dry port in Oyo.
Even to take to the north, you understand, but it's something. But nobody is saying that. Nobody wants to know that. It's all the negatives. We know exactly how
there's
to propagate.
There's an intra-city metro system in Lagos.
Don't even go there.
Within the APC space, I mean, sometimes we have to pause for a moment and acknowledge
No,
some of
a lot of people, what I've discovered, look at, as we speak right now, people,
they say they are stealing
Banana
all the money.
Banana Island, Ogudu, Lekki Phase 1, and a couple of places where the private energy providers are working and they are paying the optimal kilowatt price. They are having power 24 hours of the day. Call anybody you know. But some people stay in Ebutemeta, their office is in Yaba for a whole 1 week. They don't go anywhere. When last did they visit Mushi? When last did they go to Alakbere or Ilubirin? Because when we talk about Lagos, it's not about the island. Who knows Ilubirin? Who knows the talk inside around there? Who knows Abule Edu after Bariga? Lagos is small on the map, but it is big. It's not a place you can traverse every day because there are a lot of things to be seen. So it's where you stay, you know. But it's not that is not the only Lagos or part of Lagos. Lagos is big in its own right, and a lot of stuff going around Lagos. The axis of the Dangote refinery, how long have people not been there? Do they know how it is today? Do they know the Lagos International Airport is the sword or the sword has been broken, or how did they put it? That's it. The Lagos International Airport, owned by Lagos State government, and the Fort Mainland Bridge, the one that goes round and surrounds Lagos through Ijede and Egbe up to Ikrudu, circulate around to Badagry area and coming back. That is on PPP. So a lot of things going on. So also in Ogun State and everything. And I'm sure that, but like I used to say, Toba Wemo, Kojire Lokbole, Toba Abrikutu, Kojire ni Ikbo Aresa. How did they say? As far as the Southwest Bati Jire Abushe Bushe, as far as I'm concerned, those who don't want to see anything shouldn't bother themselves. Shouldn't bother themselves. So these are the things that are really going on. And people should start, because that one, Kulata was even saying, Kulata is not talking about Port Harcourt is working. Check Lloyd's register of shipping. Port Harcourt port is working. And when your place is inland water, you don't expect an ocean-going vessel to come into the inland. Did they know the draft of the Niger River? The Niger River cannot even take a ship of dead weight of 3,500. To break it down, it is the depth of the ship we call a draft, so that your chest doesn't go aground. A vessel goes by the depth of the water. That is why Dangote's put his single point mooring almost 20 kilometers off the refinery, because those are VLCC, very large crude carriers. They can't come into Lagos waters. So when you have a dry port or an inland port, the vessel stays somewhere, either anchored off midstream, and then they use self-propelled pontoons or barges, or you have tugboats that pushes a pontoon or a barge to get your own cargo out and bring it to the dry port in your area nearest to you. So you go there and clear it. You don't expect a vessel that is 150 meters long and having a draft of 25 or 30 meters to come into a Niger River. It's not going to happen. It's not possible. Even dredging will not bring that kind of vessel to inside Niger River. So if people are talking, let them talk from an informed position about what they are talking about. So these are standard shipping practices all over the world. Port Harcourt port is working. I have not checked Calabar, but Port Harcourt is working. So if you don't import, because when you go to Taiwan now or go to anywhere, port of discharge, you feel Lagos. So your cargo will be put on a vessel headed for Lagos. If you feel Port Harcourt, that is the vessel they will put it on and bring it to Port Harcourt. So it's your choice. It is your choice. As an importer, you choose the port you want your cargo to go to. It has nothing to do with the government. So if you import and say port of discharge destination is Lagos Port, that is where they will discharge it. If you say it's Port Harcourt, that's where they will take it to. If you say it's Calabar, if Calabar is functioning, they will wait until the time they have enough cargo for Calabar before your goods will move. Because you don't expect a vessel to move with empty hatches. It's not going to happen because it's for profit organization. So that's how these things work. No excuses. And yesterday we were talking about the drug term something. What we don't realize, everybody wants to blame China for bringing in fake things to the country. China doesn't bring fake things to Nigeria. When you go to a Chinese manufacturer, because they are not like the advanced countries where everything is harshly regulated. All you go to is you pick, let's say, okay, a drug, let's say tetracycline drug, for instance. We know the standard. You have the license. Also, they have the license to manufacture. But the strength of the components is saying 10 milligram. And you tell them, say, no, I can't afford 10 milligram. Can you make it 5 milligram and label it 10 milligram? The Chinese factory owner will agree. It has to come from you, the importer. That's the only bad side of China. They will do it for you and label it 10 milligram, while the strength is 5. So nobody should be blaming China except for maybe regulatory purposes. It is what you ask for, they manufacture for you. It's as simple as that.
Baba.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think you are right, dear. It's what you demand that China gives to you.
Thank you, my brother.
Even in electronics. But
Exactly.
the problem is, many people don't know that Nigeria don't have the capacity to afford most of those quality stock. So you look at your environment, you know what people can afford before you make demand.
True.
That is the issue. Because it's just like, let me take a television for example. When you say original LG 32 inches, it's about 170,000 in the market. That's original. It's not that it's not in the market, yo. Baba, if you come, I will take you where
we see it now. We see it. We know.
So when you come to Nigeria, just like we are talking about civil servants, how many people can afford it? That except people that wants to use original. And when you go to China, you tell them, if I import this original, it will not be movable. The thing will be too long in my warehouse. So I want something
too
that can sell
expensive.
fast and return my money. And China will do another LG with lower quality that you can get for 60,000 naira. Just check it. 170 minus 60,000. Check the discount. And it's not that one you call fake. It will work. Some will even last up to 5 years, 4 years.
It's not fake. It's just reduced strength.
It just reduces strength. And the only good thing about it is that you have maybe the pass. When they import it, they also import the pass. It doesn't take much electricity. The board are there, so that when your own have fault, maybe the board or screen gets spoiled, you can easily come to the market and replace it. You continue to use your television.
But Kene, that's not
So
what
that's
we
how
are
it
saying.
works.
Kene, can you hear me? Yeah, what we are saying is that go to China, buy 5 milligram of maybe tetracycline, for example, and name it 5 milligram. If it's 10 milligram that I want, I'll buy 2 of that. So don't now put LG, whereas that thing is not LG. I'm not against them making an inferior product, but let them not label it as
Thank you.
inferior product.
Fake is
That's what
fake.
we are fighting. That's what we are fighting. Let
Thank
me
you
tell
very
you
much.
the danger in that when it comes to drug. with respect to that.
Yeah.
Somebody needs maybe 10, let me finish. Somebody needs 10 milligram of a particular drug. Now, is that it's an emergency situation? He goes to the hospital. The hospital doctor writes 10 milligram. Do you know that these people that are selling this fake drug, they will sell that 5 milligram at the price of 10 milligram to that patient? The patient will take that drug to the hospital. The doctor will inject him and be waiting for response, whereas that guy is dying. That is wicked. That's
Well, that
wicked.
Wickedness.
You inject ordinary water. You have ordinary water in a bottle as a particular injection. The doctor assume it is correct. The doctor gives the nurse, please admit, please, how do I put it now? Administer this to this patient. The nurse administers, and everybody thinks now, let's just wait for reaction, not knowing there is water that's gone into that person. That is wicked. It is not the idea. If it is, tell us what is there.
Wickedness.
It's 5 milligram. Tell us.
Mr.
Don't sell it
Mr.
as
Patoski,
don't label it 10.
in medication is very bad. I agree. I
No, it's
agree
bad
on
in
what.
every realm. It's bad in every realm. It's
Everything
bad
is
in
bad.
every
No,
realm.
Everything is
no,
bad.
let me even give you a
It's
scenario.
bad in every
Many,
realm.
many years ago,
Every,
a woman gave birth in a private hospital, and the afterbirth was not coming out. And usually they give them an injection once the baby is out for the afterbirth to come out flawlessly, smoothly. They give him an injection. So this doctor gave the woman injection. The afterbirth didn't come out. He was curious. He gave the woman second one. It didn't come. So when he was about to administer the third one, a consultant came and said, "Do you want to kill the woman? You've given," and he said, "Look, I've given her 1, 2, but this thing is not coming out." Then the consultant said, "Let me see the vial." Then he looked at the vial, and it's a big hospital. So they take that vial straight to the laboratory, and they found out that it's not the real medicine they put in there. The woman died.
so you
Can you imagine that?
The
Can you
woman
imagine
died.
that?
But then when they talk about this restrictive this thing, because in my state, I know my state well, this fake drink, all this thing has been happening since the 1990s. And it's not restricted to an area alone. Ekene will know where we call the barracks, the Ojo barracks. If you go inside that barracks, when you see where they are manufacturing fake drinks, Koinak, you will not believe it. Inside that barrack at Onireke, that bus stop next to Ojo, near Volkswagen, inside the barracks. Then you go to trade fair. You go to Alaba Ragu.
Even
and all the rest.
Even all
It's
this
all over
organic
Nigeria.
soap and all this organic those stuff, those things are not normal. But Baba, I buy your idea. It's not that I'm not supporting anyone doing fake medicine because that and that is why you see in other countries, it's like that that medical stuff. You cannot just walk into any pharmacy and just get it with that doctor's prescription and all that. But you see, in Nigeria, everywhere is nurse, chemist, and all that. You see, at a point, I was thinking that these drugs, we don't have malaria drugs again in Nigeria and typhoid medicine. If I will drink, nothing will work. I just have to take injection.
Many years ago, when this thing we are talking, this is even in the 80s. I won't mention the states, but a friend took me to a friend's house. It was during weekend. We have enough time on our hands. I know that person, but it's not my friend. But it's my very close friend that took me to just for the. And when we got there, inside the compound, there were 2 basins filled with yellow side of a capsule, and another one filled with red side of a capsule. And right in the middle of the basin, there is a powder. Even children, you pick the red, you dip it, Just boom, inside the powder. You use the yellow to cap it. You throw it into another basin. Antibiotic. That was the first time I saw this. And I'm talking about late 80s. I pinched my friends. What's going on here? As far back as 80s. So it is not to this thing.
It's also, you see, just
Baba, sorry, Baba, you have just learned how to manufacture now. So why didn't you, within a few minutes, you have already learned how to manufacture drug now. So why didn't you go and invest?
The things I've seen
but
in
Baba,
our country.
those pharmacies, they have their certificate, all those stuff. Why is government regulatory body not monitoring those? So is it just to get those certificates? Even
We
in
don't
my
have
street here,
enough
even in my
regulatory
street,
body.
even in my street here, you cannot just come and open a chemist shop. But you see, people, they will just they will open in the night. I mean, they will open in the night, close in the morning. If you ask
Those
them,
chemist boys,
yeah.
again, those
So
boys,
what is the government
they
doing?
even the
This they are
street
where the
people, we the
regulatory body have to
citizens,
come in.
they will tell you if you go to Kechuku, if you what's the word? If Okechuku mix malaria medicine for you, that's what we citizens, that's what we say. The chemist boy will give injection. A friend has lost the mother like that in Asaba in the 80s too, just like that.
The problem is poverty.
Listen, let me tell you this story so that everybody should learn.
Is that not what happened to Mobad as well? Mobad.
No, wait, woman, this story is very good for everybody to learn. This a very rich guy, Asaba guy, big boy in Lagos. They are from Asaba. The grandmother stays there in a very big house with the grandchildren. One morning, she was not feeling fine and asked one of the grandchildren to escort her to a chemist. They went there and they gave the woman, the chemist boy gave the woman an injection. The woman collapsed and died. This chemist boy did not say anything. He panicked. Meanwhile, the grandchild, all these small children, has played. Didn't see grandma, went back home. When it was night time, the chemist boy dumped the woman in the bush. It was people, when they didn't see the woman, they even called the first son in Lagos. We didn't see Mama. And we say, what happened? They started panicking, went around Asaba and everything, Irebisi roadside. That's what happened. And throughout daybreak, they didn't see. It was people going to the farm in the morning that saw the corpse of the old woman. It was when they started interrogating the children that grandchild now said he went with Mama to so and so place. That was how this boy was arrested. That was how this boy was arrested. So this thing has been with us a long time. We were not paying attention. We are not paying attention because all the regulatory bodies don't have enough personnel.
Baba, that's Baba. If there is the only thing I can take from in our system is just, one time one of my brother like that directed me, tell me that if I want anything, I should go to all this government hospital. Even if they don't have that medicine, let them just prescribe to me and direct me where I will get it. And it has been working. To tell you that even the original ones are there, but it is the affordability of it. You understand? So one time I was using one particular type for the medicine and all that. It's not working at all. Until I get to the pharmacy, I call the woman, I tell her, Madam, this one medicine not the work. Does it mean that you don't have any other medicine in this your pharmacy? The woman tell me we have, but it's called. I tell her it's not the price. Just give me something that will work. So when she got it, she gave me. I took it home. In fact, since I started taking that medicine, I've not been down, typhoid and all that. Those things are
So
disappeared.
you have been doing self-medication. You have been doing
It is very bad,
self-medication.
Mr. Kene. Self-medication is very
Yes,
bad.
now that's how
Meanwhile,
we see it here.
Baba, I want to ask you something. You know, this regulation
What
that
else
we
do
are
they do
talking
in
about
Nigeria other than
I
with
don't
this?
weed,
know.
but
What do you want me to do?
Baba, do you know that some of these people, some of these chemists that you have seen, they will go and meet a pharmacist that is not practicing. They will collect his certificate and use the certificate to register their own chemists. I don't know
Well,
if you are
because
aware of that.
that's what we do. That's what everybody does. These
So
pharmacies,
all those chemists that you
they
have
append
seen,
their
they
signatures
claim they
and
have a resident
annual money,
pharmacist.
annual fee.
Well, the only thing I know is that they have their
They will
certificate.
not
You
be giving the
cannot
guy
just
some
open a
money.
pharmacy in Nigeria. You cannot open a pharmacy in Nigeria without having a certificate. So for me, I'll
They
still
will be using
blame
somebody's
the,
certificate.
the regulatory bodies. They are not doing enough. It's just like when Dolak Winyili was the NAFDAC chairman and all that. Many people, she died because of a lot of people think she's taking them out of business and all that. She died, and when you see her die like that, when government appoint you in that position, you need to be careful. They don't have to play along but government have to help them, give them more protection because their work is delicate.
It's dangerous. Their work is
It's dangerous
dangerous.
job.
Nobody
So
want.
government
I
needs to
mean, she had
give
died
them
now. What did she die for?
just
What did
to
she die for? Nothing. The business
nothing,
goes on as usual.
So
People
the
still
government
do
needs
the
to
thing.
give them a very bad. Since she died, I never heard of any other NAFDAC chairman. I don't even know if we will still have that body again.
No, there is a
If we still
woman
have,
there. The woman is
I
trying, but
know,
she's just risking
but
her
you
life
don't
for
hear
nothing.
about her. She just relax. You can't compare her with that
As for
dollar
me,
picture.
seeing what fake drug has done to people, I have my mother still living. She's 90 plus, but I don't take chances. I don't take chances because you have to pay.
All right, bring it on, Baba, and then we try John Lekoko again, see if he's ready for us now.
Yes, one man. So let's give the government kudos. They are trying and everything, but no one should expect that the petroleum price will come down grossly. It's not going to come down, maybe a 50 naira off, because of the only gain we have right now is on the freight. That is the only gain on the freight and few of the taxes, which are 0 point something percent. So there is nothing, but at least we have constant supply and ease of supply. And then we have to rearrange, maybe because of the trailer, the volume of trailers on our road. I think our trailers should only be allowed to ply our roads, maybe starting from 2300 hours and stopped at 0500 hours in the morning, so that the private people can have enough space to move around. It is even dangerous because there has been a lot of tanker explosion in Nigeria in the last couple of months. To put an end to that, let every truck of a certain size, starting from a certain size, to start only plying the road, whether you are carrying water, petroleum products, or goods and things like that, from 11 p.m. enter road, by 5 park, and wait till 11 p.m. again. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Thank you, Baba. So that's Baba. You've missed his voice, and there he is back again. So thank you, Baba. So Baba, we make our way to Ajanle Koko, but on our way to Ajanle Koko, let me just do a bit of administrative stuff. Our one man went to more level up outreach, which we ran. We were after £1,000. We got £955. The last contributor to that space, she did it at the last minute, was Fumi Lola Dada. So Fumi Lola Dada came in with £50. So that's Fumi Lola Dada right there. So thank you, Fumi Lola. And just to tell you where the situation is, so Fumi Lola Dada took it to £885. £855, which you're seeing on your screen. Add 100 to that, which was donated privately, so £955. So we're in the process of trying to withdraw that now. So this now is telling you that it's in the process of transfer, which has not completed yet. So that will be £826.95. And then still being processed is £1.70. An administrative charge has been applied of £26.35. So we're in the process of trying to withdraw the money now so it can be distributed as intended. So thank you to everyone that participated in that. So let's make our way then to Ajanle Koko as the conversation carries on. Ajanle Koko, hopefully you're there now. Ajanle Koko.
Yeah, one man.
Yes. So Ajanle Koko, let me kick you off with this government initiative. So 50% of travels by public transport, 100% of travels by rail transport from the 21st of December to the 4th of January. So that's the Tinubu initiative. But people were querying how it will work, but they are now coming out with the details of how it does work. So let me take you to Bayo Ononuga's Twitter page. So the bus travels are participating companies in the federal government's plan to reduce the transport burden of traveling 5 million Nigerians. So these are the companies then that are signed up to that initiative. GIG, God is Good, which is a transport organization, Chisco Transport, which of course are transport organization, The Young Shall Grow, which we all know, God Bless Ezen Wata, and then area mottos. So that is those are the 5 companies then that are part of that initiative. And the traveling routes, so established traveling routes as well. So these are the traveling routes that the government is paying for. Lagos Kano, so that's one. Lagos Abuja 2, Lagos Kaduna Zaria, Lagos Jos, Lagos Enugu, Lagos Onitsha, Lagos Owerri, Lagos Aba, Lagos Abakaliki, Lagos Unzuka, Lagos Uyo, Lagos Port Harcourt, Lagos Kano, Onitsha Kano, Onitsha Lagos. So these are the return journeys now, I suspect. Onitsha Kano, Onitsha Lagos, Onitsha Jos, Onitsha Abuja, Onitsha Sokoto, Onitsha Gombe, Onitsha Zakabiam, Onitsha Owerri, Aba Kano, Aba Owerri, Abuja, Aba Lagos, Abuja Sokoto, Abuja Lagos, Abuja Onitsha Owerri Port Harcourt, Abuja Enugu / Abakaliki, Abuja Gombe, Abuja Kano. So those are the routes. 5 million people being moved by the government in the course of this festive season. Ajanle Koko, people feel it's a bad idea.
Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. Yeah, it sounds very good. It look like
maybe he's sleeping or.
I'm not sleeping.
It's driving. Can you not hear the wind in the background? It's driving more like far from sleeping. Ajanle Koko, carry on.
Yes, thank you, one man. You can easily know when somebody is driving. So it sounds very good, and it's going to relieve a lot of pains and hardship, high cost of transportation, particularly this Christmas season. So, but looking at it from a constitutional point of view, I think it is illegal. This kind of religious traveling subsidy.
So sorry, Ajanle Koko. I beg. Sorry to break your flow, But just looking at the readout, does it not sound like a southeastern bribe? Lagos Enugu, Lagos Onitsha, Lagos Owerri, Lagos Abaleke, Lagos Nzuka, Lagos. Is this not a southeastern bribe? Is Tinubu trying to bribe the southeasterners?
Oh yeah, that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to do something so that to woo them to start to like him.
That's what I think too.
To start to believe in the government, that the government care for them, the government really want to, give them the kind of a hand of friendship, to them, and starts to divide them against each other. That, oh, this man that you are saying is a bad man, doesn't like the Easterner. Look at him. He provided, first time in the history of Nigeria, he's providing subsidy for the transportation costs.
But I feel marginalized now. What about, I feel marginalized. What about Lagos Ibadan? I don't get anything. What about that? What about Lagos Ibadan?
Look, one man.
Lagos Abeokuta. Nobody traveling.
Nobody. Look, let me tell you, it's illegal. It is. Looking at it from the point of constitution, like I said, it's illegal to spend public fund on any religious purposes. And this is what they're trying to do. For religious purposes, they're spending our money to satisfy Christians to travel from Lagos to the east and other parts of Nigeria. It is wrong. So when the Ilda Kabir come in, they're going to do the same. So as those that are traditionalists, when they are doing Odogun or what is others, this thing, would they do the same for them?
Osun Festival.
Osun Festival. Would they do the same for them? This is illegal and wasteful, a wasteful venture by the government. It's totally irresponsible as far as I'm concerned. It is wrong. Let us call it what it is. People that want to travel already prepare themselves that they want to travel to their home, to their homeland, to enjoy themselves for the Christmas. This is not the first time they're traveling. Yes, we are facing hardship in the country, but it is based, this financial assistance is based on religious reason. And Constitution of Nigeria it does not allow that. When will we start to obey the law of the land? What Tinubu is trying to do is a total disobedience to the law, to the Constitution of Nigeria. And they have to stop this nonsense. They will spend money to sponsor people to Hajj, spend money to sponsor to Jerusalem. When have they spent money to Babalawo in Yoruba land to travel to Brazil to go and teach them Ifa religion or to any other part of the world where they practice Ifa? When have they done that in that country? So this religious traveling subsidy is I oppose it, and I don't think it's going to work out easily because it's an emergency, announcement. They never prepare for it. Did they have budget for it in the first place? Did they make budget provision for it? Where are they going to source the money from? Where is the money coming from? It's a lot of things that have been done.
It comes under miscellaneous now, miscellaneous.
Oh, miscellaneous. Miscellaneous that should have been, used on something meaningful for productivity. Like, okay, let me suggest something alternative. If federal government say every student in federal school, they give them free tickets with limited amount on monthly basis to travel from their schools to anywhere, maybe from their hostel to the campus, or maybe to their home, or from their home to the school, that would have been better. That is productive because you are investing in the future of those children and you are relieving their parents from excessive expenses that they did not bargain for, because the high cost of living now that we are facing as a result of subsidy removal, we didn't bargain for it. The government came, they said they are not giving us anything. So if the government is giving us something that is productive, that will be meaningful, that we create, that will give relief for students to travel, give them tickets issued by the school, by the government via their school, and every transporter is compelled to have a kind of scanner that they can scan anytime that they want to travel from one point to the other. And the moment it's scanned, it will read some income for them. And at the end of the day, and at the end of the month, they can know how much income they make through that program, and government will issue them check. That is the way you create productivity in an economy. But this free stuff for religious reason, I don't get it. I don't get it. So I totally oppose it. I think it is wrong.
But
We
how
cannot
is that
continue to spend.
different from what they have done now? Apart from the fact that okay, that your own idea is to the school and this one is to the general public. So why is that
Okay,
different from what they have done
it's
now?
different. It's different
How?
because that one is invested on education
Okay,
of
because
our youth.
you have invested it on students, right?
Hold on, is invested on education.
Students. So
The
if students
constitution
want to
allows.
travel now, this weekend, this
Hold on.
period, will student not enter bus too? Will student not travel from Kano to Lagos? Will student not be involved? Will lecturers not be involved? With you are looking at it as if it's only Christians that travel. Will Muslims also not travel around? With herbalists and naturalists not travel around? Are they only traveling for Christmas? Are they not also traveling for New Year? Are people not going to move around?
Okay, one
So
man just
is that not
said
better than all the
was
money?
just
This money
asking
they are
for
going to spend on
traveling
this
for
thing.
also.
It's not even up to 1/10 of what they are spent to buy car for National Assembly. This one is coming to the general
Mr.
public.
Pato, let him land now. Let him land, Mr. Patoski. Let him land. Let him land, please. Please. Thank you.
But it's cool. You see, that one is tied. The one I'm just suggesting is tied on education. This one is tied on religion, and the constitution does not allow our fund or does not allow us to spend public fund on religious purposes. So it is clear we should channel our resources on what is meaningful, that will make meaningful impact in the life of the people, particularly in the life of our youth that are the future leader of Nigeria. We should start investing on them for them to start believing in their country. That is how you give them, you invest in them, you give them, that assurance that the country believes in them. And they will not lose support for the country because they will be patriotic to the country. But when you don't give them anything, how do you want them to believe in the country? They will never believe in the country that doesn't give them anything. But if you give them a card that they can use to take transport for free. I mean, that will solve a lot of, I mean, going from one place to the other for their research, for anything. They don't have to worry about transportation. Transport costs takes a lot of expenses now from the budget of all these children. It takes a lot. So how would the government assist the children, I mean our youth, give them relief in that transportation cost? No, I totally disagree with this because it's tied on religious, and the Constitution does not allow that. So that is my reason. If the Constitution allows it, I won't have problem with it. But Constitution does not allow it. We cannot be running the country unlawfully. It doesn't help. It doesn't give us any productivity. It doesn't dare anything. It is totally wrong. So one man, I don't support it. It is wrong. Because when Muslims want to come, they want to ask for their own. Wait, next one man. What Tinubu has started now, he has set a bad precedence. Next year, when the Muslims want to go on Ileya Festival, they will ask for it. And then the Babalawo will want to start to ask for their own right too. How long will we continue to divide that country along religious lines, asking for right that is based on religion? It is totally nonsense. Tinubu have started something that is wrong, that is not good, that is not, beneficial to the country. It is not at all. I disagree with it. That's my take, one man.
All right, brilliant. And to the Port Harcourt refinery that has come on stream today, they started to flare, as you can see, and just as they promised that it will come on stream in December, it is on stream now.
Look, one man, we need more details in this. We need to get more information if this thing has started working. We need camera to show us from one point to the other the job they have done and how it has started working. We want to see it, clearly, convincingly. We don't want some propaganda, because Nigerian government is full of propaganda, deceiving people with, propaganda and stuff like that. So we want to see camera in that complex to show us the level of job that is done, to show us how they've started refining, how they've started working, and maybe they can put it side by side, the old video of that place, how it used to be, compared to the new one that they are put on the ground. Show us the video. Convince Nigeria, because we want to start to believe in our government. You have to convince Nigeria that yes, work is being done, things have been done here. Because even the Dangote refinery that they signed agreements to supply, 6 million crude. They struggle to meet to meet up with their supply. They're struggling. So we need to be convinced on this. We need a concrete something that is concrete to convince us that yes, this thing has started working, and that is when we will know that our country is getting back on production, and we can start having that hope for better Nigeria. But I don't want to believe in this short story and nothing to show in concrete terms to convince every Nigerian. We have to wait for them to convince us better. That's the way I see it.
All right, brilliant. And the debt profile of the country increases to 87 trillion naira. So a gift that keeps on giving. Has that been commensurate in terms of impact on the populace to reflect this debt burden? $114.35 billion in real money. Nigeria getting to the point of Zimbabwe. What are you then making of this debt profile vis-a-vis the impact infrastructurally?
Look, one man, it's very shameful that we are here. We are here today with this huge debt around our neck. It's strangulating us. It's suffocating Nigeria. Nigeria is struggling. It's breathing very hard. And we cannot continue to borrow. Because the more we borrow, the more we go down. The more we continue to sink economically and financially. In 2015 rather, when Buhari took over the government, our standard debt by then was $10 billion. Within that 10 billion, the state share was like 3 billion, 3.5, while that of federal government was 7 point something. Between 2015 and 2022, Buhari ballooned that of federal government to $35 billion. What has he done with the money that you can say we are seeing? What is physical that he has done with that money?
The rail system, the rail system, the refineries, the second Niger bridge, the new airport, on and on.
In conjunction with the revenue that they make.
Petrol was at an all-time low under the Buhari administration.
What did you say, one man?
I said petrol was at an all-time low under the Buhari administration. There was no real revenue coming in.
Okay, so revenue they're making with the ways and means. Do you know how much Nigerian borrow from the central bank? The ways and means. Do you know how much federal government owe? Huge that we never seen. Buhari government particularly, huge that we never seen in the history of that country. They broke the law. Everything was operated on illegality with the ways and means was conducted. Illegality. What do you call it? The SS Crude Drug account, I think Jonathan left like 2 billion. When Buhari was leaving, I think it has gone down to like $200,000. What has he done with that money? Borrowed fund compared to what they put on the ground as infrastructure. Compare it. They consumed that money. It was not invested heavily on what that money was borrowed for. Most of it was stolen. So, from 7 billion in 2015 to 35 billion in 2022. That of state was even little, from 3.5 to like 4.5. increase between 2000 and what do you call it? 2015 and 2022. So, but you see, what we are going to suffer now, economically and financially, for this borrowing in terms of repayment is a total loss for the country. Total loss. Because now our currency have been badly devalued due to this huge borrowing. You people are saying, oh, they beat infrastructure. That is what is responsible for the devaluation of your currency. Financially, you are going to pay more for your debt repayment in naira terms. And economically, you are going to suffer the worst because you don't put it on productivity. All the money you borrow was consumed. Even though they said they built one bridge, Niger Delta Bridge. How much did that cost? Would that cost more than 1 billion? Or the road they cost, how much will they cost? So let me tell you. So economically and financially, it's a big loss for the country. Economically, Nigerians are going through hardship now, poverty, and all that is happening to us is because of this huge borrowing. The effect, that is the bad effect of it. And the financial loss is we are going to pay more to service it in naira terms. So it has never done good for us. So the only thing that can help us out of this case is when our creditors maybe write off that debt. If they don't write it off, the debt will continue to grow. Because Tinubu have started his own borrowing too. They are even mortgaging the future of the country. Most of the revenue base have been collateralized for repayment of borrowed fund. So we are in a big economic mess right now as a result of this, and we just have to, because the currency is badly devalued, and we are going to continue to pay, hugely in naira terms for this, and it's not good for our economy. And meaning that the money that should have been invested on other sector, on other meaningful thing in the economy, will be channeled on repayment of debt that Buhari, brought on the country. So it's very shameful, and this is where we are. We are going to suffer the pain, and particularly those of us in diaspora are suffering it the most. We are suffering it the most because all the time we have to send money home to help our people, even people you don't know, to help them. The poverty in the land is a kind that you can never believe. You can never believe how people are suffering. I can never imagine it that we can see Nigerians suffering like this. So we are suffering it the most. We send more money home than ever before to help our people. Are we sacrificial lamb? I don't know. So one man is the state of the economy is not good, and let's see what 2024 and beyond will hold for us. If these politicians are really ready to work and sacrifice, they have to sacrifice for the country to work. If they're not ready to sacrifice, it's not going to work for that country. It's not going to work for anybody. And we are not seeing these people showing any sign
They are
at all
doing it,
to sacrifice for them.
but they are doing it now, Mr. Jellico. They are doing it now. Don't worry, they are doing it.
Are you serious? Tell me what they are doing in terms of sacrifice they are making for. Tell me now. Tell me. Don't play. When you are talking like this, it looks like you just want to talk. You are not facing reality. Tell me. I want to know. Maybe you want to educate me. Tell me the area they are serving.
When you finish your thoughts,
No. Tell me. You just
are doing it already now.
No. Tell me now. Even I say they are doing it. Say it.
No. Now they are bringing more investors to the country. Isn't it one of the most important things we need in Nigeria? To avoid people going out.
What are you talking about? We are talking of sacrifice. You are saying they are bringing investment. What is investment got to do with sacrifice?
They are laying foundation.
No. Hold on. We are saying sacrifice. You are talking of investment. Investment has nothing to do with sacrifice for the country.
Can I ask you something for you deeply, Mr. Jellico? Before you get your corn, you have to put a corn seed, yes or no? Yes or
Do you know that investors can say, "Oh, we are bringing in investment into Nigeria in 20 billion investment to Nigeria," and they can withdraw it. They can say they are not doing it again.
No, that means they brought over 20 already now. They are doing progress. Do you know what it takes to bring somebody to come down?
That is not sacrifice. I want you to understand what we are talking about. It is not sacrifice.
All right. Let Ajale Koko respond, and then Ajale Koko bring it home, and then we go on to Patoski.
That is not sacrifice. You should understand. You understand what I mean by sacrifice. When we are saying sacrifice, they should be able to cut down their own excesses, lavish life, and use all those huge funding for themselves, for their own upkeep, for the upkeep of the people. That is what I mean by sacrifice. They are not showing it. And you know, in the France where you live, it's never done. You can't see politicians living a lavish life while people live, while people suffering. It's never going to happen. You know that. But you want to, sometimes some of you just want to, maybe just want to play. So I don't know. Maybe you are joking. You know, you see the way they live, and they are saying they are bringing investment. Which investment? Investors can say, well, we are not bringing their fund anymore. They don't believe in the country. They don't see any reason to bring in their investment. A lot of companies are moving out from the country. We are seeing that every day. A lot of companies moving out from the country because, you know, the exchange rate is very, very difficult for businesses to plan. It makes it impossible for businesses to plan, and you can't. Where a business environment that is very unstable, you cannot stay there as a businessman. You move to a very stable place where you can plan, where you can make your money, where you can remit your money to your home countries, to your shareholders. That is where you want to go, not where it is too difficult to run your business to run a business easily. You won't want to stay there, and that is where we are in Nigeria. But the future might be better, but for now, it's a very hostile place to run business. So, one man, the debt is killing Nigeria. Let's see what's going to happen. Nigeria owe every financial organization, international organization around the world, IMF, World Bank, Exim Bank, African Development Bank, Japan, What is it?
But we are associates in all those
So
organizations and we do our Isusu contribution. So we're entitled to draw.
you are drawing more than what you can chew.
It doesn't matter. Now club now.
No, you are drawing. You are drawing. You are drawing more than you have drawn more than your capacity. So your repayment is consuming like 97% of your revenue. That is bad.
Yeah, because we didn't spread ourselves very well because our external debt is what actually concerns me. And at under 15 billion, I think it's still small. By the world standard today, as we speak right now, it is still small. It's permissible for a country like ours, you understand, to go above even to up to 80 conveniently. We can go up to 80. The problem is those monies we were borrowing should be used for production so we can pay back, not free this, free that, and things like that. No, if we build roads and take loan to build a particular road, we toll it. It's as simple as that. There's nothing in, if you borrow money and start chopping it, putting Coca-Cola in one side of the mouth and taking Fanta on the other side and trying to chew gala, you will suffer.
All right. Bring it to Madame Coco and then we're going to Patoski here.
Yeah, so our external debt now is almost 50 billion. And how much do you have in our reserve? Maybe less than 5 billion. So that should tell you that, the debt is killing us. It's killing that country. It's too much. It's not giving us a breathing space. And Nigeria is struggling hard as a country at the moment. Well, one man, let me leave it there.
All right, brilliant. That is the excellent Ajanle Koko. You waited long enough and it delivers as always. So that's Ajanle Koko. From Ajanle Koko to the excellent Patoski. Patrick, you're up next.
Yeah, one man, I hold a very different view from almost all the speakers with respect to the transportation. I will address the issues raised by a number of them that I've listened to, and then I will state my point. Now, with Ajale Oko, I want to say that it's not only Southeastern that travel during the Yuletide season, during this period. And the people traveling this period are not only going to travel for Christmas. It's just that we have the tradition of our people traveling. Our people in the Southeast travel at least home once in a year, and they've chosen Christmas as a period where they do that. Some of them have even traveled before now. Ekene, my brother, told us that his people had left. The guy has calculated maybe if they travel now, it's cheaper for me. After all, they're on holiday, they are not doing anything at home. Let them just go and rest. You understand? But what I'm saying is that it's not only Southeasterners that travel during this period, and it's not only Christians that travel this period. The road to Abuja from Kano will be plowed back and forth by Hausa, Fulani, Yoruba, Igbo, everybody, all Nigerians, and nobody's going to start checking their this thing. Are you a Christian or you a Muslim? Are you traveling for Christmas or for New Year? No, let us stop that and let's stop dividing these people. We have enough crisis on our hand with respect to that already, so let's not create one. Ajaleko was already sounding like Rufai of Arise TV just now, and I feel very, very not too happy. Let me not use a very strong word. So that is one notion I want to correct. And then, to respect to Emeka, I said, oh, they will grow revenue. Which revenue are we talking about here? The money that's going to be spent on this, by the time you analyze it, I'm not sure it's going to even be up to 40% of what they used to buy car for House of Rep. I'm not talking of the entire National Assembly. And these things are now going to the poor people. And that's when we are now saying they should drive more revenue. You understand? This is something that can go around if they actually structure it well. People like my brother talking here can have access to it too. Maybe when they are coming back during the Christmas, he can have a subsidized bus pass. These are immediate measures. I'm not saying they should not subsidize transportation for students for everything. Those are long-term and things that can go into plan. But there can be some immediate reliefs. When they wanted to remove the subsidy, they removed it immediately. So when we have opportunities like this for the poor people to have access, let us not deny them. We are the one in the same argument. You have said Nigerians are suffering. Now they want to reduce their transport. You say they should not. It's a waste. Nigerians have money to travel. That's a contradiction now.
It is based on religious reason.
No,
That is mine. It is
wait
based
now.
on
It is
religious
not.
reason.
It is. You know why?
Is it because you are a Christian that is why you are
No, no,
talking
no,
this
no,
way?
no, no, no,
It's
no.
based
Listen.
on religious reason,
Let me
and you know
correct
that
this.
too.
You see,
And you know that it's
no, no,
based
no,
on
no, no,
religious
no, no.
reason.
Wait
Hold
now.
on, Patoski. Is it based on religious reason
No.
or not?
No, I'll give you reasons.
Eh?
No.
It's based for Christians to travel easily
You have
around
asked
the
me now, and I said no. You have answered that question. You asked me a question, and you're already providing the answer. You have asked me a question, I said it is no, and I'll give you the reason. Let me give you one thing that will help you. You see, when you wear blue lenses, if you have your glasses and you wear blue lenses, everything will be blue. If you wear Rufai lens, Rufai or Steny lens that you are wearing now on this platform, you will see everything like Rufai. But if you sit back and say, okay, let's even say it's based on religious reason, those people that are traveling, are they not Nigerians? Are they not Nigerians? Are they not the same people that you are saying there's hardship upon? The people that, if a Mala now that is in Kano, that is in Onitsha, sees this as an opportunity for him to travel to Sokoto, there's now an Onitsha to Sokoto route. He sees this opportunity to go and see his own family and say he will come back after Christmas. Will you deny and say you are a Mala, you are a Muslim, you are not supposed to travel now? They say they are throwing it out for everybody. It happened to be during this period, and this period is Christmas and New Year. So is it only Christians that celebrate New Year? And mind you, it is not only Christians that celebrate Christmas now. Other people celebrate Christmas. I celebrate Salah with my friends. And that's the truth. So some people
So
don't
who are
see
the
us.
majority? Who are the majority that celebrate
The
Christmas?
majority of the people that celebrate there are Nigerians. That's the way I want to see
They
it.
are Christian.
I'm not seeing them with
Don't
Rufai
be
Oseni.
playing this game now.
No, it's not a
Don't
game.
play this game,
It's
man.
not a game. It's not a
You are
game.
playing because you are a Christian. You are defending this
Okay, let me give you a good example. Why I say it's not a game.
indefensible
Ajani Oko,
spending.
I'll give you a good example. Look at the route. Abuja to Kano. The people that are going to be traveling from Abuja to Kano, are they likely to be Christians?
This is
Or the people traveling from Abuja to Sokoto? Because
you
when
know.
you look at
Hold on. A
wait now.
lot of civil service is going to close down for holiday, right? And people want to travel to their different places. Are you telling me that during the last Salah, were they not closed down? Was civil service not closed down? Why didn't they give? Hold on. Why were they not given? Why was it not given then? But now they are giving it, and I want to tell you, when Salah comes, you will see some people will bargain for it there. Oh, you are giving Christians during their own
Okay,
time. It's our own time. You have to give it to us. It's going to happen.
Can you allow me to respond to that? Can you allow me
It's
to
going to
respond?
happen. You can't base it. You can't do that for festive season like this.
So, Ajado, can you allow me to
For
use my
religious,
time and
a
push
religious
my position?
festive
I was
season.
told
You
to
can't do
allow
that.
you to land. In short, somebody interjected and tried to shut me down. I was offended, but I just kept quiet. I just wanted to interject with you. Somebody said, "Can you please allow him land?" As if, look, just shut up and let him speak. And that person is on this platform. I'm not telling you to
I'm
also keep
sorry,
quiet and
please.
allow me to
I'm
land.
sorry, miss. I'm sorry, Patoski. I'm sorry. My computer went off, so I reboosted back. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You better put it up and tell him to let me land.
Mr. Jelukuku, Ejo, Baba, Ejo.
Patoski, I love this platform. I love this platform.
Patoski.
Padokwa, mon ami. So no, pardon, yeah. You see, my argument is that if you look at the people traveling that route from Abuja to Kano, they are not likely to be Igbos. They are not likely to be Christians.
But it's an Igbo initiative, though. Patoski, is it not?
It's not. It's not. People
the route is the route that they are paying for. They are eastern
okay.
route.
You see, that's the challenge. You don't analyze the route. When they say Lagos, when they say Onitsha to Sokoto, that also means from Sokoto to Onitsha.
Yes, but everything goes to the Lagos Enugu, Lagos
Onitsha. This is what I'm saying.
Lagos Owerri, Lagos Aba, Lagos Abakaliki is an Igbo bribe.
No, hold on. When they say Onitsha to Sokoto, it also means that people from Onitsha, from Sokoto to Onitsha, it also means that people from Onitsha will also go to Sokoto. Now, look at that route. Lagos, Sokoto to Lagos. Is that an Igbo route? They are just looking at key areas from experience that people used to travel the busy route during the period. It will be wrong for them to say, okay, Kano to Bonu. Those are not likely to be busy routes. Another route that is busy that they missed out is Lagos to Ibadan. It's going to be busy. So they look at the busyness of the route. And another route, which is a hub that they missed, is Lagos to Benin. But if you look at it,
because it's an Igbo initiative, that's why.
No. The Onitsha is a hub.
If Tinubu is saying love me to the Igbo people. Love me.
They say Lagos to Calabar are the Calabas Igbos. We say they are not Igbos when they argue for Biafra.
And the Calabar road is the token black man in the office now. That's the token black man in the office.
No. You see, to me, this is not a religion thing. Some people say it's religious, some people say it's tribal. You can see different arguments to it now. That, to me, none of them is actually ethical, is an ethical argument. None of them is actually, can be said to be factual. To me, it's just a colored thinking that is being expressed out there. And Ajaneko is beginning to sound like Rufai Oseni. That's my position. Now, with respect to Emeka, there's no really revenue that's going to be lost to any in the real sense, because if government spend that money, one, they are subsidizing people directly now. They are empowering the transporters in a way. It means that a business relationship is already being initiated. In this measure, it can result into any other thing in the future. In short, government should be thinking of how to subsidize transportation in the light of the subsidy removal. They should buy more buses. They should subsidize maybe BRT. There should be more subsidy, even daily subsidies in the system. So if they are able to run this successfully and be able to ascertain the cost, let them begin to extend it to other areas of the system. Because if you take subsidy out, one of the arguments is that they are going to subsidize transportation. You've removed first subsidy. And the argument is that, we are going to subsidize transportation. What have they done to subsidize transportation? This is the first measure they are taking, and we are coming for them. That is not right. And it doesn't stop them from doing any of these other things that you have suggested. Now, the implementation is what I'm looking at, but I just feel it's a very straightforward thing. They just need to generate transport vouchers, and they pass to these people. That's all. Generate transport voucher and pass to these people, and they'll be able to do it. So, one man, I don't see anything wrong in what they have done. In short, it should be encouraged, and they should be encouraged to extend it to every other system, so that even civil servants now will be taking transport subsidized. There's nothing wrong in that Lagos line, blue line, red line being subsidized for civil servants, for students. Before they used to subsidize transport for military men. Now, once you wear your uniform in Lagos, they don't take money from you. Civil servants should have special bus passes for BRT, for the rail transit. Military men should have it. Police should have it. So many other Nigerian students should have subsidized ticket for BRT. In this country where I live, there's a youth pass that is different from mine. And that's what my kids take. In a month, they just buy the monthly pass, and they are covered for the whole month as a youth. And I paid I think I used to pay for my daughter about $80 or something. But if I'm going to do mine, it's over 100. So to me, that's good for students. So, and if you are low income earner, there's also a pass for you, subsidized. So that's what government should be thinking of doing now in the long run. But it's good that they are testing it out now. So, one man, the next topic is the debt profile, right?
Yes, 87 trillion.
Yeah, that's about 87 billion. That's not too much. You know, the tendency is to convert it to naira and say, oh, you are holding. If we borrow 1 billion now, which to me is not too much to borrow as a country, they'll say we have borrowed 1 trillion naira, and that trillion makes it look like it's big. But what is important is what they are doing with the money. We have borrowed money in the past, before 2015, and most of the borrowings have been mismanaged. They were using borrowed funds to pay salaries until that man that stepped in to save the country came in 2015. Before then, PDP was using this same money this gbese you are saying, they were using it to pay civil servants. Despite the fact that they had huge oil revenue, they had so many things working for them. But when Buhari came in, he was able to stop that, and then started the process of infrastructure. And all of you
that is not true.
Wait,
that
now let me
true.
land.
What of all the ways and means, majority of the ways and
hold
means
on first
are
now.
used to pay salary too.
Hold on.
What is the
Hold on.
Okay.
Now, when Buhari came in, Buhari commenced the process of infrastructure that was huge, unprecedented in the history of the country. Only second to go on, if not first. You understand? Unprecedented in this country with low oil revenue coming in. So this man was still though borrowing, but was taking measures to make sure that every project, every borrowing was tied to a project. Did he borrow? Yeah. Did we spend more than we would have spent on the project? Oh, possibly. But the point is this: every abandoned project that have been abandoned, that been abandoned in the past, were taken on by Buhari. All the pending projects that Jonathan was doing, Buhari took the initiative to make sure that he completed them. For the first time in Nigeria, a new administration from a different party stepped in and continued the project of the previous government. That is unprecedented. That's a plus for that guy. My wife used to tell me, I told my wife when they finished second job, he said, that's very strange. He said, when she was in secondary school, when they are doing social studies and say examples of abandoned projects, he said they used to say second Niger bridge. I say, Buhari has taken that out now of your curriculum. It's been pending since then. Second Niger bridge, White Elephant, abandoned project, abandoned ideas. Buhari took that out. Warri Takpe Road, Buhari took that out. Abuja Kaduna Rail, Buhari finish up. Lagos Ibadan Rail started from the scratch and finish up. Lagos Ibadan Expressway was starting and finish up. East West Road, Buhari took on that. So many airports, Buhari took on that. Seaports, Buhari worked with the states to make sure that those things went on. Collaborated with farmers, collaborated with Dangote. I'm just off my head now. I'm just pushing those things out. That looks like the man wasted. It was useless. It wasn't. Military armament.
Can we push back a little bit at all?
You can't push back. Let me also land. Military armament, Buhari pushed that. When Buhari came, Nigerian soldiers were buying uniforms. I am from a military family. My father was a soldier. My brother was an officer. My brothers were officers. I went to a military secondary school. I have friends who are in the military. Some of them are brigadier major generals now. Some of my classmates are friends. So what I'm telling you about military is true. Before Buhari came, soldiers were buying uniforms with their money. Even the Bible says nobody goes to a battle at his own expense. But Nigerian soldiers were going to war at their own expense. If you get injured in battlefront, you are your family problem. They take you to MRS, they try to treat you, they can't treat you well, they take you to maybe Kaduna Reference Hospital or take you to Yaba. Those are their best military hospitals. They can't even try to fly you out if they can't handle those cases. You understand? All those things stopped. Nigerians started, now Nigeria Air Force produce their own drones. Now we have Nigeria Army has a university apart from NDA. Nigeria Air Force has a university. Now Nigeria now has, they are producing armor cars. Now, this was a country that is in military industrial production system had collapsed. That has been revived under Buhari. Buhari made sure that the Air Force became top notch. I was listening to an American, I think an American general was saying that, yeah, in Africa there, that it's only Nigeria that has an Air Force that is meaningful, that could handle some of those weapons. They were saying, why don't you sell weapons to some African countries? He said, look, that Nigeria is the only one that has the Air Force that can handle such things. Nigerian Air Force became top notch. I didn't know that Nigerian Air Force could take the forefront, even ahead of the army in their operations. It became obvious under Buhari. We started working on building ships. Navy started working on building ships. So many other things under Buhari. And the man is gone now. He's in his house, living peacefully. No hilltop building, no presidential library, no special car, no nothing under Buhari. So Buhari borrowed money. He didn't. It's not obvious that he even had any money on his hand. I'm not sure. I'm not saying maybe his wife had some money or something, people in his government, but Buhari as a person, even those who hate him cannot say, Buhari is a fraud, he stole, he did this, and that he didn't do something meaningful. Look at the cement project that we are talking about now. It's still under Buhari. This rail now that we are talking about is still under Buhari. So this Kaduna refinery now that they are saying is likely to take off. Are you telling me it's the 6 months of Tinubu that made that investment? It was under Buhari. I am not from the north. I'm not a Fulani man, but I'm a Nigerian, and I want to give it to that old man. If I have the opportunity to visit Nigeria, I would love to visit him personally. I respect him. I envy him as a leader. So all these things that we are talking about, yeah, he borrows money from ways and means, fine. To do what? To eat, to be able to salvage situations. It's the way situation comes to you that you address it.
To pay salary, to pay worker salary. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's the way situation comes to you that you address it. And mind you, under Buhari,
is that
Buhari,
the way
you had
to
the COVID?
That the way against the law?
Wait now,
borrowed
you have
more
COVID. In
than
America, did they print more dollars at a point?
Forget about America. You people will be
No. Is that not ways and means?
Babaja, Jekoland.
The money you are borrowing, you are consuming it. You are borrowing more from your bankrupted the central bank, and you are saying that this is a man you want.
The country is not bankrupt. It's not bankrupt. Stop.
Serious?
Is there no fact? It's not bankrupt.
Why are you trying? Why is former central bank in detention? Why is he going through trial?
Okay, is it because the country is bankrupt? That's why the guy is in trial.
Hold on. For 10 years, central bank annual report were never reported. And you are saying that is the way a country should run?
No. Now you said the country was bankrupt. That's a different thing.
Country was bankrupt. I said you now said because they didn't present report, the man was in jail. Those arguments, they don't point to your assertions. That's what I'm saying. So you are just carrying anything and putting it in the fire pan, let it make some noise. Put something in the fire pan, let it make some noise. That's what you are doing.
Look. Hold on. Do you want to tell me that if Buhari has stayed another 2 years, the central bank will not bankrupt, the country will not go to bankrupt?
You have gone beyond throwing something in the back.
No, hold on.
You are going to the realm of speculations now. Buhari didn't stay 2 years. So
hold on.
Making an argument.
Hold on.
Assuming he stayed.
Are we not almost? As at the time that he left?
You have not made your argument. You are speculating. Assuming he stayed 2 years. Assuming those are not facts. Those are not reality.
Are we not almost as at the time he left? Are we not almost?
No.
Oh, really?
Buhari was still paying subsidy as at the time he left.
Go and listen to Go and listen to Abba Kyari. Abba Kyari said that if they have spent
Where did you say
another
about
3
the
months, I said, hold
no.
on now, hold on. Go and listen to Abba Kyari, the NNPC chairman. I mean, what do they call him? Managing director. He said they have spent another 3 months after the president left, after Buhari, NNPC will have gone because they had.
That means he was managing. That means he was managing NNPC very well. See, that's a useless.
No. Hold on. It was. Look. Anyway, just continue. I don't want to. Where is that?
Yeah, who's that? Who's that? Where's that woofing noise coming from?
I think from Patoski. Is it from
Patoski? Patrick, it looks your system has collapsed. Patrick.
No, the gods of the land.
You see, you learn never to argue with Ajanle Koko. You see?
Patoski, come back. Go out and come back in. I'm enjoying your papu. Go out and come back in.
Okay, let me go out and come back. One man, the word is Oshaka and Shoko, not Oshakalala. Oshaka and Shoko.
Is it not Oshakala Shokolo?
Oshaka and Shoko.
All right. In your laughing is Oshakala Shokolo.
Okay.
What what's that phrase? What is it? What is it? What is it? Is it not Oshakala Shokolo?
Oshaka Shoko.
Oh no, my life is not double checking. All right, Patrick, back to you, Patrick. Patrick, No, we're still not.
No, Patrick, go out and come back in.
It did. No, it's still it's still a quaking sound.
Is it from me or from Ajale?
It's from you.
Okay, let me exit.
All right. Whilst we're waiting for Patrick to correct, let's go to Mr. Triumph. Mr. Triumph, you take the spot.
I'm here. Caro,
Look at that Frenchman speaking Yoruba. Just surrender your Yoruba. I don't know
why he didn't even travel home for Christmas to go and enjoy free.
He traveled home now. He went to Marseille. He went to Marseille now. He's not which one?
No, for the past 2 days.
That is hope for him now.
Okay, I think I'm back. Is it clearer now?
It's clearer now.
So let me just close my argument. What I'm saying is that Ajale Oko's argument is just being speculative. Okay, let's assume he spent 2 more years. Let's assume no. He didn't spend 2 more years. There's no possibility of that happening because tenure was done. And he handed over a stronger military than he met. He handed over a more invested power infrastructure than he met. He handed up a healthier rail system than he met. He handed over a better rail infrastructure than he met. He handed over a better airport system than he met. He handed over a more viral, a more secured system than he met. He handed up he didn't get to where we expect, but he had made it better. There's none of them, those structures. He handed up a better customs. He handed up a better JAMB, a better UC, a better, all those things. They have gotten a better leap under him. The economy is bad. This man ruled in a period where for a whole year, the whole world was shut down. It was an experience that we've never had in our own contemporary time. They're talking about early 19 something. But I mean, majority of us were not living there. So it was a new experience. Even Donald Trump didn't believe it initially, So that's the kind of system that he handed. And he managed that COVID effectively. In short, it was only Jonathan that did better with Ebola than him. He did very well with COVID, and the structure, the system to make sure that everything still hold together was there. The World Health Organization were surprised that we came out of it earlier than we did. He managed 2 recessions, and then the Ukrainian crisis came. The man still managed it. What are we talking about? The illiterate man, the clueless Fulani man, the Jubilee of Sudan, managed those 3 crises. And one Abba Kyari standing there and talking nonsense. No, that is unfounded. To me, Tinubu should stop looking at all these debt. Oh, is this one, is that one? You should sit down and do the work. He should sit down and do the work. If he wants to do infrastructure, let him do it. If it's already more than 6 months now, if you want to do infrastructure, let him do it. If he wants to do power, let him do it. Let him stop signing papers. Let him go ahead and start doing power. They want to do foreign investors. Let him do it and beg the domestic investor not to go. Under him, JSK is left. Which major company left under Buhari? Under him, P&G has left. GSK has left. So he should sit down and do something. Solid mineral is there. He should sit down and think of what he can do with that solid mineral. He should open up the system and feed the people with good food.
Patoski.
Yeah.
Now, whose faults led to the reason all those companies left? Who was in power for 8 years preceding the period that those people left? Who was in power?
It was Buhari, so you could blame him for that. So I'm not going to say, oh, Buhari is perfect. You could blame him for that. So that's what I'm saying is that Tinubu should sit down, sit up, and start doing something meaningful. I'm not cutting him a slack too. That's my own position. But I'm not going to say that, oh, somebody messed up that didn't mess up, somebody did well that didn't do well, or that one Tinubu program that is good for the people. I will now be the one saying, oh, leave them. So people should suffer. They're already suffering now. So if they get any small benefit from government, we should allow them take it.
They should set the priority right in line with the law. That is what I'm saying. You can't be giving people, you can't subsidize religious traveling.
It's not a religious travel.
Hold on.
It's Nigerians traveling. Nigerians are traveling.
Yes, because you are Christian, you will say that. But
non-Christians travel. Non-Christians travel during that period too.
It is Christians that travel most.
It's not only Christmas that is happening during that time. New Year is happening during that time. That's a national festival. New Year.
So
New Year is happening during that time too. Muslims celebrate New Year. Everybody celebrates New Year.
Yes, you are right on that. I know we celebrate New Year, but majority travel for Christmas, for reason to celebrate Christmas during the Christmas season, from major city to their homeland. So what are we talking about?
No, the reason my brothers in the southeast go during that
time.
What
would you say when it comes to that time? El Malud and the Muslims are asking for the same thing.
Let them give it to everybody.
It is
during
not
Malud. Let Nigerians take it. If during Malud now, then I'll say, okay, let's give them subsidy. Is it only Muslim that will be traveling during that time?
It is not during the festive season for a particular religion that we start to give people transportation subsidy. It shouldn't be like that. If you want to do it all year long, let us do it. Don't let us start.
Let them start somewhere.
Yes.
Let them start somewhere.
No, it's ending. They are not starting. It's ending in January 4th. So
but let them test it. Let them test it and see.
It is not testing. It is because you are Christian.
Also
that is why you are supporting it. It's against the law.
Enjoy something from these people.
It is not enjoying. It's for religious reason.
Okay, those people that are going to travel now, even if they are Muslim or Christians or whoever, or they are from Southeast, or call them anything you want to call them. So are they not Nigerians? Are they not going to save some 20,000 instead of 40,000? Is that money not going to stay in their pocket? If, for example, this my brother, if they can hear now, has like maybe 4 kids and himself and the wife traveling, that's like times 6. That's 240. If they cost him slack of 120, is that not meaningful? What are we saying? Is it not going to the bucket of Nigeria?
You don't get me.
Instead of it going to the bucket of one house of rep?
I'm not saying that it is not good, but it is targeted at making, traveling easier for Christian majority that are traveling for Christmas.
Okay, I want you to see this way.
It is on that basis. I see it as a religious thing, which we should not allow. We should not spend our money for religious reason in that country.
No.
And
Is that
this
money
what
going
we
to
are
any church? Is that money going to any church?
Oh my God.
No, wait now. Let me give you an example. You see, in the social system, you have cultural groupings. Cultural groupings are either going to be Igbos, Yoruba, Hausa,
When I
whatever.
say that, okay, let us give free education in Nigeria, all of you will come at me that is a socialist.
No, why not? If that's going to
All
reduce
of you
the
will say it's a
problem.
socialist program.
No. I'm not against that.
Mr. Jellicoe. Mr. Jellicoe.
But to you guys,
all
this
right.
is socialist
All right.
program.
I rest my case.
It's meant for religious.
All right. He rests his case. So he
let
rests
me
his
let
case.
me let me leave the state too. Francisco, àti ìjọ fàdí ẹ̀ lálẹ́ yìí.
All right.
You pastor.
All right, Mr. Triumph, you're up next. Mr. Triumph.
Okay. I will repeat what I said earlier. Ẹ káàárọ̀, ẹ káàsán, ẹ káalẹ́, gbogbo yín Nigeria. I'm saying it fine now. I'm not getting back my Yoruba now.
Gbogbo yín Nigeria.
Ó try. Èdè French ló fi sọ. Èdè French.
Ele ti sọnù sí France. Never to be seen again. Another one bites the dust. Ajale Koko, look at that.
Francois.
Look at that.
I was a very good student in Yoruba language back home in those days. But I don't know what happened
in 1802, Abi.
It was good. It was good. I enjoyed everybody the way since this morning. Because if I've been following you guys, I did not sleep today. Just because the last 2 days, I'm sorry. I have to ask for forgiveness for everybody that I slept because of preparing for 2024. Okay, but it was good. I heard everything everybody said.
What is 2024 looking like for you? How are you intending to celebrate
it's
Christmas?
Going to be great. It's going to be great because we have to prepare for the good and the bad. You understand? Because of I have to prepare everything for my clients, making sure that my services are going to be double because there's competition now. And clear of the competition, and you understand. I have to know my enemies, and I have to know my competitors. And enemies is emotional, competitors are logical. So I have to use both of them. So
you are in the motor trade, aren't you? You are in the motor trade, aren't you?
Motor parts, I do. I sell motor parts, spare parts, new ones, so not second hand, new ones. So that's why I want to introduce them back home in Nigeria also, and even in the medical section also, because it's a good lucrative business. Because I'm tired of all these fake drugs that they bring home every time. Because I know that here in France, anything China, anything fake, in front of you, they use fire and burn everything. They bring trailer, bulldozer, and they crush everything in front of you. You crushed everything in front of you. So I wasn't happy when the kidney was saying something about low standard of living for Nigerians. I said, no, it can't be so. Because I remember things I sent back home and the people asked me to give them the same thing that they will pay me double for that, but I don't have time for that. So that's it. But I'm enjoying this section today. It's very lucrative. And I want to say the aspect of the debts now. Let me go straight for the debt because it is in front of me, Mr. Woman. We have 87 trillion of debt. That's good. And do you know that in Nigerian population today, we are 223,804,632, according to the statistic. Are you guys there?
Yeah, we're listening.
So if we say we divide it by this 87 trillion, that means everybody in Nigeria, according to my calculation, we pay almost 400,000 naira each. Almost 400,000 naira each to pay the debt, and which is not up to 250 euro. All the debt are paid with the population today. We pay the debt of, you can see, very cheap, very, very cheap. And some people can pay more for others that cannot afford it. You understand? So I'm sorry, I'm using the business term in answering question. That's how I do my things. I calculate everything I do as an account, as a former accountant. So that's
How are
it.
you a former accountant? Has your license been revoked?
No. I was an accountant in the French government. They trained me in a special. I was an accountant and human resources, the HR. That's what I did for them. So I go for mission and I make
That
things
means you are not an
disappear. I make things
accountant.
appear.
You
What?
are an HR person with accounting knowledge.
And
But
when he said former accountant, like his license was revoked. Oh, carry on. I was only joking. Carry on.
I have the certificate and the license.
Well, there
French.
you
I
are.
have it.
So you're still an accountant, is what I
I'm
was really
still
getting at. Yeah, carry on.
So that's how we do things. But it's okay, and it's okay. I will not talk about. Remember what I said. I will not say about it. But for the debt, it's very easy to pay it off. We can pay it off within 5 to 10 years. We'll say 5 years. It can be paid by everybody. If you divided 400,000 naira by 5, that means everybody pay 80,000 naira every year. The debt is off. Very chicken change. So. So it's okay. It's very cheap. You understand? For me, it's cheap. It's not big money. Nigeria, we can handle it. It's a small money. For me, it's a small money. Nigeria can pay off their debt. But one thing is that they should just put things up for we all and to make life easier for the people back home. That's it. And only the aspect I don't like concerning the free transportation, which you guys are saying it. I'm not against it. But there's only few companies that are benefiting from it. That's what I saw on what you showed me. Mr. Woman. Are you there?
Yeah, I am here. Carry on.
Is it not 5 to 6 companies that are benefiting from it?
Oh, yes.
It's unfair.
Yes. No, that's why that's why I'm saying it's essentially an Igbo bribe. Let me show you. So God is good.
5.
That's a Southeastern transport firm. Chisco Transport, that goes to Enugu, Lagos. That's their route. The Young Shall Grow. We all grew up with the Young Shall Grow. It's very
Me
much
too.
an Emeka sort of a Southeastern. God bless Ezenwata. Even the name of the farm is and then area transport. I'm not quite sure, but it sounds like so essentially I say it as a bribe to the Southeast.
At least, as I said earlier, I think that the wife is from the East. I think so. The wife of our president, the first lady.
No, I think
is
it's
from the East?
from Edo State, somewhere like that, I think.
Okay. But at least she
that's Delta.
Delta, that means she's a Delta Igbo then. That means she's trying to make everybody happy. That's why I like my president now. He's a negotiator. When you disturb him a lot, he negotiates with everybody. He call you, he doesn't say anything, he call you, and everything's off the table. So at least for the next 6 months, the Southeasterners will keep quiet. That's for sure. They will keep quiet for the next 6 months. But the problem I'm after like 2024, because there's a problem that I was listening to the news in Bloomberg yesterday and 2 days ago that America they are going to increase the rate of maritime transportation very soon because of the preparing a rerouting, redirecting all the ships. You understand? So it's going to inflate more products for you. It's going to inflate the price again, which is very bad. So that's the difficulty that our president is going to have again in 2024. The price inflation will be again higher because of due to security of goods and services. That's what the problem is going to encounter, and which is very bad. You understand? Because inflation is everywhere in the world. It's not only Nigeria, but you can see Nigeria, even the fuel price in Nigeria is very cheap. Go to other countries, African countries, very expensive. Because I watch the internet every day. I listen to people complaining. You understand? Just to know the lifestyle. Nigeria is a sweet place.
Well, Triumph, let me ask you a question about that Shataraba waterway where the Yemen Houthis are holding sway right now. What do you think? What do you think if the whole world gang up and fire them and turn
No,
that
it
place
will be
into
bad.
rubble?
It will be bad. Do you know that
How can
the
few million
US?
people disturb billions of people?
I know. Do you know that? Do you know that? Do you know that the US forces? They have a 10 nations coalition to counter the UTs. You understand? And few other countries that they don't want to list there. You understand? So that's the problem now. Even day before yesterday, they have to shoot down the ship down. You understand? They shoot down the ship and it was burning.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's annoying. What kind of rubbish is that?
So that's the encounter people will encounter next year 2024. Understand? It just wanted that they don't use planes. They use drone destruction drones. This is what they use to target
This
ships.
human
Why
rights is too
America
much. Oh.
and it costs €2,000, $2,000, and Americans spent €2 million for that, which is very bad. You understand? That means Nigeria is losing. The Americans are losing money, but many things are going to be shifted to Africa. For you to know now, many things are coming. That's why I say Nigeria is going to prosper the next from now to
Because
15 years.
the cost of marine insurance has gone up on freight.
Yes, it has gone up now. It has gone up. It's going to go higher again. That's why many things are coming to Africa from next year. Many things will be fabricated. Can I say it? Isn't French or English? Will be constructing things in Africa. So I think that our president is doing a very good job. Mr. Jelly Koko, you don't know this. He's trying to invite them everything to come to Nigeria, and it's going to what they say partage. Partage means to share everything with the whole country. If you're not aware of this, Mr. Jelly, that's what he's trying to do, just to bring that peace. You understand? So one thing is that not everybody knows about it. They always say, things are expensive. No. It is the external forces that is affecting our internal way of doing things. So now they started doing it, and again that even there now, even 1,000 ships now they'll be passing through Africa. You understand? They have to start passing through Africa. I mean, many things will be coming to. They have to do. Lagos State will be an transit very soon. Lagos State
It's a longer route anyway. I don't think the economy can
they will
stand
use
that.
it. They will use it because of safety. Because of safety. Who wants their product to get bombed?
Then let's bomb Yemen out of Mother Earth. Simple.
No, they are human. We have to make this is where my when I was a worker. This is where they like me a lot. They like talking to me because of I used to put that emotionally. I used to think human also, even though I'm strict, but that area I used to consider because of due to few bad people, others suffer. You understand? Suffer a lot. So that's it. But because the Houthis are sponsored by some groups. You understand?
What are we talking about now? We've resolved Nigeria. Now we're resolving the
we just straight. It will affect us
it
too
will
now.
affect Nigeria. It will affect Nigeria. It will affect Nigeria. If you don't know, Mr. Woman, it will affect Nigeria. And many things comes through them, and that's why this is where Dangote will make and Nigerians will make money through their crude oil, to the refinery. Do you understand, Baba? Do you understand? They will make money.
Yeah, I follow.
They will make money. This is where they will make money. Last week I did not accept it due to this crisis now. This is where many people will come, will leave the east and come to Africa to buy their oil. And if you bring jealousy also, then Nigeria will be a target too. That's business. I'm sorry to say that. That's business. It will be a target, and which is very bad.
Okay, stay in line.
Okay, no problem. Okay, what else again, Mr. Woman? This one I don't agree with this one because it's only 5 companies that will benefit from it, which is very bad. For me, what I saw in the post, only 5 companies. For me, I don't. The concept is okay, but 5. No. I don't. That means that the little ones will be taken up. You understand? Will be taken up.
All right, brilliant. Which one? You've done the transport.
We are talking about the debt. We can pay the debt. Everybody in Nigeria pay 50,000 naira. All the debt is gone in Nigeria. in 5 years.
Okay, so my next door neighbor, I go and borrow money to buy a Ferrari, and then you have to pay for it, even though I don't let you drive it. Why should every Nigerian be paying 50,000 naira for money
It's
that
no
people
for
stole?
is not. Let me say it. This is where I say sacrifice come. Everybody we forgive the past. Everybody that have stolen, we forgive everybody. We forgive everybody.
And then we pay for the money that they stole.
Yes, then everybody goes forward.
All
For me,
right.
that's the way you do it. I know some people will not accept it. You understand? You just forgive everybody and we move on. It will help. It will help. One thing is that I'm somebody that forgives a lot. You understand? So I have the heart of people say because I'm French. I say no. It's just a way of life. I choose to be so. You understand? I choose to be so. So that's it. But I know Nigeria will be great. Everybody, many of you back here in the Western world, you people are going back very soon. So when there is problem in the Western world now, I don't want to say that publicly. Problem very soon. Everybody start rushing back to Africa for safety. If you take an example for Ukraine now, when there were problems, they have all Nigerians, Africa run away, coming back home. That's it. One thing that if one thing I just want them, if they can take care of the security aspect and the power supply, we can manage the bad roads. Those two things, Nigeria will be great. So that's it.
All right, brother. All right, brother. Thank you, Mr. Trump. So thank you, Mr. Trump. Let's go on from you, Mr. Trump, to Prince Daddy, who I suspect may not be with us anymore. Prince, you've been so quiet. I doubt if you're still there.
I'm here, woman. If you can hear me.
What's going on? Is this the new and improved Prince? It's usually after 10 minutes in here, you say, oh, one moment, please. Oh, 1 moment. What's happened to the 1 moment, please? If I can just interject. What happened? Long day?
Somewhat. I was actually going to interject what we call triumph. I mean, it's suggesting about paying off the debt. Which country has ever done that before? Has France done that before to pay debt? You know, tax the citizens extra to pay debt for the nation? How does that work?
I think people are just grasping at solutions to where we find ourselves. Is that's where we are now. It's desperate times, desperate measures.
Yeah, no worries, woman. Hello, everyone. Yeah.
All right.
Daddy, let me just say, if you don't mind, I think the conspiracy theory Mr. Trump is trying to drive is, if it comes to the worst situation, Nigerians can be used as collateral for those debts. But what Mr. Trump didn't talk about is this. You cut across even those people that are not working, even all those kids that are moving on the street. So that's just it. I got the concept of what he said, but then theoretically good, but practically it's not achievable. So I got his point.
Yeah.
Please continue, Prince Daddy.
Yeah, it's just like you said. It's good on paper, but all the money they stole. I mean, let's make the assumption that they actually use the money to do things for the country or the citizens that they benefit from. But that's not the case. There's a bunch of people that stole much of money and may fill it with trillions of dollars. I mean, it's not even in the U.S. Not it's never been done before. I'm not sure which country ever came to get its citizens to pay off the debt of the country. And by the way, actually, I like Triumph's suggestion. I've actually thought about it myself. But in Nigeria's case, so unfair. I've said it before. Let's go after the people that stole the money. That's the key. But anyways, yeah.
All right, Prince, to the conversation, we kicked it off with the palliative in terms of transportation for Christmas. I thought it would be a more cheery session that is an abundance of good news, but a lot of people poo-pooed it. How do you stand on that, 50% off, and free train travels during the festive season.
Well, it sounds good, but I actually was more concerned. I know Mecca kind of rejected it. Maybe Patoski is for it, but I mean, I'm just trying to see the practical application of it. How would it work? How would it work? I mean, does anyone have an opinion, a suggestion? Because it's not like in a system, a country whereby they can easily issue like bus pass. I think Petoski was talking about it. You can give people free bus pass. But I mean, do we have that system or structure in Nigeria? I don't think so. If that was the case, just give people free bus pass and they can get a discount, instantly and move on. But it sounds good. But I'd like to know how they're gonna apply it. I mean, do you take your name to the bus station?
They've worked out a system, Prince Daddy. So they are working with known transporters. They've identified 5 known transporters, and they are subsidizing essentially 5 million people. So that's for the bus transportation traveling around the country. And for the rail travel, they've just instructed the railway system to let everybody use it for free.
Oh, okay. I see. So I see Angelica's point that it's Christian giveaway. Okay. It's I was actually thinking more for general transportation for the people, but okay. That is something. I mean, for those that are going to be traveling during Christmas time, yes, it works. That's fine. It's a good beginning. I don't like to strike down any initiative that helps the people. So I think it's good. It's a good start. It'll be nice, if they can expand it eventually. But of course, we don't want to get into that realm of welfare state. So it's a good initiative.
And to the refinery coming on kicking off the Port Harcourt refinery. Like I was saying, I thought it was an abundance of good news. That's surely something to be applauded. The gas was flaring, just lighting up Port Harcourt to signal that the Port Harcourt refinery is back in business.
Is that another gradual move or what? I mean, gas flaring. I mean, gas flare all the time. What does that mean? And by the way, I thought that the timeline for the refinery being in operation is actually much longer than it's been on right now. Am I mistaken? What exactly have they done? Is it really in operation or about to be in operation?
And you can see it now. Can you not see it working? That's the image you are looking at right there. Listen to the staff. They're cheering it on.
Congratulations. Congratulations, my friend. Well done. Good job. Congratulations.
So that's the staff patting themselves on the back.
Oh man, to me that means nothing, absolutely nothing. I don't know what that means. Is it like the same way they did the Nigerian Airways with the Ethiopian Airways gradual moves or what? It means nothing to me,
Nigerians are so cynical, God, It's like good news at all. It's just doom and gloom all the time,
Well, I'm not like rational mind. I'm not like rational mind, but at the same time, we've been around this block before. When they keep treating the citizenry like children, like we have amnesia, we don't know. It becomes ridiculous. So I don't believe that. Because I see people congratulating themselves. Because people congratulating themselves. What does that mean? It means nothing to me. Absolutely nothing. Let them start producing or refining and doing something that benefits the people and show us some numbers. Then we go from there. What they do right now, I mean, how bad of a shape was the refinery in Port Harcourt that they were able to bring it on online so quickly? Was there something really wrong with it? I mean, how much did they spend in doing it? Maybe somebody knows. I haven't really spent a lot of time, investigating and doing research on that. But if you ask me, given what we know about the Nigerian space and how, how they like to waste things and drag their feet and nothing gets done, the rate at which this refinery came online was quite impressive, if you ask me.
They've been working on it since Buhari days, so it's not just it's not a Tinubu project.
It's not a Tinubu's project. Okay.
Yes.
How much did they spend on it? I don't want to be like pessimistic about it, but
billions of dollars.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let's see. I'm not rational, but let's see the refinery in operation. Let's see how it affects the fuel prices in the country, and let's see how much jobs it creates, and see what is truly going on. Right now, if you ask me, I don't believe none of that. Even with the pictures and congratulations, means nothing.
All right. You asked how much it cost. It's certainly part of the package that lands us in an $87 trillion, 87 trillion naira debt. So, what are you making of the burgeoning Nigerian debt profile?
87 trillion naira is how much that in today's dollar terms?
Well, this article equates it to $114.35 billion, $114 billion approximately.
Well,
is that too high a debt for Nigeria to carry, or is that just about right?
It's misery, to say the least. It's not a big debt. It's just for the size of Nigeria.
Thank you very much, Prince Daddy.
Yeah, it's. I mean, doesn't Tinubu or is it Obiagben or somebody Dangote had that in their back pocket? That is not a lot of money. If that is true, I mean, are they really showing the books? Is that how much you truly owe as a country?
Yes, that's the culmination of all owings right all through the states to the parastatals and the federal space. So the whole country, that's our debt profile.
That's impressive there. I mean, so Nigeria is not really in debt. I thought it was much worse than that. So that's nothing.
43 billion out of that is external, and the rest is owed locally.
Oh, 43. That's it? Wow. Okay.
Is a very cheap on a woman. I have another solution. If we in the diaspora, we choose 10 people to pay for 10 people, every debt is been written off.
No. Just persuade Prince Daddy to sign a check. It's not beyond the realms of his capacity.
That'd be nice.
That's just taking out a babe, $43 billion to Prince Daddy.
No.
Question for sorry, Prince Daddy. Question for Mr. Trump. Why should I pay for money stolen by the like of Dalami and the like of Dino Melai, for example? So why should I be the one to go to warehouse, carry load for, let's say, 12 hours, and now issue check to pay for our single senator? So why should I do that?
Okay. As I said earlier, as I told Baba Jalikoko that I've said this several times, that it is with the diasporas are the savior of the country. The people back home cannot do anything. I'm sorry to say. Because when I hear some people talk to me, speak, it looks that they talk not all that mature. You understand? Not all that mature. I listen to them. Even some people that works in the bank, when I talk with them, they look like they're not reasoning positively. Understand? It's because of the financial problem. That's why. You understand? That's why. So that's it. So one thing it's just
why all right. Prince Daddy still has the floor. He's waited a long time, but I address what Ola put to you. and then let Prince Daddy retake.
So Prince Daddy, why can't you work very hard to make sure that the government of your country get hold of the official that stole Nigerian money and invest there and return the money instead of taxing Nigerian diaspora who are working in the warehouse to pay for what is stole? That's my question.
Say to Mr. Triumph's I guess second solution. I thought about it before.
And Tony Kawa often pay Kawa Mr. Triumph is saying we should be paying 50,000 so that this guy can drive around in unbelievable. That's your friend, Dino.
Mr. Triumph's second solution. I thought about it when it came to the issue of trying to help Nigeria supporting our reserve. I thought about it. I thought about the diasporans, coming together and trying to fund that portfolio, so to speak. And I think when I suggested it like a couple months ago, I think Kolata shut it down or something. But that'd be a way to infuse, foreign hard currency into the economy to have it stabilize or bring the dollar to the naira value to a more reasonable exchange. But yeah, I'm down for that, and eventually that become about an investment whereby even if it's the zero return on our investment, but just to help the economy and help the people back home, if that would be a viable solution to their problem. But I'm not, just like Allah said, I'm not down in for this joker like Dino Melai. I don't care for that guy. People like himself. What has it done? What kind of business does it do to deserve what it's getting?
Prince Daddy, this guy ended up in the House of Representatives just shortly after he finished his NYSC, and then he spent a few years there and went from there to the Senate. So he has no history in either employment or business. His only history is earning salaries as a parliamentarian. And then here you are seeing him, is that a Maybach or whatever it is, highly expensive, enough to buy you a house car. And
might be a Bentley, actually. I don't know.
Maybe he's renting it too. Renting it too.
Renting it. Have you seen his house? Do you want me to go and bring you pictures of his house? Fleets and fleets of the latest Ferraris and Lambos all over Nigeria, all over Dubai, everywhere in America. And he's a middle-ranking politician. If you see the level of ostentatious wealth that this guy displays at his level, then the mind boggles then people above him.
Yeah,
woman.
Prince.
Okay.
Yeah. For example, the American, the Senate or the people in Congress, it's a mixed bag of people from different works and background. They, we have some people, super rich people that are part of the lawmakers, and some people just like right now, the current Speaker of the House is just a normal blue collar guy, kind of. No, he's not a blue collar. Maybe an attorney, but nonetheless, he lives on salary. He talked to him. He doesn't have any real wealth. He's just like a normal American that has mortgage and things like that. But at the same time, we have people with a lot of money, millionaires and super rich people. So that's what you get. But and some people, even in the West, in America, they get rich off, that connection and lobbying, being there in that capacity as lawmakers. So the same thing can apply in the case of Nigeria, and people like Dino Melai without any real talent in terms of any creation or business background, driving these kind of expensive cars with a house. It shows that they're getting paid a lot of money for their salary, or it's a place that they strike good deals. But it is what it is. It's part of the It's part of the game. Nothing really. I'm not down on Dino. When it comes to Dino, it's all about his politics. Yeah, to me is another he's a graduate kind of a guy. Another Atiku, the guy that flees Kogi State in this past governorship election, like he was going to win. He's a smart guy. He knows how to get paid. But yeah, we can't be building them out. Essentially, we're trying for some to build them out. We're building out these people like Dino, not really the Nigerian people. You know, it may appear to be so. Again, if we can find a way to get these people to pay up, that would be ideal. And on that note, also, people like Pansat, for example, they talk about revolution, and maybe Jewel of National would be in that line also. Revolution, but the problem is that their idea of revolution is not the same as mine, because I actually believe that country needs a kind of a revolution that we all can buy in, not one based on ethnic or religious revolution, but one that's based on ideology that serves everyone in that country. And if you ask me, at this point in time, I don't think all the different sects or regions can come up with one ideology or two that we all can queue behind to save Nigeria. Because if you ask me, at this point in time, I'll be more than happy to sacrifice Tinubu as part of the revolution. I don't care. But the question is, would people like Joel Pansat be willing to sacrifice Peter B? I don't think so. But the benefit of the country. Yeah. So that's our dilemma. So we, as much as our leaders are a big problem, we too, the followers, we're so damaged in a lot. We're super damaged in a lot of ways that Nigeria continue on the same trajectory for a long time. But again, just like Triumph, I have a lot of confidence and great expectation in that about Tinubu, and I think it can do well. It can do very well.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to this space then. Talking about Badue, the anticipation, Dangote's $20 billion refinery to propel him into top 50 global billionaires by 2025. So 2025 is about 2 years away. And I just did a check on the top 50 richest people in the world. The 50th richest man in the or person, I don't know if it's a man or not, the 50th richest person in the world, German Velasco, he's worth $29.6 billion dollars. So what do they make of that speculation? Achievable for the graduate man from Kano State?
Oh yeah, absolutely. 50th richest person in the world is only worth about 30 billion. Really? Wow.
Yes, that's what the figures, the chart says. But Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, my goodness me, 245.5 billion apparently, and the nearest person, Bernard Arnold, 191.
That's French for you, Mr. Bernard. That's Frenchman for you, Mr. Bernard.
It's not coming anywhere near Elon Musk. 245 to 191.
Where is Bezos? Amazon
is third actually. Is third with 168 point. Is a poor man now. Only 168 billion dollars.
Is it because the wife took part of the money or what? Damn, it's dropped right now.
Was it not giving heavily to charity at some point? Who slashed half their wealth in half and gave half to charity? Was it not the one?
He's the one.
Warren Buffett.
He's number 5, Warren Buffett.
Yeah, he's the one that gave his money to the Bill Gates Foundation and Bill Gates, these people. Anyways, yeah, so your question about Dangote being there, absolutely. Yeah, it can absolutely be there. In fact,
he was the 7th before.
At this rate, I put him at 45. It might be 45 pretty soon.
Will he imbue you with a sense of pride, or will you feel somewhat like you've been graduated if he was a top 50 richest man in the world?
Oh no, I'll be. I mean, feel pride. Well, maybe as a Nigerian, right? But I mean different. You know, I think my mentality is that you deserve what you get. You know, you deserve what you get. A lot of people, you know, when it comes to sports in America, right? A lot of people talk about all these athletes getting paid a lot of money. These guys, they get paid a lot of money. Do you know people? Woman, do you know people earn at least $50 million a year playing basketball?
It's unbelievable, isn't it? You know, sometimes I just switch my mind away from. It's like there's several layers of life, and you don't really know where you fit in. But certainly not Elon Musk or 50 billion. Even with taxes, he still walks away with a good 2025.
Yeah. I mean, this guy is getting crazy. So when people get paid, I mean, and that's somebody paying you for your talent. I mean, pretty soon this guy is actually signing close to $500 million playing football or basketball. That's the level it's gotten. And these people, they're getting paid salary. They're getting paid like a regular person. That's crazy. So Dangote, I mean, I'm happy for him. I wish him the best. Let him get the most money. You know, he's taking the risk. I mean, it's not
Thank you
really
for being a good capitalist, Mr. Press. Thank you. Continue.
Yeah, it takes the risk. It's a really you could call it a really rough terrain to navigate and have to fight off all the sharks that are trying to get your share of the market, and him to vice versa. So it's not an easy task. It's not an easy task, and along the way, he gets some favor along the way, because he plays the game. So it's part of the whole system. Dangote's I look at Dangote. Sometimes it's not about, you don't have to create something new, but it's about what you do with what you have, or your processes can fetch you a lot of money. Looking at Dangote, what is so unique about Dangote as a person, as a business person? I don't think there's anything unique about him. I don't think, maybe Patoski, somebody that can tell us. I don't think I've ever read in the business textbook that we learn about Dangote's model of business. I never came across it before. So what is so unique about Dangote? Nothing really. I mean,
it's Fulani now. Is that not is business strategy? Is business strategy is Fulani? That's just it.
Okay, so there's nothing really
Prince
about
Daddy,
it.
why you they look for my trouble?
No, I'm just asking why. Why am I looking for your trouble? I'm just saying.
No.
All right. So sorry, Ola. Before you open that trouble, let me bail out and hand over to Ola. Thomas will be joining you eminently.
Why you they run? Why you they run? Where you they run go?
Because I don't want run, since I was just arranging for Ola to take the levers of the thing. Let me acknowledge Ja Nzola. He comes in with the super chat. That's one of our Kaizo's crew. And Ayo, of course, who keeps the light on here. Those are Ayo rattling it off severally. So thank you, Ayo. So, and that's Ayo yet again. So that's Ayo and Ja Nzola. So thank you to the two gentlemen. Let me hand over to Ola. Thomas will be joining shortly to stand alongside Ola. So let me do that. Thank you, everyone. Prince Daddy still has the floor. He's going to talk us through the yuan swap, etc. After you've had your exchange with him, Ola. Oriola Day here as well. So the conversation carries on. Thank you, gentlemen. I'll see you tomorrow.
All right. Thanks, Mama.
Fellow global citizens. So let's continue. Prince Daddy, just to push back. So you said there's nothing unique about Dangote, but I feel otherwise. Sometimes what we think doesn't really matter. So I would say Dangote is creative. So
that's true. I accept.
So what says you?
Dangote is creative. Okay, give me an example.
No, one thing is that I know that he works with Nigerian government. That's how he became a billionaire. He started with what's it called? This
I think
OBJ.
you're right.
Just
Yeah.
OBJ. He said
Yeah.
it out. Even Dangote said it. He gives thanks to OBJ.
Well,
Openly.
I want to make it clear that I'm not in any way, shape, or form undermining or trying to deride Dangote for his accomplishment. But I'm trying to be practical in the sense that what has Dangote invented? Has he invented a system, a process? What has it done that's like, okay, now my point here is that if we talk about Elon Musk, you know where we're going. Uh, he brought about this electric cars to a new level in the industry because of his maybe his patent or the things he did in the process of it. Um, let's talk about Bezos. I like Bezos a lot because his idea of Amazon, I love it because it took him time to realize the dream of what Amazon has become, and because of the permutation of his business model, there came about AWS also and other arms of the Amazon platform. That's somebody right there doing something, bringing about new ideas to the marketplace. If you ask me, Bill Gates, of course, Bill Gates. We're not going to argue about that.
Nzadi,
So
sorry to cut you.
yeah,
You know that many of them they work with the government. Are you aware of it? Even
yeah,
Bill Gates also. All of them.
of
They
course.
collect their line. Everybody's collecting their share. So
But they,
it's
they,
not
they offered. They didn't go to
yeah.
government and put their
They
their
get
open their
contract.
arm to
They
get
get
money.
contract.
They offered
They get
services
contracts.
or product.
They offer services to the government.
And product, okay?
Yes,
Because they
services.
had an idea. See, no matter how great your idea is, if you don't get funding or support,
Like
it dies.
do you remember the when Donald Trump has a misunderstanding with what they call Bezos and Microsoft? Then they have to take him to court for them to take back the contract for the interest making of his decision. Do you remember it in White House when they had
Yeah,
his
yeah. I
stuff
remember when they had a little skirmish, but
with Bezos also? Also, they took him to court. What did they? Because they got like 5 billion, $10 billion. They make money. So that's the advantage. It was thanks to OBJ, he became rich. You understand?
yeah,
So we all know this. We all know how Dangote. Understand what is
yeah. But
money, but
I put those guys in a different category. But again, Dangote, did they invent sugar? Did they invent refinery design? What did they do?
you want
What does
the
it do?
wheel. You understand? They say that don't change the wheel, don't change the product. You can reinvent the wheel. That's what he did. He just put a label on the stuff and he sells. Do you know that Nigerian population is a lot? Everybody eats sugar. Everybody buys flour for baking. You understand?
Oh yeah,
So you understand? Now everybody wants to become a landlord, a house owner. Nigerian dream.
Nigerian dream.
It's to have a
Yeah,
house. Yes, everybody wants to have a house. Minimum a house. You can see I remember those days that I bought a land in Ekpe. I bought it not up to 100,000 naira. The other one is 300. No, them one the sell lands over there over 5 million. There's some places they say
wow.
1.7. You understand? So you can see you can see the one thing that's why sometimes it is when you have the time to do something, you just do it. Even though you don't know what to do with your money, you do it and keep it. But later the value goes up. Understand? So there's
Hey,
advantages and
the
disadvantages.
last time we were talking triumph, and I told you time and chance is very important. But you say it's hard work and what?
Yes, hard work too. Now the money you invested is it not your hard work? One
Well,
thing
you
that's
say you
that
don't believe in time and chance. You say you believe in hard work and what
no,
else?
because of the inflation that made the prices go up now, even in America. I don't believe in time and chances. I've told you already. But one thing is that you invest some money and the value goes up. That's it. Because if you calculated, because I did a test with my money in one of these banks in Nigeria. I won't promote their bank. I kept my money in there, a little money. I have two banks. I kept one of the just to see how much they collect every month from my money. So every year, instead of me making more money, my money reduced. That means that it loses value and they collect interest. So that means I'm making the bank rich. You understand, President? So that's why I say that there's no need keeping your money in the bank. There's no need keeping your money in the bank. You don't make money. You lose money. But then keeping your money for you. And
So what is your other option? What option do you have?
you invest your money. You invest it.
But there's risk in that also. I mean, you
No,
can pay
no, no. One thing is that
1% on your billion naira to the banks for their service fees, or you can invest the money and make 20-30%, or lose 50% of it. There's
you
a
know
risk
that
in everything.
every 1,000 naira you put in your account, let me use a dollar. Every $1,000 you put in your account, the the bank lends out $900 and keep $100 for you. Are you aware of it? Like a 10%. Invest it for you. That's how they make their money. So they invested that for people to pay like
Well,
20. Like in America is about
well, yes, it's a
that's it.
fraction, not a fraction, it's a percentage of a deposit. That's how they do their lending portfolio. That's how they make their lending portfolio available to the public, right? But at the same time, you can still get your money. You know, if you deposit 1,000 today, you can go
As for
tomorrow
now,
and collect your.
yeah, you can get your money back. You can, but you have to take it. Like in France, you take an appointment. So if you want to take a large sum of your money, you take an appointment. They give you appointment. They give you date. They ask you why do you want to take, and you are even limited to take cash. Not like in America, you can take out $1 million. No, no, no. Yeah, even from €3,000, they caught you with €3,000 on the road. You pay a fine of almost €250 on your money.
For 3,000 euro.
Yeah, you don't have the right to move around in the street.
So how would they know? How would they know if you carry 10,000 euro?
If you've been controlled, like sometimes they just see you, they call you, they start searching you, they ask you questions. That's why anytime I withdraw money, I used to keep the ticket till I finish using it.
You know, because they don't want to track, they want to make sure they have a hold on tracking you guys' transaction. They want every transaction to go through the banks and the ATM, so they can know.
No, I used to keep it. I learned it from a guy because of I remember when I traveled with a group of when I was a worker those days, few years ago. We all travel, so there were something because of when I went to Madagascar. Yeah, about €3,000 is about a billion in their money. A billion in their money. So it was fun for me to have a billion. Yes, I withdrew it and I kept it. So thank God that I kept the ticket. Understand? At least I can say I've touched a billion in any currency. I don't care. I've touched it. So I can say I'm already a billionaire.
So how did they do it? Now, when you're doing business in
It was in
Nigeria
my
and
bag.
you get to send like
Just
100,000 euro over there, what is the explanation?
do you know that I in a 4 star, 4 star or 5 star, I was paying with feeding and everything, not up to 40, 50
Wait, Mr. Traum, wait. How did we leave the discussion of Dangote to personal
No. I was explaining something to him. I just explained something for him. I'm trying to explain
Now,
something.
let's go back on that. Dangote, then we go to the yuan dollar swap thing. So, Prince Daddy, to me, it's not only when you invent new things that make you to be creative. You can invent a process, even you can improve on what is on ground.
I said it a lot. What process has he invented that we learned? Is that maybe I don't know? Is there one?
Okay. Dangote backward integration is a process. It's a system, right? But it is what many people in Nigeria don't want to take.
Okay,
Rather,
hold on
they
now.
will give
Is
excuse.
backward integration, explain that in what? In IT or in what? In farming or what?
In a cement production, for example, in a cement production where you see where you have limestone, you locate a factory there. You are not giving excuses, there's no power. Instead, you provide your power and you are using your power to produce your products. Whereas some people are saying there's no electricity in Nigeria, and they
A
move their
lot, come
factories
on
to
now.
Ghana.
A lot, come on. Okay, and you give him credit for doing what? That's what you call backward
Yeah, of
integration?
course. I give him credit for doing what other entrepreneurs in Nigeria
Oh,
never
come on now.
wanted to do.
Come on. No,
Mr. Ola,
again,
sorry to cut you.
I
I
know
had a
you're trying
note.
to force
Sorry
to
to
give
cut
him a
you.
lot of credit. Again, I'm not against him, but I'm saying that look, what ingenious idea has it brought forth that we know about? The fact that he's taking the risk because he has the capital. The reason why a lot of people can't do it or are afraid of because of the risk and they don't have the capital. You can afford to do it if you know you have the market share. Why won't I do it? Most people would do it if they know I can have the market share in the country.
But the question you are now asking yourself is, how did he even get the market share? You don't just get the market share just by fiat or by doing nothing. Otherwise, we too, we should be getting the market share and be capitalizing. You know, sometimes I say some things we just overlook. Some things we just overlook that we think is so simple. It's not simple in the real sense.
No, I agree with you. No, I agree with you. But the thing is that
look at this refinery, for example. Yeah, it is true that government is backing him up. Yeah, no problem about that. But how do we say, how do we define those people that government gave licenses to at the same time they gave license to Dangote? So for you to win refinery license from the government, it simply means you are well connected, right? So you got that.
and that is part of his ingeniousness, connection.
Yeah, no, yeah, but it's not everybody that is endowed in social capitalism and political capitalism. It's not everyone that knows how to make friendship that will influence decision on his behalf. So
A lot.
little things.
Do you believe in time and chance, or you like triumph? You don't believe in that, only hard work.
See, Prince Daddy, I believe in time and chance, but look at it this way.
Okay.
I'm not blessed, or should I say, I don't have capacity of being a marketing or sales guys like some others, but I have technical ability. Whereas my technical ability is nothing if there are no people taking my products to some people to consume. So this makes those people in sales and marketing as special people compared to technical people, because anybody can be trained to do technical things. Yes, many people can be trained to be sales executives and all those, but it's not everybody that are very good or exceptional in being a marketer or being a good sales guy to the people. That's just
Can
my
I add?
opinion.
There's
Yeah,
nothing.
please go on.
There's,
Yeah, we wanted
there's
to hear your voice already.
there's nothing
Oriola.
else. There's nothing exceptional about that guy. Um, this guy just has a very good question. What does he? I mean, if he's very exceptional, he didn't write. We don't have any book about him. He can't even write. He can't write a book telling us how he was successful. You made a point about him getting the capital gain that he had because he was familiar with the politicians because of the political ground and familiarity that he has with the people in government. That's the only thing. The guy just see, okay, let me give you an example. Um Toyota is the name of a person. A person creates Toyota. But today, being Toyota became who or become who they are today because everybody is using this what is it, Sigma or black belt, Sigma black belt, because of what they came up with. They had to make it a book that now you can everybody can go to school just to learn to become a black belt by using the system, the way
Sure. That lean
Toyota,
process. Yeah.
yeah, the way Toyota did it. So that's what I think he was talking to. That if he is as genius and he's as brilliant as everybody's saying, we need this guy should have put something up. To be honest with you, I don't. He doesn't have it. we have to be honest with ourselves. He does
Mr.
not have
Riola,
it.
Mr. Riola, can I interject?
You can come here. There's no need for Mister.
No, I'm used to it. That's the way I talk to people. Understand? I'm sorry.
Well, it doesn't matter, bro.
Okay.
Just call me Oriola.
Okay. One thing is that this is what the French used to make mock of we blacks in France. The French, I would tell you in general, they say that Africans don't write books. That when an African man dies, that means a library dies with him. They say bibliothèque, and that's very bad. We are not used to writing, and we are not used to reading. Just few of us. You understand? So one thing that I know that he went to Harvard.
No writing, no reading. Okay.
No. That's
Yeah,
what they say.
that's not a fact. What you just stated, to be honest. But continue. That's not
No,
fact.
no, no. Maybe we can read and write. That's good. But many of our rich guys today, they have people doing that just for them, doing that maintenance, management for them. So one thing that they all started it started with a trailer, the transportation of goods. Then they started fabricating his own later. What is that? This is what they used to call us. That's why sometimes I laugh. They say black man, when they die, is they to put all their ideas in a book. They die with the ideas, everything goes off. That's true. That's the problem. Some people that their company closed. The other day I was talking to Mr. Simba. He said the same thing that the guy died, nothing the problem. The guy died, nobody to continue the business. Everything dies with him. That's the problem back home.
Here's it. I understand the point you're making. It's a stereotype. It's still on. It's not just in French. It's everywhere. But what the point I'm making is the Toyota Toyota is the name of a brand. Is the person that the person that owns Toyota, his name is Toyota, and he created a company and he named the company after him. He didn't create the Sigma, the black belt Sigma that we're using. He didn't create it. He found a company, and in order for his company to become prosperous and become very worldwide, where the one of the best car in the world today is Toyota, is because a company create a black belt, like a way for you to have a very good manufacturing equipment. The technique they use, they created it. It's really not by Toyota himself. He's he has a company, so definitely the company has the create everybody wants to follow that model. So the model they used
Yeah, but
the
Oriela, did you
yeah,
hear Ola talk about backward integration for Dangote? Does that make sense to you? What he said?
repeat that backboard integration.
Backward integration. He trying to explain it. Ola, you there? He's
Well,
trying to give Dangote credit for backward integration.
what? Okay, I don't. What is Wait, did they create that in Nigeria, or did it? Is there a book called
Ola, please
Backward
explain.
Integration?
Yeah,
No,
they invented the
the question itself is this. Prince Daddy, I think you know what backward integration means, right? Correct? See, backward backward integration
Oh,
is for
backward.
you.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah? So what is backward integration? Because I don't know.
Do you know what it means before
I
we go
don't.
ahead?
I don't. I don't. That's what I'm asking. I don't.
Okay. See, it exists, but you have to tie all your processes to a business space. It's a it's a type of process innovation, you know, where you collocate your production and your source of raw materials. And you can do that to gain cost leadership, to gain cost leadership, to reduce the cost of your production, to compete against your competitors. You know, even though your competitors may be importing, and may still be producing locally, and irrespective of that, you use that to gain some kind of cost advantage. So you have less disruption to your logistic, whether your warehousing of that intermediate products or the cocoa raw product itself, right? So What I'm saying is this. Why some people may have their factory in Port Harcourt and they will be bringing their raw materials from Ekiti. Dangote is not doing that. Instead, it would take in cement, it took its production to where its raw material is and invested it. So that alone reduced the cost of logistic on its own impact and was able to complete and is
All
able to
right, you're explaining a model or a system. The question we're trying to get to is that did Dangote introduce or was it the originator of backward integration that you're talking about?
See, Prince Daddy, there's no process you want to see today that is not just a modification of what has ever been in existence.
No, that's
Look at
not
Uber,
true.
for example.
That's not true.
Wait now, you can't say that. You can't, because just because if you cannot sniff it out, it doesn't matter. It doesn't mean that it's not true. See, fixes that some concept that is coming as a new invention today. If you look at the principle, they are in fixes already. But you putting those things together to create value or to create a product is another thing entirely. What I mean is the technicality for you to enhance already exists. The thing is now molding those things to a new product, giving new perspective, using it to create a new product or a new process is another thing entirely. So when you look at how Dangote does his things compared to other entrepreneurs in Nigeria, that's totally different. So we can see that guy.
Ola. So I actually look at what you just said, and I think it's probably the same thing. So it's basically you're able to have a supply. So you're able to. So basically, what I'm reading is saying that when a company is able to, he has a supply chain and he also has capacity to do every single thing. So it's more like he doesn't have to like buy from some other place. He has everything all together, the supply chain and whatever is manufacturing all
Sorry,
intact.
essentially localize its manufacturing production in one location, right?
Exactly. Yeah. You kind of like sum it up. So the guy has the upper hand. The thing is, I'm not faulting the guy. I'm just saying that if not the political ground, like the gain that he has, do you actually let me ask you, do you think if he doesn't have that political connection and or the political ground that he has, do you think he can become who he is today?
No, Oriade, that's part your political and social capital is part of what made you. You know, when we look for a job, they say, oh, your networks gives you a job. Some people lose their job today, they start another one tomorrow. Some people will lose their job today. In the next 6 years, they will struggle in the same system. So
Do you think it's like that in a capitalist economy, like states, like US, for example? I think Canada is also practicing capitalist. Is it like that?
What is like what? Be
So
specific.
don't you think all the company like have like a ground? They're on the same lane, like they're on the same. How would I put this? They no one is not bigger than the other. Everybody is are on the same level. So it's more like I'm not looking for a politician in order for me to become bigger than the other person. I mean, you can see how some companies will want to like join force. And the government would be like, it would be more you will suppress the other company because it's not a playing field. Because if you guys you merge together, then you become a way too bigger that other company will not survive. You know, like
No, see, Oriade, that's what I'm saying. Okay, look at it from this angle. If you see what Walmart is doing, how did Walmart get its status despite your Shamak Act in the United States of America? You know, it is your antitrust or
who is
whatever.
one match?
Shamak Act, the antitrust law.
Okay,
The
go ahead.
antitrust law you have. Yeah. Now, look at it this way. What Walmart did over time, was to concentrate the market to the point that Walmart becomes so powerful that even the suppliers are at the mercy of Walmart. Because Walmart has its own goal. Okay, we want to have this cost leadership to sell to people, no, to produce our services cheaper and sell our products to people at a very cheaper rate. So now they build the scale to the point that if you want to compete with Walmart, they will move you out. That is why some people will not even try to compete with Walmart.
I like example that you made. Let's
coming.
let's stay on that. I want to ask
Yes,
you a question.
I'm saying all
I
this.
like that
Now,
example.
so the like of Costco will rather go and do specialized, unique products instead of trying to compete with what Walmart, because they are both using a different strategy, right? So now look at in Canada today,
Oh
including
wait,
the
wait!
US.
Before you go to Canada, let's stick to that Walmart real quick.
No, it is still
So
Walmart. It is still Walmart. It is
okay,
still
go ahead.
Walmart in Canada that I'm talking about. Now, Amazon is giving the same Walmart a serious headache because of the size of capital. So they were able to use their capital to drive Walmart crazy. Amazon has managed to cause situation whereby some companies, some companies in Canada, they couldn't survive and they closed the shop. Even Walmart has closed so many shops in Canada. You understand what I'm saying? So that's what I see that Dangote is doing. Dangote every opportunity.
No. Please, before you go there, that it's not the same.
I
Walmart.
like you're trying so hard to give Dangote
Yes,
credit.
Walmart did come up. Walmart did not have any connection with the politicians to become who they are. Like the guy, there's a story behind this guy. The guy had the way Walmart become like so big like they are today is because they have to like sell their product less. But what they do is they make sure that they buy they produce a lot, that when you come to their place you buy so many that by the time how did they explain it? So they produce a lot in a cheaper rate. That I can't remember how, but
It's scale. They just
there's
have
a doc
economy
yeah,
of scale.
there's a documentary on them. I think they produce a lot that by the time people buy so many, they make the same they make the same profit, or they make the same amount. Yeah, the profit becomes almost the same as when you go to like the small other. So like
So
we have the
what you're saying, they maximize their production per unit. So
no,
when it's set up their production, the quantity that they are able to produce, when it gets to a certain point, is just it doesn't cost them anything more. Very negligible expense in raw materials and labor, and that's how they maximize.
right, but there's a way that in that documentary they explain it. Just can't remember like word for word, but it's probably in line with what you're saying. So basically, they produce a lot, and the thing about them also is they also have a technique that don't think because they tell you like their price is so low and whatever they advertise. They said whenever you come into their place, whatever they advertise to you might be a lower price, but you would think in your mind that every single thing else compared to other stores is cheaper, but that's not the case.
Mr.
That is
Oriola.
true. It's
So
that loss leader practice.
yeah, so but the point I'm trying to make is the way this is a capitalist country. So it's not like you can get the favor of the government in order for you to become bigger and suppress other food chains. You can't you it's not like that. So the Dangote thing is a little bit different because well from I mean to be honest with you, I don't know much about Dangote, but what I heard people have been saying is it's more like
they allow him to only be the sole importer of one particular goods. And if you're doing that, that means that you're only
What goods? What goods?
I think sugar. Wasn't he like the only person allowed to import sugar, and everybody else was not allowed?
That's not true, Oriola.
Okay,
You
so
see, when they were given license, let me tell you what happened. Obasanjo introduced local content, and they were given license to do some things while they build their factories here in Nigeria. That's the story. You know, Obasanjo brags a lot that he made many billionaires, and he backed them. So while Dangote was doing all those things, he was busy putting infrastructure on ground. So all of them, they had Obasanjo backing, including Otedola, including Bua, and even Lafarge that has been there before. So now, those are the prominent one among them. Some of them are not prominent. Now, the likes of Dangote, because I had the privilege of working in the banking industry, banks were technically running after Dangote just to loan Dangote. If I remember then, I think Dangote had close to 20 billion naira with my bank that time. Not to talk of the one with GT Bank. Whereas some billionaire would like to get facility from the bank, they will never get it because they don't have good history. You understand?
Well, you know,
So,
okay, a lot. Sorry, a lot. You're going around in circle a lot. See,
no, I'm not
just
going
like,
around the cycle. I'm just
well,
going to tell
because
you. They ask for the
here,
history.
an individual with good credit, the bank will be more than happy to loan them money. You know that. So there's nothing
No,
unique
Prince
about that.
Daddy, when did you leave Nigeria? Have you ever worked in the financial sector in Nigeria before? Let me give you an example today.
Allah,
We
you
have
know that the system favored Dangote to monopolize the product. I mean,
Allah doesn't want to admit that. He doesn't want to
no.
accept that. He keeps quiet.
The system might have the system might have favored Dangote.
Yeah, that is what make him what he is today. Is the
yeah,
system.
exactly what everybody is saying. Exactly what
Kill
we're saying.
other of competitors. I mean, you see the news that came out recently with Bua reporting how Dangote and the government molested him, tried to kill his business, just for Dangote to only exist in that business. You know, Bua said it.
No, but Ajale Koko, are you
know,
aware that even Otedola and Dangote, they dragged this to they sent to court on AP shares then? So, see, are you aware of the case between Lafarge Cement and
do you
Dangote?
agree with us that the system favored him to monopolize the market? Do you agree with us or you don't?
See, Baba.
The system, look.
Wait now, Baba. Every billionaire.
The system favored him extraordinarily than every other person. That is
Baba,
it. That's what
everyone exploit the loophole within
it is
the
not
system.
exploitation. No, it is not loophole. It's a special favor. It is not It's not exploitation.
Okay, look at it this way. When Dangote
he was favored at the detriment of others. I mean, we had this other guy from the East that was trying to participate in the sugar industry too. You know, there was something they did to him and they destroyed his market.
Ajale Koko, you are not getting it, too. Said they gave.
I'm getting it. Look, in this
they gave license to some
in this
people.
country we are. Hold on. In this country we live, we have seen two big corporations trying to merge together. The government resisted them that you cannot merge because if both of you merge, you go to kill the smaller competitors in that industry. You understand what I'm saying? We have seen AT&T and maybe Verizon, they wanted to merge, and the government said no, because two of you are the largest in the country, and both of you to merge again, you will kill smaller countries. We have some network that only exists in a particular city. The network doesn't go outside that city. If they go outside that city, you will see they have to connect with AT&T or with Verizon, tower to function, So in order to keep those one in business, because they are small businesses, the government did not let them merge because they'll be too big. They will monopolize the market and they will take over the market completely and kill others, competitors. But, but in Nigeria case, it's the other way around. The government favored him to have that monopolistic power at the detriment of, competition in that market, and thereby he was able to he was able to make excessive
Wait,
larger share and extreme larger share of the market.
Is Nigeria even practicing capitalism? Because I don't think we are.
Yes,
Because
yes.
no, that's not our capital. When it comes to money, or businesses, the government
We
is
have
never
mixed
involved.
economy, but we are
Yeah,
not
they get
capitalists
so that's what I'm saying. I don't think we are practicing capitalism, because if we do, Dangote won't just be getting favoritism from the politics or from politicians. They will
Okay, we
let
are
the market just
Oriola.
run
Can
on
you
its own
look away
pace.
from Dangote businesses and think about other businesses where Dangote is not in? Think of
Like,
telecommunication. Think of airline.
Sorry, like you should be making a case for Dangote's business shrewdness when it comes to business. Okay, and the reason why we started this topic in the first place is because we're saying that Dangote did not invent anything unique. He wasn't like ingenious in any way. He's simply doing his own business, and it's a very good business person. I agree with that. It is, I mean, he's a good business person. He knows how to navigate the political arena and monopolize the market to his ability. There's nothing unique about that because a lot of people do it. No, that's the point here. And of course, just like Angelica said, he has special favors from the politicians, from Obasanjo, Yador, and the rest. So you have to acknowledge that.
question.
Dangote.
Do you think the Dangote company will actually outlast them? Like when it's passed, do you think the company will exist even like after it passed? I don't think it will, because there's nothing.
That will show.
Because there's
Its
nothing
business.
original about the company
Right.
that it has. There's nothing original about it.
Okay. So now, Prince Daddy, why we're talking of innovation the other time, because I don't want us to overlabor Dangote issue though. That's why I say look at other businesses, because Dangote business is so narrow. So let's see our entrepreneurs and even performing in other aspects. Some people have taken over telecommunication. Some people have taken over fintech and payment solution in Nigeria. Why don't we have others taking other aspects of consumer goods, manufacturing? So then,
question about telecommunication. Question.
Are you asking me? No, I'm just directing the.
Yeah, you want us to direct it to other place. So I want to like bring something up about that. So there's only one Nigerian company in telecommunication, Globacom. Nigeria did not even give support to that company to be everywhere in Nigeria.
Are you sure, Mr. Oriola? Are you sure?
Yeah. Okay. How many? Oh, okay. How many telecommunication is original to Nigeria? We'll name 3, apart from Globacom.
Equinix started as a Nigerian company though. So
but where is it now? Where is it now? Is it still there?
I know. I think as at the time I left Nigeria, they became Airtel.
No. Airtel is owned by Indians. Do you know that? I think they bought them out.
No, Oriade get me right. Equinix started as a Nigerian company. When they could not manage it properly, they sold it, right? So now the thing is this: the policy favored Globacom too. Obasanjo supported Globacom. How the mode of that support is what you want to evaluate, right? because many people try to bid for the second national operator, but they were too afraid to put their money down. Only Globalcom was able to, down the consequence, took up the risk, and put the money down. And so then again, see, let's look at other businesses, like I said. So I still want to go back to what Prince Daddy said the other time about innovation. Innovation is not when you design something new, like something physical. Uber, for example.
So what innovation does Nigeria have? Okay, let's go to that. What do we have?
You will talk. You will talk. I'm trying to direct the discussion. You will talk. Don't worry. So a process itself, process innovation itself, which Uber managed to achieve, and many delivery companies today manage to achieve. So those kind of things are innovations. It's not when you build a special technology. We need to get that right. Process is an way. You can innovate process. You can innovate products. You can create totally a new, you can invent a new thing entirely. You got my point. So now, Oriola, when are we going to have a Dangote, metaphorically now? When are we going to have Dangote in our airline? And when are we going to have Dangote in our electricity sector? When exactly? Can you tell me something?
Yeah, well, I don't think we need another Dangote. I just want a playing field, or a playing field where if you have the capacity to come into that business, you would do it. The policy will be okay, will be right for you. Everything will be there will be a playing field. There won't be a suppression, or there won't be a partial because the government. So that's what I would like. I don't think we need another Dangote because Dangote is so big now, especially in the area that he specializes in, that anyone that tries to go into that space, they never survive. So I don't think we need another Dangote. I just think we need I mean if we
Mr. Oriola, do you know that Dangote is a group of investors?
I know it's not owned by him. I know it's not completely owned by him. I know. I know.
You understand? So one thing is that I remember, is it not last week, Prince, that do you remember the solution I gave you guys that don't say it out there, because we say it later when we are off air. People are here to take talents also. So there's a way you can it's a Goliath. He's not the only one that gives decisions. He can make a decision.
I know, and part of his group. You know what even scared me the most? What even scared me the most is part of his group. Most of them are foreigners, and that even scared me because the way they make their decision, I don't think they make it in interest of the Nigerians, because a lot of them are foreigners.
Like now, I know that if you watch his friends now, I know that he came to France the other time. That was 3 or 4 years ago. He ran away now because of they will tax the hell out of him. Sorry to use that word. They will tax him a lot. I know them very well. That's what they specialize on. One thing is that let's give credit to credits to him. I like the guy. He works hard very well, and I heard that he don't sleep at night. He works a lot, even in the aircraft. He works because he has to read everything before he signs. If not, he is going to lose. Do you know why he dropped from number 20 to where he is today? It's because of when the naira falls. The naira falls. He was no more the richest. You understand? That's what makes his value.
Okay, Mr. Trump, if you don't mind, let me give an example. This Dangote seems that you don't want to leave Dangote alone. Look at this. Prince Daddy say something about this. Lagos State, while other states were complaining, they managed to force the hands of the federal government. They brought investors. They have Lekki deep sea deep sea port, right? That's how they are to arrange the adjective.
Yeah, you're right.
They force the hand of the federal government to even have airport again, which they are doing now. Now, the same Lagos State, I think they partner with some investor to have Imota rice mill, right? The same Lagos State, they went to partner with some northern states so that they can be growing rice and have some kind of rice paddy for them to process. That's some kind of innovation, right? Now, since is it Richard Branson, right? The Virgin Atlantic, since Virgin Nigeria, since he left Nigeria, Eric tried to take over. So the question I'm asking now is this: when are we going to have someone that will dominate other sectors to the benefit of Nigerians, not people giving excuses? That's exactly that's the question I'm asking, Prince Dad. If you can just answer that.
Like I say, the Lagos issue is that of leadership on display. What there's not, I mean, leadership on display. That's it. I mean, it wasn't like Tinubu and his gang came up with some innovation of processes to do things. No, everything was, and there's nothing wrong with it. See, sometimes all you
It did,
need is
of course,
leadership.
Prince Daddy. It did.
Well, in which area or in what area?
Okay, someone got to in e-governance. Someone goes to Lagos State. The revenue monthly was like 600 million, and he was using 1.2 billion to pay worker salary, and the state was not making more than 600 million. He looked at what happened. He said, okay, there were loopholes. Why loopholes? Because they could not track activities of the state government and the revenue generated. He brought Oracle, he partnered with Alpha Beta, and he brought Oracle to do that. So the next thing you see is they started getting revenue.
Improved revenue.
So based on that improved revenue is why they can even have position for building red line and blue line. Based on all those stuff, give them advantage to start pushing.
We all familiar with all this story. It's again, it's to me, everything falls under leadership. That's it. Leaders are there.
That's leadership innovation, right?
No, that's not innovation. That's not.
you love to.
Odiola, that's not innovation. Okay.
Yes, that's not. It's leadership, like you said.
It's pure leadership. You go there to listen. You talk about Oracle. You make it sound like Tinubu or Lagos invented Oracle. Oracle has been in existence, providing solutions to corporation businesses and countries around the world for a very long time. They have that database solution. They have the enterprise solution. So what is so unique about employing their services? Nothing. So there comes Alpha Beta. It's just a company that knows how to navigate a country or a city to help collect revenue by blocking it. They just provide solution. So it just okay. I'm not going to call it innovation, but when it came to Uber never created anything new. They didn't create an app. They didn't create satellite. They didn't create nothing. But the ability, that is the conglomeration of all this aspect to bring it into one to provide service. Yeah, you can call that some of an innovation. I will accept that. I will accept that. But in the case of Lagos, it's pure leadership. And trust me, many times, 90% of the time, even more, all you need is leadership. Leadership. And that's our problem in Africa. There's nothing we Africans desire right now that we want that is not already there in existence. We just need to employ those services. That's all we need to do. Leadership. So Tinubu gets a lot of credit for leadership, not for innovation. He did not innovate nothing. Just like Dangote.
Okay, Prince Daddy, maybe it's the vocabulary that is called. Then what is innovation then, if I may ask you? Princeton University said what Tinubu did is innovation, right? And they are using that as part of their package for case study.
What department of Princeton? I'm definitely sure it's the African department. That's
It's not African.
what
Wait, it's not.
what
Wait.
African
department is it?
African Studies Department.
Oriola, wait now.
See,
Wait
we
now.
brag too much about these things. It annoys me. I'm sorry. We
Oriola,
talk
wait.
about
Oriola,
Ahmed
wait.
and stuff. It's African Department of Hard
African.
Driving.
Ola.
No, Ajale Goku, you will continue. Let me just
No.
reply, Oriola.
If
So
wait,
I don't want to dominate the
Ola
discussion.
doesn't speak on I mean without having this fact. So I think I've heard that from someone else before too. So and I believe Ola is telling us what is factual. So if maybe Ola want to expatiate on that, that would be
No,
better.
before you does Angelico, because
Thank you,
Princess
Baba,
said
for
it,
rescuing
because
you. Thank
Princess
you.
said it doesn't mean it's true. Okay, let be clear on that. Because Princess said what Tinubu did was innovation doesn't mean it's true. Now let's start. We can start the argument by trying to define innovation the way we understand it, or the way you understand it, and see if we all buy into it.
See,
You want to go
Prince
ahead
Daddy,
and define
like I
innovation?
asked you, what is innovation to start with?
Well, innovation can be just like you said. You don't have to necessarily create something new from scratch. Innovation can come through process delivery or service delivery. It can come through creating something new. Okay, but
Let me help you out. Let me help you out in a local way. It's a way of doing a new way of doing old things. That was for me. A new way of doing old things. A new system that replaces an old system.
Thank you, Mr. Trump. You make it so straightforward. Prince Daddy, Department of Entrepreneurship, in the entrepreneurship program with Princeton University, they were looking at the creativity and innovation in Lagos State. They were now discussing what were not possible and how Tinubu was able to create a new value through what some people could not see. You understand? So innovation is different from in some extent, innovation can be invention, but it's just a part of it, not as part of those things. So if you were using broom and to sweep before, and you just look at that, they are selling one motor in the market just for you to tie rope, and that thing will now be sweeping faster. Maybe you used to sweep for
Yeah,
2 minutes
that's
before,
innovation. Yeah. If
and
you're
when you
saying
tie,
that
it's
from
innovation,
using
right?
end broom to using like what is the vacuum that we use now? So that's innovation. So what is
okay.
that? Is that what
Sorry.
was done in Lagos? Is that what was
Sorry,
done?
You're going to
hold on.
another level.
Again, sorry, you continue. Sorry, but see, okay. You're using broom. You go to the store and buy a vacuum. What is so
No, you didn't
innovative
buy
about that?
vacuum. You didn't buy vacuum. You
No,
didn't
no,
buy
you
vacuum.
create.
For example,
We were using end broom before, and somebody came up with the idea of being able to use a vacuum, to use something else that's more faster. That's
okay. The question,
innovation.
sorry, the question is: does the vacuum exist before, or did they create it newly?
Yeah, created
Newly.
newly, created.
Okay,
I'm just talking
that's an
about what
innovation.
innovation is.
That's an innovation. I accept
Yeah.
that.
Prince Daddy, wait.
Accept that.
Prince Daddy, wait. Just hold it. You have an end goal to your innovation, right? If you were using, because I make it so simple, if you are into cleaning business, you were using vacuum and you were using broom to sweep before, and you are able to sweep maybe 2 apartments a day, and let's say you make, let's say, $100. And you now see something around you that can make you do that thing faster.
Well, that's not innovation.
Oriola Farabale now.
I'm
are you going to know more than those people that is their duty to teach us and tell us this thing? See, what I'm saying is this. When I mentioned that of what Princeton University that I referred to, they are using this thing to teach graduate students.
No.
Entrepreneur in it. Okay.
Ola,
Okay.
I just looked it up. I'm going
I
to
will
send it
stop
to
there
you
anyway.
now.
I will stop
I'm
there.
going
I
to
don't need
send it to
to.
you now. I'm going to send it to you now.
I'm
It's an interview.
giving you people
It's a case study. Wait. It's a case study. What you're referring to was actually done in 2009. It was just a case study. by someone and they did interview. So it was not, it was more like I could be a student of Princeton and write about anyone. I can do a case study on anyone. That's what you're referring to. It
It's
wasn't
the
Princeton.
department that did it. It's not just
It's not a
any
department.
student.
I'll send it to you. It's not a department. I'll send it.
Because
I'll send it
I
now.
don't know the one you have. I was the first person to raise it on this platform.
There's
So
only
don't tell
one.
me what I know.
There's only one. It's just an interview. Someone interviewed did a
Oriola,
case.
and I say the student, they use it to teach the students.
They
Don't tell
use.
me, even
Yeah.
Fashola was even involved.
Oriola,
Yeah, but
I think Ola is right. Oh, Ola is, I've
no.
had it before
That's
from
okay.
somebody. So
Wait,
yeah,
that's the
yeah.
thing with when we talk about
I've not read it
with
myself,
colleges.
but somebody,
Well,
as Ola is reporting now, somebody have already told me that before.
right. I understood what you're saying, but here's the thing. That's the thing about school here. It's more like, so when, so for example, let's say I did a project and I write about you, Ola, because I did it in school. They now have a way of actually saving, archiving a lot of those things, and they believe as long as nobody come up and say there's no fact to this, they can use it. Somebody else would reference it to another thing and use it. So I can reference what the interview that the person just did. I can write a paper on something and just reference that. That doesn't totally mean that it's 100% correct. That's what I'm telling you. Just because somebody or a teacher uses it in class based on someone's write-up does not totally mean that it's true. So, like I'm saying, somebody wrote it. It's a case study by someone. It does not mean it's 100% correct. What Tinubu did is not innovation.
Oriola, okay, I've heard you. This is not a matter of who won the argument. You can believe it. You may decide not to believe. Right. So it means nothing. You understand? Someone may be using his pen and paper just to write and make nothing. And someone can come tomorrow and use the same pen and paper. You are making zero out of that your paper. And someone will now come and use that pen and paper to create a value and make, let's say, 100,000 a year from the same. That is innovation, because you've already attached a value to what someone could not attach value. Now, someone will come tomorrow and improve and do process improvement and take it into another level. That is
That's
innovation. You understand? That is why we have degree of innovation. We have radical. We have radical. So please, let's forget about this business term. The boring. Let's forget it already. Let's forget it. It will be boring. I think
we shouldn't be see. I understand the point you're making. I'm not even like disagreeing with that.
Is Oriola mixing innovation and invention together? What's going on?
No.
That's exactly what he's doing. It's him and Prince Daddy. They are mixing invention and innovation.
You know, innovation can be defined in different ways. I think you are looking at it from the point of invention.
No, we're not. Well, on my part, I'm not mixing it up. I know exactly what I'm saying. You can, just because just like the example that he uses. He said someone is using a broom to clean room, and it might take him 100 a lot of hours for him to complete cleaning the room, and he figure out that, oh, there's another thing I could use, which is I can use a vacuum, and that would clean, instead of me spending like hundreds of hours to clean just 2 rooms. I can use that and clean it in about 1 or 2 hours. That's not innovation.
And what is it, Alo? What is it? What is it, Mr. Riola? It's just a technique, a way of doing, the way of doing a new thing, improving the way of doing old things. So that's innovation. That's how I looked at it in the dictionary also. Like now, you want to tell me, like now, those people in those days, even they want to pound the pounded yam, they use mortar, boom, boom, boom. Now you just take a mixer, vite fait, quick. You got it within 5 minutes. Then you burn almost 3 hours. What is it, Mr. Oriola? That's innovation. Because one thing that you give people good services. If somebody gives somebody 2 hours a day. You give them faster, less than 2 hours. You will innovating. It just the world is still the same thing, but you just a little bit click. You understand? A little bit click before you know that's different service. That's why I I do in my own line of trade. You understand? That's it. Yeah, that day I spoke with Mr. Prince Daddy also. So we spoke something. We with Mr. Simba. I told him something. So for there's a way of doing today supplying of what is it, selling of petrol station. There's a way. There's a new way of doing things. That's innovation also. Once you try to do something the way others do not see it, that's it. So Mr. Ola is right. I'm sorry to say, he's right.
I
Wait,
So that
agree with Ola too. I agree with Ola.
wait. All right. I kind of agree with you guys in a way, but here's like what here's what they said. Explanation of innovation. So innovation is the action or process of innovating. So meaning it could be a change or revolution or alteration. What my understanding of this is, if something has been already in existence and you decide to catch up to it and use it, that's not innovation. Innovation comes when a brand new
But it never been
idea.
in existence in Lagos State when
What?
Tinubu, brought it and used it and bring remarkable governance in Lagos
Wait,
State,
what does it? Is it
particularly
the governance?
in
Is
the
it
area
the
of
governance? What
revenue.
is innovation there? Is it the governance or the leadership? Which one is innovation there?
Both, because the leadership brought good governance. So it's good leadership, you know, uh,
Right, right.
that
That's what I'm
that
agreeing to. That
yes,
Prince Daddy said is it. I agree to what he said. Is the leadership. It's not. There's not innovation about that. We've known about Oracle, we've known
no,
about
but
those
for
technology
him
already. He
for him
didn't invent it.
to introduce Oracle in the management of the resources of Lagos
Yeah.
brought a remarkable revenue generation that we've never seen in the history of that state before. So
Right.
that's
Isn't
the
that what is
innovation.
expected of
That is
leaders?
the innovation we are talking about.
Yeah, but that's a
So
leadership. The tech. I understand you guys, but
yeah,
it's not brand new. It's brand new to us, but that thing is already in exist. Okay, okay. Let's use this
but
as an
we are
example.
saying it never
What
been
do
in
you think?
existence in
Okay,
Lagos. It never been in existence. He brought it,
yeah,
used
but
it,
that doesn't
and
mean that the world has never seen it. The world has seen it.
yes, you are right. You are right. That's what you are referring to, and that's what I'm saying. It looks like you are mixing invention and innovation together. You see, the way he used it in Lagos that never been used before, that brought remarkable achievement in the governance of Lagos State. That is what that is what is we are defining as the innovation right there. So I believe Allah is right, and I
Well,
support.
so Ajalekoko, Allah is stretching it. I don't think. I mean, I'm not
You say
against
Allah is
Allah.
what? You say is Allah is what?
Stretching it. It's stretching innovation to the core, to the limit. It's gonna break innovation. It's gonna break
Allah
it.
is redefining it, right?
Yeah,
But you cannot totally disagree with him, though. Are you?
well, I
Do you
disagree. I
totally
mean,
disagree with it? Eh?
but I'm telling you that me, I'm not even concerned with. I'm telling you, with leadership that innovation actually, because many times the solutions to our problems are out there. It takes a really it takes really good leadership to bring about solutions to a problem to the problem that people are facing. Leadership is key, even better than innovation. Sometimes you have the tool, but you don't know how to use it. You don't know how to use it. Now, Tinubu gets a lot of credit for being able to identify the tools that Lagos needs in order to solve its problems. And that is great. That's even greater than the innovation that we're talking about. But my point here is that, and I think maybe Oriela agrees that they didn't create anything new from scratch. They borrow all the ideas and all the tools out there to solve their problem, and that is leadership. Why are we so concerned about innovation? There's no innovation to it. There's none.
Yeah,
There's one place.
right. You guys are right to some extent too. You are not you are not wrong. You are not totally wrong, and Allah is not totally wrong as well. So I think we should. I think
So okay. Now I just so now allow me. If I eat, so I like to eat my eba with my right hand. So tomorrow, if I choose to use my left hand to eat eba, am I? Is that innovation? No, seriously, is innovation?
What kind of analogy is that, Mr. Eba with right hand and not to left hand? That's innovation. Yeah, you are not.
So, question.
You guys
So,
are not totally
if you
wrong.
use fork or spoon, is that innovation to eat eba?
That's a good one too. That's innovation too.
That's
Absolutely.
innovation, man. That's innovation.
A remarkable, you know, the way he used that oracle in the management of the resources and the drive for good governance. I mean, particularly in the way he was able to generate revenue for Lagos. I mean, that is how do I describe it? How did Allah define it? Innovation. That's an innovation in the governance of Lagos State. So Allah is not wrong. It's not wrong, and neither do you guys wrong as well. That use it.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we are hearing you.
Yeah, can hear me. Yeah. So don't. But some good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, it's afternoon here. But some people argue is even if they put the dullest man like anybody, they will perform in Lagos. Some people always say that Lagos is bound to perform.
Please, Thomas, we all know that's not true. We don't have to go over there.
I know. I just
that's
some people argument.
I don't
And
really like
Thomas, that's a low IQ argument.
Yeah.
But some people always say that if they put the dumbest people in the world in Lagos, it will perform because Lagos is the center of excellence.
Yeah, I'll come out that state are not doing it. I'll come out that state.
I wonder. Go and ask the obedience. That's why they always say that.
General, welcome. You know, I'm happy to see you.
Welcome, Mr. Thomas.
So,
welcome.
Oriola, you shocked me. You said anybody cannot do what they are doing in Lagos, right? But you said anybody can do what Dagote is doing. So you've contradicted yourself.
Wait.
When
did I say that? I never said that.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I take that back. So I
was just saying that if they said everything is so simple, like Lagos, you can do anything.
Sorry to digress. By the way, sorry to digress, Oriela. Prince Daddy, did you see the border news story? They have 12,000 people coming through the border daily. They even have a lot of Chinese coming through now. So a lot of Chinese are coming to the Mexican border now.
That's old news now.
No.
Let me comment.
But
big time.
Not 12.
I'm here. Prince Daddy is messing with you. No 12,000 is coming in, man.
No. That was actually reported.
I'm here. Don't mind this.
No.
BT, stop it.
So we have no. Like, just look it up. I'm not making it up. 12,000 every day are coming to the border. I'm not making. You can look it up right now.
Election is
wait, just coming to the border, or you mean they're coming? They allow them into the US? Is it like at the border or coming?
I mean, illegal. Illegal.
No. Are they? Like there's difference between they're coming to the border, but they didn't allow them in.
They have
to get into the state already.
they cross the border illegally and they have to process them.
Hey, Papa T.
What they are hold on. What they're noticing now is that the demographic is now changing. Usually it will be like Latino few. They even have people from Senegal.
Yeah, it's always been like that though.
I'm
There's
not
Africans. No, it's always been like that. It's not all just
Oriala
Africa.
Chinese when the Chinese start mixing up with that population.
Yeah, but Chinese always fled. You remember? Don't
I
you remember
know, but
outside
I'm
San
not.
Francisco?
No. Stay with me. So what the governor of Diwali State is now doing is,
Which your state?
is now
He's been doing that.
Let
He's
me
always
tell
been
you.
doing
no.
that.
They made the guy actually signed a law now making it like illegal for his own police to arrest illegal, which I know if it goes to the Supreme Court, they're gonna strike it down. Obviously,
Yeah, he's playing
yes,
politics.
playing
Man.
politics.
They've been playing politics.
But this is really why I came up. The Chicago mayor now is not complaining that why are they bringing them to him? That's a problem for the border state. Like, what does that got to do with him? Why are you overwhelming my system?
Yeah, but you realize that the border states, they get paid for those things. They
I
get
know,
paid.
but
Are
they
they
don't want the
sending
money.
the money that they are receiving from the federal to those states? They're sending them.
There's a level of hypocrisy to it.
Yeah, because they should be doing that.
On both sides is what I'm saying. Like, if you call yourself a city that takes in everybody, like sanctuary cities or whatever, then don't complain if they send you illegal immigrants. Why are you complaining? You want them.
Also everywhere, even in Europe.
BT,
even in Europe too.
BT, you realize that the sanctuary cities, they get money. The border state city, they also get money for being the border states. So it's more like this: if you're a border state and you're sending people to the sanctuary city, is okay. But the border state money that you're collecting from federal, you should be sending that along to them as well.
No. Let's break it down. What is that money for? That money is not for necessarily. It's not all for illegal immigrants that come to the border. That's not what it's for. There's also there's drugs involved. There's weapons. There's many things involved. It's just not human trafficking.
Even trafficking too.
So that's involved too. So it's not just solely people crossing innocently and just coming to the border. There's
right. So how can you now differentiate when everybody that's coming in that you're processing, you're sending them to the sanctuary city? So you're trying to differentiate that it's not just for illegal people.
I'm actually focused.
For drug trafficking.
No. The point.
How can you differentiate it?
The reason why I actually came up was these so-called sanctuary cities are getting overwhelmed.
Yeah, they are. You should come to New York.
But because of politics, they dare not complain about it. They have to suck it up, even though they're getting one. They can't say a word. I'm like,
no, they can't. But what do you expect them to do?
Because if they do, they're gonna concede to the Republicans. So everybody wants to hold on to their own base. Like, I'm starting strong, but even the Democrats are complaining, like Chicago.
My own knowledge is this: just because they're accepting them does not mean that they can send them back to the original wherever they came from. It just takes process. Like, do you realize that some people that they already came in, they're still sending them back to where they come from? But the thing is, if other states is sending you people, you're not just going to be emotionless and just be like, okay, just because you're sending these people, we're just gonna leave them in the street. You do, you yourself, you're dismantling your own city, so you can't just do that. But I'm just saying that just because they accept them now doesn't mean they can take them back to where they came from.
I'm just enjoying
send them back.
I'm enjoying the politics. That's just it's fun for me to watch. Yeah.
Do you know the Arizona governor just deployed the National Guard to the
and she's a Democrat.
border?
She's like, F this, man. I'm done with this Joe Biden guy. I don't care.
Yeah, she's a Democrat.
That's what I'm saying. Like, at some point, you're like, you know what? I know we play party politics, and I get it. What man? Forget it, man.
With the National Guard.
She doesn't even want them to concentrate, because I have my sister living in Arizona. Actually, she called me about it. They having problems in Arizona.
Yeah,
So
but it's
when you
illegal.
took
But it's
when you
illegal to just jump the fence and come into another people's country.
let's talk
It's
about this.
illegal.
What is special in this your US?
Let's go
Everybody
back to
running.
Nigeria, man.
What is special in this your US? Everybody running to that US. I don't know. These
No,
people where this
no, Thomas, no go there.
where you
I
kill
still want
yourself,
to Japan go US, no go there.
where you kill yourself indiscriminately, just kill people like
No, Thomas,
fowls.
no go there, no go there. Let me tell you.
I
Is in
cannot go there.
Australia like that? Is in
If I
Australia
get to
like
US,
that too?
No, we don't kill
Yes, it
ourselves.
is. They are racist. They isn't a white
Racism is
country.
different for killing people. Now, if you
It's the
racist
same.
to
It's
people,
the
people
same
don't
thing.
die.
The only difference is the fact that there's no law. There's no gun freely of. You can just have a gun. That's the only difference. Everything else is the same.
California is richer than Australia. What
We
is
know.
Okay. Can I say something? If you don't mind.
But before you go, Ola, they look at your private chat, you will see the story there. 12,000 every day. I'm not. That is CNN. That is New York Post. So I'm not making that up. So you can follow that news story yourself.
Yeah, Ola, go on. Ola wants to say something.
So okay. See,
New York
there's
Post
something
be
special.
lying.
There's something special about
Yeah,
the US.
but see, they are mixing our blood.
Thomas, you can see that the US people now they are pushing me away, so they are pushing me aside.
No. You can say what you want to say. We are listening.
You see, it depends on the perspective. You see, US is a special country. I must be honest. And when we talk of the US, we can't even Australia and United Kingdom. They should not even be talking, to be honest, because if not because of the US today, you can imagine the type of the war we'll be using. So we be in because the US, they are the global police. The US is the reason that the like of the UK will not say they want to go back to what they were doing before. Because of US were the reason those people quickly stop all those slave trade and some other things. Because the US shocked everyone when they revolted against the British. So not only that, when you talk of
Ola, sorry, I will never dream of living in US. I was dreaming. No, let me finish.
Thomas, we don't
Before I
want you here either.
Let me finish, or Baba, a US man. Before I left Nigeria, I was thinking of going to the US. But when I got here, no. You guys are just I'm not dreaming of coming to live in US. I'm thinking of coming for visit, just holiday. But not living there. Nah.
If you are living on Earth and you've never been to US, you are not actually living on Earth. You are living.
Sorry, I will not make it.
Thomas, even the kind of snakes you have in Australia, don't you have all those dangerous biting creatures over there? All those spiders and all these dangerous animals over there.
That doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But we don't kill ourselves. We don't kill ourselves here.
Spiders.
Wait, Babati in a single day, not every day now. You said it as if it's every day.
No, check the other story. I put about 6 links there for a reason for you to look up. So just go back and study it again. But back to the stuff. Oh, why would anybody want to go to Australia to go and do what? Who goes to Australia? Seriously, like what's down there?
We live longer here. We live longer here. We live longer here. We don't kill ourselves.
If you like to eat kangaroo, you can go to Australia. So
that's the best meat ever. That's the best meat.
Have you eaten it?
Can you see that?
It's not fattening. It's not fattening. That's why.
Excuse me,
Thomas. Okay, Adewale has not spoken. Let him speak.
Yeah, Adewale.
Thank you very much, Ola. You're talking about how did this topic even snowball to that America is better than. Okay, we're talking about the border crossing, and we now have. Babati now said we have other nationals coming through the border. Please remind me the last time there was no people at the border of United States of America trying to sneak in into this country. Please remind me the last time.
I lived in El Paso for 2.5 years. I know they were.
Okay, so that border is always crowded,
my point
day and night.
Democrats they've been playing politics with that border for a long time.
Wait now, I haven't landed, Babati.
Yeah.
No matter what this conspiracy theory we are trying to, push today for this topic, look, both sides, even the libertarian and any uh, independent uh, politician out there will tell you we need to secure our border. Our border is porous. Yes, the southern states are very, very porous. But you see, yes, America tried to demarcate and to carve out their own border from Mexico. What you see happening in the in the southern side, is not what is happening close to up north, where the American and Canada share border. Canadian can come into America without visa. They can only stay there here for 90 days, I believe, and they can't work. They have to have working authorization before they can work.
Same thing for me. Let me tell you, I live in El Paso. When I was in El Paso, most people lived. I think I've said it before. Most people lived in Mexico, but working in El Paso.
Yeah, but those people are granted.
Remember,
they have working authorization.
Remember their cousins. They have family ties. What I'm saying is, I don't mind people coming in, whatever, whatnot. Just make sure that you know who they are. Coming legally.
But don't be sounding like Republican.
The same way I came in, the same way you came in. Hopefully, it was legal. I'm not sure about Diwali, but like
I did not jump fence.
But
no, I want to Kawalini.
Apart from Diwali, like most of us came in legally. I went to the embassy in Nigeria 8 times.
No, I've been told not to. I've been told not to bring that topic of Babati on this.
Yeah,
I was told that it's not a topic to be discussed. However, what you see happening in southern part of the country, it's not new. You see, America bought this land, especially Texas, from Mexico, right? They paid, and after that, Texas was more or less like a country, right? So, and with the
Wait,
way,
but where? You mean the land that they didn't buy anything? They took it.
Who told you they didn't buy anything? They bought. Texas was paid for.
They were listening to me. Hold on.
Didn't they fight war to?
They
have an option.
Texas from them.
They didn't buy anything. They took it. What
check history. Texas was paid for. Louisiana was paid for.
They took Texas. They took California.
These people always argue blindly. They paid. The first president of Texas was Sam Houston. They paid for Texas.
It was forced sale. They didn't have a choice but to sell. Like
they didn't have a choice. They paid for it.
No. Hold on. The Mexicans didn't have a choice. They forced them to sell it. It wasn't
sell is say whether you are compelled to sell or not. Oh, Joe was saying they fought the war, yes, but they paid.
No,
the last state in America that was paid for was Alaska. Okay, and they paid. America will tell you. But saying paid is paid. Okay. It's about expansion. We're trying to build a union. It's all about somebody collected the money on behalf of.
Listen. You have a land.
It's at gunpoint.
I put gun on your head.
Whether gunpoint or no gunpoint, to somebody pocketed that money.
Let's be clear. If I put the gun on your head and say your land, though, give it to me for $10, even though it's worth $2 million, Is that really a sale?
Look,
It's not
when
really.
America came to when the British people came to America, do you think they came in and said, "Look, we are going to take our land. You do nothing to us"? The Indians fought them, but guess what? They reinforced. They beat the crap out of them, and they took the land by force. Right? So today they call it the land of the free. So at that time, that was what was so tenable or acceptable. Now it's no longer fashionable. You can't just invade somebody's land and claim the property. No, as at that time you can migrate as long as you want to be free. You can
It
disassociate
happened
yourself
last
from
year, it happened last year in Europe.
you can disassociate yourself
All
from the
right.
British and come to
Let
America,
me
right?
let me
So,
explain this real quick.
well, I'm
They
not. Look, I'm
no,
not
because
discussing.
what you said is incorrect.
What
What
is
you said is
incorrect?
incorrect.
What is
They
incorrect?
did so is a treaty, and I was telling you they they fought. It was American Mexico war. They took the land, and part of the treaty, in order for them to stop the war, was for them to pay them to take all away all this
Did they pay it?
the south. When you're talking about treaty, you fought a war and
Did
you
they
took away
pay? Did money
yeah,
exchange
but the
and
way you said it, the way you said they bought
my
it from
brother?
them, they didn't buy it.
I'm not
They
going to
didn't
that
buy it
history.
from them. They
Did
took
the
it from
money
them.
exchange
But the
and
treaty is for
was
them
there
to
any
pay.
monetary compensation?
Is there yeah? Compensation is
Oh,
not
okay,
the same
case
thing
closed.
as
We're done with
payment.
that part of the story.
Yeah, no. Be good. No, we have to be factual. The way you said it is as if they, and you also made mention that Europe came here and they they bought the is it they bought the land or what did you say they
Which
did
Europe?
they
Which Europe came in? I said the
yeah
British. The
no, not
British.
just the British
He
that
was
came to
telling
America.
us if they
Wait,
willingly
that's the thing. Not just the British that came to America. New
Who fir-
Orleans, New Orleans, the French owned that territory. They came for that territory. The New
was
York.
American in existence by
Listen,
before before then?
listen. New York was the Netherlands.
Sir, I am
What is
not
it?
going to this history stuff with
Florida
you.
was the Spanish. We have to see when we are saying things like this, we just have to be we have to be 100% factual because the way you're saying it
Are you done
is
with your
as if
interjection? Because that's not my cross of my discussion. I'm not talking about those part of the history. What I read or what I studied for my naturalization says the British came to the United States and they listed the reason why they decided they revolt against the king and they came to United States and they took the land
they
from the
came to
Indians.
northeast. Well, northeast is where the with the Boston tea. That's why they
Anyway,
call them the Boston tea.
so
But yeah, if
so
you
um so
no, we can't do. So here's the thing.
Okay,
Instead of
Americans,
you to hear
Americans,
correction,
can
what
we
you're
discuss
doing
Nigeria?
is
I
you're
don't know
trying to
what you are
play over
correcting.
it
I summarize the story.
because
You
every
want me
single
to
thing you
go?
said is incorrect,
What
and
is
you have
now?
to
Abiade
be
and
correcting.
Adewale,
Can I
Abiola
just
and
finish
Adewale.
my submission? I mean, what you
No,
are
you
saying?
Americans, you've taken over, and
A
we
land
want to
was
find
bought,
solution to Nigerian
money
problem.
exchange, and they took the land. It's as simple as ABC, right? So when they annexed these southern states from the neighboring country Mexico, and then you decide to close your eyes, you know, there's a saying in Yoruba land, you can't be the only person prospering, and you say your neighbor should not steal your property. It's not possible. Ara ilé ẹ̀ ń jèkúté, ó ń jẹ aáyán, and you didn't say nothing. So now America decided if America have a choice, they wouldn't want Mexico to be part of North America. They decided to let that country be and not empower them. Yes, they will say they give them grant money, they give them empower them agriculturally and all that. But the development in Mexico is not the same in America. Even in the entire North, Caribbean a little bit. But at the end of the day, the Mexicans will come in here because they can't. There's no way if Togo or Ghana is doing well, Nigeria will migrate to that place, right? So today, there's no blessed day in that border that you won't see them lining up, queuing up to come into America. And the scrupulous ones among them would jump fence, take a walk in the desert for days to come to America undocumented. Now, the state, the state like Texas that decided to be stubborn about this issue, they are overstepping their boundary. Constitutionally, they are not empowered to arrest immigrants because this is a national issue. It's a federal issue. And the law of Texas does not empower the law enforcement to arrest immigrants for the sole purpose of immigration violation, except you break the law of the land, and it was now came into existence that your immigration status is has a K leg. Now they can now do the what you call intergovernmental um, this thing, and then hand you over to the appropriate agency. Then they will now decided to charge you to immigration court and see if you are right for deportation. But what you see the state governor of Texas doing last week was overstepping that boundary. They voted, in the Senate, in the state Senate, and they passed that law. And they know what they are doing. And I can tell you, the American Supreme Court is going to override them because they have no constitutional right to arrest anyone in this country.
Let's ask you the question. Are you for open borders?
I'm not for open borders, but you see what you see happening is a duplication of law. No, I'm not for open border. But you see, the law, international law granted that anyone seeking asylum at your door. Okay, majority, even the Trump father was once came through asylum. Anyone, sorry.
What are you doing, man?
If no, see, hold on. If you're ever familiar with what you call them,
Trump father.
no, no, this Republican would not let us hear whatever. Did his father not deported from the Germany? Came back to
No,
America
that's not
two
true.
times.
His mom you're talking about from Ireland.
I beg you, Fisher Island. His father is from Germany. They changed that name from Germany to English name.
Yeah, but isn't all
So
Americans from
that is not
Europe?
even what I'm
Isn't all
discussing. They
Americans
keep
from Europe?
these
Because I'm
Republicans
not
will
sure
always
the point.
these Republicans always distracting
I'm
people.
not Republican, but the point you're making is
You're
not
a
valid.
Republican sympathizer.
One voice, please. One
You're a
voice here.
Republican sympathizer,
Can we
just
switch
like
to Nigeria, man?
so. However,
a question. Let's
huh?
ask you a question.
Who,
So
me?
when the federal government is failing to protect the border, secure the border and prevent this illegal, and some of them are criminals, from moving into Texas, what do you expect Texas to do? Texas should just lay back and allow crime. And when some of the border town, these people are trooping in, killing people, stealing, and doing some sort of things. So
bringing in drugs.
Raping women.
Yeah.
Ow,
So
that's not true. They're not
see,
killing no one.
that before I answer that, Babajale
Go
Koko,
to the border town.
you seems to be a Republican sympathizer as well.
It's not a matter
Now,
of
this
Republican.
is
It happened at the border town.
no. See,
That's
you
not
see,
true. They're not
Babajale
touching
Koko, when you
anyone.
listen to this propaganda-filled local network and what
Okay,
they be bringing,
where do you get your own information?
Yeah, bro.
I live
His news
close to the
from
border.
Fox
I
News.
live in Texas, for crying out loud.
Do you
We
live
know.
at the border town?
Babajale Koko, what is
No,
happening in our state that I won't know?
you
You
don't
see,
have the the experience of
look,
those people.
I have been to that border between the New
You just
Mexico
been
and
there. You don't
El
live there.
Paso. Look, you
I've
see all
seen
these things.
camera. I've seen camera taking
Babajale
them.
Koko, if you
Hold
have
on
been
now.
to the
I
now.
lived there for close to 3 years, and I'm telling you, I lived in El Paso for close to 3 years.
wait now,
I've seen camera coverage of
wait
this area.
now.
They
See,
interview the people
we
in that
have
area.
America
They
have
a lot of things.
federal. Babajale Koko, wait. America have federal agents across the border working 24 hours, day and night. But see, no.
So those
If
people don't sneak in. They don't
no,
sneak.
wait now. Wait now. Look, they prioritize. You know, you see, when this news comes across like this or come out like this, it's always as if, oh, these people just sit down on their butt all day, not doing nothing. No, they work day and night. It's just that the political aspect of it is what make it an issue. Every day they arrest illegal immigrants. In fact, they deploy helicopter. They even have infrared that will seek out those people coming in the night and all that. They do, but you see, it's just like when you are going from Maiduguri to Niger, how porous that border is. It's like that, exactly like that here in Mexico to Texas, and New Mexico and other neighboring states. The states that border those Mexicos, they try as much as possible to help the federal agent. And then when they are coming in, they have different routes that they take every day. But you see, the one that you have queuing up at the border, they are the biggest issue government is facing because they are in the dilemma not to turn them back, but they don't have enough personnel to process them, and America cannot admit them. But by law, we are mandated to hear them out first. Now, the previous administration wanted that asylum processing taking place outside America, but the law does not support that. You have to admit, process, admit, and asylum process is just temporary. It's not something that is, it has a expiry date. It's subject to renewal, right? So, and by law, America is mandated to admit people. But because of the large number that turn out every day, I want to believe they're taking advantage of that as well. But those people sneaking in.
That's a question.
Those ones sneaking in.
They
are not the problem.
No, let me ask a question. Be honest with me. And this is what I have noticed with Democrats and liberals. But I go watch this. So when they bring these people in from those countries, they only live in the posh area of Houston. He lives in Sugarland, all those expensive places. They won't take those people there. They'll take them to black dominant areas. And one third world, they just dump them in those poor areas. So, and what do you notice? This rising conflict between the black people and those immigrants. They won't take them to the wireless areas now. They won't go there. You will never see them say we now set up camps for illegal immigrants in the wireless.
Why would they take them there in the first place?
I thought they were all sharing the responsibility for being a liberal, for having liberal policies and having
that's not true. That's
no. Let me finish. Hold on. If you're canvassing for them to come in, then the same way they
Who's
come
canvassing for them? You're saying the law. You're saying the law of the land is not correct.
No. I'm saying that Dewale is canvasses like okay. Let's do that now. Like
no, I'm telling you the dilemma the home security is facing.
Hold on. In Chicago, for instance, when the people had a town hall meeting in their area, and they said, "Okay, you're bringing these guys in. How come where the mayor lives is not bringing them over there? How come it's now outside of town?" The elite among the liberals can campaign about this online or whatever they want, but they don't want these people in their own area. They will either put them in the poor neighborhood, put them in a camp, and have this rising conflict amongst the locals with these illegal immigrants. So if Duane really wants them,
you know why they won't bring them?
Pelosi leave. Is that what you are referring?
See, wait now. You know why they will not bring them to Richmond? No, I'm not. I don't live in the big man. But the thing is,
I know you live in Richmond. I know you do. Come back for them to come to Richmond.
Wait now, there's no space in Richmond. There's no space in Sugarland. But
the federal job was up on reach.
Come on, guys.
Think we don't you are the
Babajale Koko, I'm a regular. I'm like I'm a commoner. How do they call it in saying? There's no space because accommodation. Here You have to be a homeowner for you to be able to live here, and
One
there's
thing
no
I got
apartment.
for federal government.
Man, I'm telling you, they will become massive for things.
But you see, the dilemma is this. In as much as the politician trying to politicize this, no matter who is in office, it's an issue because American, as just like a healthcare, they are having a hard time to sit down and draw out a clear-cut immigration law that will overall, because what the one we have in America's hands are tied. And look, I'm telling you this. Is it not the same America that started the visa lottery? And that system is still ongoing, right? Look, in as much as we will be here and say, look, the border is porous, this and that, America today, by law, they are compelled to admit anyone, well, is subject to processing. Anyone seeking asylum at the border. That is why if today somebody is seeking asylum and is because Trump's trying to start doing it in Mexico, it was against the law. And this is a country of law. The judge, I mean, the immigration judge actually worked for the immigration anyway. So they don't really have, what do I say? They don't really have room for, personal or opinion or
Can I say
something.
something real quick?
They follow the law that done out to the T. And that is why it's very hard. You see those people queuing up, and I keep saying it. You see all those criminal ones coming in. The federal government knows who is coming in. They know them. They could track them. But the one at the border, in that large number, are the one that is giving them headache. So if they say today, this is the number we can admit, and they work with the local authority. And I tell you this, nobody will come in. But because they politicize it, they've make it a state issue. I mean, look at Texas. Texas is going to be committing the state money, the taxpayers' money that I paid for federal security. I mean, this job of homeland security, Texas state is going to be
Why
paid for
can't
it.
you blame your
Can I say
liberal
something
friend?
real quick?
Why
So
can't you blame your liberal friend?
it's eye service. To
Wait,
be
can I
honest,
say?
Blame your
Let me say
liberal
something
friend.
real quick.
Blame your liberal friends.
It's not about
Let me say
liberal.
something. Let me say something real quick. I think the point that a lot of people are missing, especially people saying liberal and talking about all these Democrats, liberal, they're Democrat, and what's the one in the middle, the independent. Here's the thing: a lot of these people, they're going to take the job that a lot of you guys don't want to do. A lot of you people, that's why they call like the central city. If you go to those cities, who are those people cleaning the bathrooms? Who are those people doing the many jobs? Like, who are those people on the farm? Isn't the I don't want to label people, but you guys know those people that they do the housing, they do the farm, like pick up your orange and all of those farm stuff. Isn't these people doing those jobs? But you still complain. Especially most of those rich people now, their nannies. Who are they? So people complain. But these people are the one taking those jobs and doing those jobs, even for less money.
I,
They're
I,
happy to take it, but you still
and
complain.
I agree
You're
with
talking
you.
about
Listen to me. No,
liberal.
no.
You yourself, would
Hold on,
you
hold on.
want to use someone
Hold
that
on.
you know to do this job? No.
It's very important. So on both sides, this is level of hypocrisy. When Republicans talk about letting them in or looking away, of course, is to cut your lawns, to work in your hotels, cheap labor without benefits. They are looking at the economics of it, right? So when they want them to come in, that's what they're looking at. When the liberals look at it, it's the human angle of, oh, poor thing coming from South America. Oh, let's let them in.
Why are you differentiating these
Let me
things,
finish,
man?
please. Let me finish. I'm going somewhere. Let me finish. My point is this. On both sides, at some point, if you want people to come in their millions and to take up these jobs, make up a law where people can come in, they get processed, maybe give them some kind of below a green card or whatever with no benefit, because that's what is really pushing the agenda. Cheap labor with no benefit. That's what is from Republican angle. Because I've studied these things for years. Because I knew that during when Romney was running. Remember when Romney was running, and they found out that he even had illegal immigrants cutting his grass. Remember that campaign, that election cycle. But even during the Bush era, when they gave them some form of legal papers to work in the farms.
Yeah, but which America is going to do the job? So
No,
the thing is,
I'm agreeing with. Stay with me now. I'm agreeing with you that those jobs, farm work, actually during the Bush era, there was those farm jobs that they gave to Black Americans. They did not last for 2 weeks before they quit because they couldn't handle the pressure. I'm with you. All I'm saying is, if you want them to come in the millions to take those jobs, come up with the law to legalize them so that they are legal. We know who they are in the system. Is all I'm saying.
No. They do have a law. That's why they call them the sanctuary
You know how
cities.
many of them
Meaning
coming
that
in
they
every
don't
day?
need they can get a driver license
But we don't
and
have
do the jobs.
No, but we don't have it's not centralized enough for everybody to say.
What do you mean it's centralized? It's just that you guys trying to politicize it.
Can I finish
Just
my
the same
point?
way Republican are doing.
Can I finish my point? Let me finish my point. If you have sanctuary cities, that is not the only place they work in, even though that's where legally they can stay in. They still work in these so-called Republican and conservative states. They don't have the tag of sanctuary cities. They still work there. What I'm saying is, make it across board, Democrat cities, red or blue or purple or whatever. If you really want them across board, they make it legal and make it further at that level. Is my point. But let's not play this like I say, you can do it here, you can't do it over there. Because politically it's going to benefit me, then I'm going to do it. Or I don't want them. It's going to hurt with my base.
All right, let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this. What do you think about people that they get visa for visitation or schooling, and after their thing expired, they never go back? What do you want them to do to those ones too?
Okay, so this is why I differ, because I'm not like just a raw crazy conservative. Like, if your skill set, if you come to study medicine, for instance, if you're in like neurology or whatever, and the demand for that is high, and you say, listen, I want to stay or change my status. Government looks at the demand for your skill set, and that should determine if you stay or not. That is the way I will approach it.
I disagree with that, but because here's the thing: if you come here to study and your study is done, you should go back. Don't stay here when your thing is overdue. Here's where the problem comes.
Yeah.
Because if you're saying that, because there's already law in place, and you want them to do this, that if you're coming here illegally or you're coming here for asylum, you can't just go to sanctuary city only. They should create a law that will abide with. Now you're giving excuse to those people that overstayed their visa as well. You're not listening. What's the thing that Obama did for those people that came here when they're younger?
Listen. I said, because you're not listening, you already have an agenda. Just listen to what
I listen to you, man. I do.
But hold on. Can I finish? Hold on. I said the demand for your skill set. If those crossing the border earlier, if you listen to what I said from the conservative side, they look at it from the economic demand for those skilled workers, where they know they are low paying. They need them from those that Americans will not ordinarily do. So there's a demand for it. Okay. So if they can find a way around it to make them legal while they're doing those low jobs, do it. So I'm on both sides. I'm consistent. I'm saying that if you are in a high demand job, you came here to study, and you want to change up your status, if the demand for your skill set is so high that they cannot fight, like in medicine now, they are really short about 164,000 doctors in America. Yes. So if you're a doctor that came here to study and they really need you, they trained you, for God's sake. You've gone through the system. Why would they send you back when you apply if the demand for you to come? Remember, they see recruiting from different countries to come in. So America will not go to different countries to come bring a doctor in. When they train you here, they send you back. So the demand for your skill set will keep you here. That's just common sense. That's not me saying that. They need
I
you.
understand your point, but here's what me I'm saying. I'm not saying that if the demand is there and they, let's say you did your your internship or fellowship, you did that,
President, yeah,
and after you finish your fellowship, the hospital retain you and they get you papers, because usually when they hire you to work for them, they help you fill or get the paper
yeah,
for you
because
to stay. If that is done, great. But what I'm saying is, if you overstay your stuff, then that becomes a problem. Which is
I'm
the
not
same
for that.
thing with these people.
If you overstay your visa, I am not for that.
Exactly. So that's
when
what I'm
when
saying. That these people too, they're requesting for asylum. If they get it, good.
Mhm.
If they don't,
when Trump came in, I know a lot of Nigerians that fled to Canada because they felt, because there was this change of law. A friend of mine actually moved to Canada. That you had to make.
I didn't really pay those people.
She was
Because
making 70K that time in computer, whatever, and they said they raised the salary level of what she had to make to stay in America within a year, and she couldn't find that job too. They didn't want to bump her salary up to meet the new requirement, so she had to leave the country. So she went to Canada, and luckily for her, it worked for her. All I'm saying is that on both sides, everybody has this agenda that for economic reason, for whatever reason, come together and fix the problem. They know the solution or how to fix it. But for the people to continue to troop in their thousands every week, it should not be accepted. Find a way to fix the law is what I'm saying. Oyala, I hope you get what
I hear what you're saying. The thing is, this thing did not just start today, because I remember the same border thing. Bush was doing the same thing back in 20 or 03 and 04. He was building the border wall,
was the
and
farm.
they didn't want the border wall to be built.
It was the farmers, and I remember it was a farm. It was a farmer. But you know, to be honest with you, the Republican.
No. It wasn't a farmer. It was just that he was doing this exactly the same thing that Trump came to do. Was same thing back then. The farmer thing that you're talking about, it was just that the equality was not there. The black people have farms. They always have farms.
Oh,
But the other thing, the only reason why some other people was fighting for their farms, well, to get their land back. What the thing is more like they're trying to get their land back, because after the end of slavery, they gave some people that still that were in the cotton field in South, they gave them land, but for some reason the government was able to manipulate and get the land back. I that was what that was. But the point I'm trying to make is, this is not as easy as we think. There's already, that's why we, just like I initially said, that's why we have the Sanctuary City. New York City is very big. A lot of people don't want to do the dirty jobs. Some people are willing to do it. That's how Chicago, Dallas, that's how they have the sanctuary cities.
Yeah,
And
but,
that's why
but
they can
I,
send these people.
I don't want to hear any mayor of those cities complaining. That's what I don't want to. I don't want to
No,
hear that.
they're not complaining. So here's the thing. They're
Were,
not complaining.
no. The one in Chicago was complaining today. That's I'm like, what the
They see, when you hear complaint, and I said that to you initially too. It's more like, if you're a border state, they get paid. Like, they literally pay them. If you're Central City, they pay them as well. So it's more like, now if you're a border state and you're not doing what you're expected to do, and you're just shipping, and what they're doing is even ridiculous, because they didn't let those people to get processed. Because when they get processed and they have to determine if they have to give them asylum, they're not letting those things to that process to take its course before they now start shipping people to other places, to the sanctuary city. It's just like the political games they're playing. And I don't want to fall into their trap, because they're playing trap. I mean, they're just trying to like get people.
Oriola, have you been to an immigration court before?
Nope.
Okay.
Why?
Lady.
Why?
It was protest. That's why he knows.
No. Me, what do you mean? Me, my, my family. I have everybody here. Like I came in when I was young, so I'm not like I'm not. But the point me, I was just. I mean, you just like you learn these things, and when you learn it, you know like how it works. You know the process. That's the only thing. I just know the process. It has nothing to do with me. But me, I want people to. I want us instead of judging those people to just like. That's why I'm in the middle. I'm independent. It's not.
They were They were for me saying, let me leave you guys alone. I got to bounce. Thomas, Ola, Triumph, and the stubborn Oyola.
Yeah, you came in to change the topic when we're discussing our Dangote thing.
I apologize. I apologize.
See, Republican sympathizers.
Diwali, I've always told you I only vote Republican for only one reason, and you know why? It's because of money. Mine is based. Mine is just like I don't care about your social issues that much. Whatever you do in your bedroom is none of my business. Just leave my cash alone. Anyone that can help me save more money and pay less taxes, I'm riding with you. I don't care if you. That's not. You know my position on that. I'm physically conservative, socially liberal. So if I discuss anything about policy, Thomas, can you let Prince Daddy come in? I think he went to the fridge or something.
Prince Daddy is not even here.
I think he dropped off, but Thomas, can you let him back in?
Trump.
So, Oyola, you should know that's my politics. Physically conservative, almost libertarian in nature, but like socially very liberal. I don't even care enough about.
You're confused. You're confused. That's the thing.
I'm confused.
you're saying I'm conservative in what and libertarian in physical nature. Like you have to see that's why I'm independent. Like
I'm not confused.
I agree.
You can't use that word. You can't use that word. That's a little. No, you can't say I'm confused.
No. Yeah, but you have to pick one. You have to stick.
I just
defined
the meaning of my own politics.
Then you should just be independent, meaning that sometimes you agree with.
But see, you don't want to be labeled by. Sorry, you don't want to be labeled by Adewale. That's why it's beyond that. Don't hide behind. Don't hide behind the economy. It's beyond that.
Prince Daddy.
You see,
your friend.
He said, why they wait? You see those people that claim to be independent, they're mostly cowards.
Look at you. Look at disrespect.
They play this anti game. They are really either conservative. Don't say what you mean and mean what you say.
Yeah, but exactly you now you're saying that you're conservative in nature, but you're libertarian in physical. What does that mean? That's independent. You know.
No. That tag it has this negative. I don't like calling myself.
Well, I'm independent. I agree with conservative on some things, and I agree with liberal on some things.
So
I'm not like.
So you're confused.
I'm not confused. I'm not confused. Whoever is able to think on their own and not like, because everything about liberal is not what you agree with. Everything about conservative is not what you agree with. Nobody like would tell me that everything about conservative is what I agree with. That's not true. You have to have your mind of your own. Huh? Say that again.
But you know, like 20 years ago, what is considered liberal back then now is almost conservative in today's.
No. Do you know what liberal is?
Trust me, I do.
Yeah, but like you liberal just basically to me. Let me say to me.
Hold on. Oh God, if I say something, let me explain what I mean before you respond to it. So 20 years ago, if you were middle of the road when it comes to physical policy, like let's save money, but let's keep Medicare, Medicaid, I'm still for marriage or whatever, whatnot, you are still accepted in the Democratic Party 20 years ago. But in today's Democratic Party, I think they have more leeway with the progressives in terms of social issues. that even if you are still keeping your conservative values in terms of monetary policy, if you don't conform with the social issues, you are ostracizing the party. So they've moved the goalpost a little bit. That makes people like me that were in college, Democrats, look conservative in today's world. That's my point. Like, so they've moved so far, both sides, by the way. With the, you know what happens with the Tea Party, they've moved the goalposts on both sides. So the middle is a little bit hollow. You don't have so many down the middle liberal conservatives or social liberal. You don't have that much of that in the House or in the Senate anymore. You have the extremes now running the thing for the most part. So that's what I've noticed. Compared to 20 years ago,
quickly on that.
So, yeah.
Even in one family, you can't have consensus and everything. So why should we expect one political party to have the answer or be able to relate to us on every issue? That's not possible. It's not
Wow,
reality.
Prince Daddy is talking the talk tonight. I can't believe this guy was. I thought you just gonna ride with conservative on everything, but you're talking different tonight. Wow.
Hell no. Heck no. Hell no.
Don't be fooled, though.
Prince Daddy.
Don't be fooled with this. Prince Daddy. Prince Daddy. He's Zionist, though.
Prince Daddy.
Yeah.
Hey,
what's up?
so are you aware of the Colorado Supreme Court pronouncement on your uncle's case?
Your uncle.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
my
been
uncle, yeah.
barred from contesting in Colorado as
No,
president.
you don't know. See, don't get excited. Just like we talked about it yesterday. It's a
Exactly.
non-issue.
I'm
It's a
elated.
non-issue.
I'm on
It's a
fire.
non-issue. It's a non-issue. They're just playing politics.
How
And if
can
you actually look at the
nobody
judgment,
be excited about Trump not running? I mean, you have a Biden problem in your own party. Why are you even bothered about Trump?
Don't worry about Biden. Biden is.
according to what they actually did in Colorado, actually, I just learned today that Trump's name is still on the ballot, actually, because they have a stay on that pronouncement, and they punt the whole thing to the Supreme Court to make the decision. And based on that legal framework,
It's a state
Trump's
issue.
name.
Supreme Court has no jurisdiction on state issue. The highest court in the state already adjudicated that case and said his name is not going to be on the ballot.
No. See, you listen to too much CNN. That's your problem, Adewale. The thing is that there's no base for that for that charge, because Trump. How can you preemptively? This is just a mockery of the justice system. But see,
40
there's something really,
felonies hanging on his neck.
there's something really bizarre going on in this country. For those that love this country,
Like I said yesterday, Peter, what are you afraid of? If you know, you just let him run and beat him, right?
No,
if you don't think
exactly.
We don't allow criminals to run. There's no point.
No, but it's a criminal now.
Wait, question. Do you guys actually believe in both of them? I think they're just too old. I don't believe in any. I think they should let new people do this thing.
To my point earlier, it's like the illusion of choice. We don't really have a choice.
Yeah.
No. We do have a choice. We have a clear choice. We have a clear choice.
Where's the clear choice?
Who's the choice? Who's the clear choice?
Well, it's either we have somebody that hates black people like Biden, and somebody that has the worst economy, the highest inflation.
He hates black people, but he picks white people.
I thought you said you were talking since earlier. I thought you just give me time.
Prince Daddy,
I'm kidding,
Prince Daddy. The point I'm making is both of them, they're too old. We need like the new people. To be honest with you, if somebody else younger, like this guy from Florida,
that clown from Florida,
I wouldn't even mind, because both of them, they're like already too old.
We don't play politics based on age like that. See, keep in mind, the beautiful thing about it is that Ron DeSantis, the so-called anointed person on the other side, he had the opportunity. I mean, he's been on 4 debates and one with
Prince Daddy, you know I don't really buy to your this American narrative, but now
this kangaroo. What are you talking about?
They are too old now. But when Biden was contesting the last time, they were not old. So what is going on here?
That's Adewale's politics right there. It's not true.
No. Here's the point. The people made their choice. But the thing is, everybody just want Trump out. That's the thing. We don't care whoever. But now that Trump is out, they're letting Biden know that we don't really
Trump is
need
not
him.
out
Need
yet. You can't say it's out.
Trump is out.
It's not out
No.
now.
We are talking about the last election that all people wanted was Trump to be out of it. We just want him out of office. But now they got him out of office. They want Biden should just step down for younger people to
No,
come up.
it's not over
But it
until
wouldn't.
it's over. Listen, President, Riola, that man is like a snake that his neck is not yet out. We need to cut it off completely. We
But
know
we don't
that.
need Biden to cut it off
Oh,
completely. We need
there's
younger
no other,
person to
there's
cut it
no other
off.
choice. There's no other person that can.
No, we have choices. We
Can
have
I
the Greg
ask?
Ramaswamy.
Can I
We
ask?
have
They went
okay.
and
We
brought
got
that
plenty of
clown from
choices.
Florida. That
Can I ask?
clown of the
Can
governor.
I ask you like a question? Okay, like so, why do you think the Democrats didn't present this governor? Because there was a time that there was this rumor that they were going to present the California president and is it Michelle Obama or whatever.
No, Michelle Obama can. No,
Yeah,
no, Obama
They are
don't.
not. They are not electable. They are
Yeah,
not
No.
electable. They have
The
no say.
California government.
Let me say so. The
The
California governor, if
governor
it's
is
Yeah,
good.
Gavin
Yeah.
Newsom. Gavin Newsom.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would support him. But the thing is, I don't think he wants to run right now. Because if he actually put his head in the game
Record.
in the race, I don't think Biden is going to step down. And if
no,
he's not stepping down,
nobody is primary.
Realize the question is what record with Gavin Newsom running on?
This guy was
I mean, he's
recalled.
doing well
Remember,
in
he was
California.
recalled, and
I
he
mean,
did a
Hold on.
by-election.
Doing well in what? What exactly is it doing well in?
see, I don't live in California. Leave me alone. But I know, from
So
what I
you don't
heard,
know. Say
I
go.
heard he's
And you
doing
don't
well.
know. You see, you don't know, but you are defending. We don't even know.
No.
Come on,
See,
man.
I didn't want to take the time to start explaining,
Oh,
but the guy is doing well.
California has the highest exit of population in this country.
Well, what do you mean?
You know,
That
there's no
always
way.
happens. See, that always happened. So there was a debate between
Hold on,
him
hold on,
and the
hold on,
guy in Florida.
hold on, please, hold on, please. You know, if you have an incumbent, you don't just look at it from a party's perspective. What will you say of your party if the incumbent in office steps down for a new guy in the party? That means that you're saying that it's not because he's sick, by the way, not because you think he's not. That means you're saying that he has not done well enough to even deserve the second time ticket from your own political party. So
No, he did.
it's
See,
political side from the Democrats.
if you listen to me, I never mentioned anything about how Biden is doing. What I said was his age and the fact that he just like when he speaks, sometimes he's out of it, and we just think that age is getting to him. That's all I said. I didn't mention anything about how he's doing. He's doing great.
But is the country not stable? Is the economy not stable?
Yeah, we know, but it's just
So
the age.
Which economy is stable? The highest inflation in the past 30 years.
What do you mean?
Borders,
He started from 2020 though. While this guy was there, he started when Trump was there. If Trump has listened,
not true.
If Trump listened, if Trump has listened to the fact that we are having COVID-19 and closed the border on time, not deflecting, we won't have something like this.
Are you trying to rewrite history? Or are you trying to rewrite history? Seriously?
How? Was that lying?
They were blaming Trump for closing the border. That's the big problem with the Democrats.
He didn't do it on time. He started closing the border.
Trump was the first president to close the border for other nations.
True. That's not true. They were telling him to close the border. But this guy would not close the border. He waited until we have influx of people having COVID already before he started closing up the border.
No. You say. Was this the same Trump that was building the wall? Hold on. Was it Trump that was building the wall?
Remember, the people that he did not close was for. They said they want Americans to come back home. Even if you have COVID as an American, you have to come back. They were the one that they still left the border open for, but he closed the border early. So let's not do that.
He did not.
Yes, he did.
I'm going to look up this.
This is really convoluted. So are you saying Trump wanted to open the border for the illegal immigrants to come in? Is that what you're saying?
No, we are talking about something different. I'm not. See, here's the thing. When COVID, they knew about COVID. I think it was like end of 2019. And they were telling him.
China, it was right, by the way.
Yeah. So, and they were telling him. And up to like January, when this influx, and we started noticing that people were getting sick, they told him. But he came on TV saying that there's nothing. And
So
until March, I think he started
no,
closing up the border.
not true.
In
I don't
March.
even know where that story came from. Close the
No,
border
that's
from
true.
whom?
Because
From
me
where? From where?
myself, I even flew from. I went to Texas, and I remember that I was hearing that even before I left for Texas, and by the time I came back, I think I was getting sick a little. I don't know, but but I knew that everybody was saying that until March. Then he now conceded, and like
That guy was a
then
No,
criminal, man.
that's not true account.
no,
Where
that's
which border
true.
which
Prince
border were
Daddy,
being
that's
closed?
true.
Which
Did you
I know,
forget
but which
so
border was
quickly?
there's no border
No.
between New York and Texas. So I don't know which border you're talking about.
You're not. Oh man,
Okay,
when
okay. Can we say,
I mean that people that are coming through the airport.
okay.
I'm talking about people coming
Are
through
they,
the airport.
Exactly, it did. It did. It was the first president in the world to shut down.
That's
In
not
fact, they called it.
true, Prince
It
Daddy.
is true. It is true
You
because
listen
that's why
too
they
much
called
to
it
Fox News.
Listen now, hold on.
the
Guys,
Fox
hold
News.
on. Guys, hold on. Now, the reality is that, let's say Biden finds a way to remain on the ticket, right? And
He is going. It's not a matter of.
I just stay with me now. Hold on. Let's say Trump now finds a way into the thing. Trump, Biden, who wins?
Biden.
I won't lie. This is I would not bet money on Trump that is not with us because see, people don't see the people that voted for Biden the last time. I don't even think people are coming out for him this time. I'm definitely sure if he
So you're scared of
and Oriela, you're absolutely right
Trump
on that.
probably
And
is going to take it.
it's a big shame that Adewale will vote for a person like Biden. It's really embarrassing.
It's not.
It bothers me actually. It's. I mean, I can't believe what is there in Biden that. Tell me what is Biden's success story
But
that
Biden
makes
is
you want
better
to
than
vote for
Trump,
him?
though. He did way better than Trump.
In which area? By opening the borders with high inflation? With what?
I just told you the inflation started with Trump.
Can he replace Kamala Harris? Can he replace her? Is it possible?
No. Say it's not true. The inflation
Kamala?
did not start.
Nobody
Inflation
wants
did
Kamala.
not start.
That one is just a
Inflation did not
doll. Like,
start.
nobody listens.
The mortgage rate. The mortgage rate in 2021 was still. You could still get 2.95 APR on mortgage as early as 2021 into
Wait,
the
9
mid.
or 2? I think it was like 2 point something. Went down to like 2.4.
Exactly. So which inflation are you
Yeah,
talking about?
it was
inflation?
enjoying the success of Obama because everything was
There you
going
go.
down.
Oh,
It would just keep going
you keep
down
changing the
while it was
goalposts now.
there.
Now you're changing the goalposts. Now it's Obama. Now
I'm
forget about
not
Obama.
changing the goalposts. I'm just letting you know that the economy has started getting good.
Are they,
Has started getting good, and it just continued to.
Are they listening? Hold on. I can guarantee you one thing: if Trump was president, we would not be in Ukraine spending all that money in billions helping them fight Russia.
Oh yeah, because he's a nationalist. He's a nationalist.
So,
and don't you love a nationalist? What is wrong with that?
Wait. But do you know how American work? Because if you understand that those money that they're sending to Ukraine, that they claim they're sending, they're not sending it. They're using that money for American government to make more weapons. That's what the money is for. You have to understand this part of the politics. When they say they give money to countries, they're not literally giving them that money. They're using that money for American companies to do those things.
The entire fund is not just for weaponry only; it's to run their government. So
government and majority of what they use in their government, who manufacture most of it.
Just look at the breakdown. I'm not making this up. Look, you can look it up online.
I know what you mean. Who manufactures most of what they use in their government?
No.
Manufacturers.
Cash is also involved.
So they take money from the people, give it to the private weapons manufacturer.
That's not how it works. Like you have to understand. That's why United States now is supporting Israel, because all of the new technologies that's being made, they're testing it down there, and that's why they put in more money. I don't think you understand how this thing works. If you
No.
understand how it works,
We understand very well. We understand the industrial military complex. Trust me, we understand it
yeah.
very, very well.
So why are you now saying that Trump would not? I don't think. I think Trump will probably do the same.
See, but you see, you have to understand. You have to
But
understand the dynamic with the private weapons manufacturers. Okay, that actually get the benefit of this debt, because in reality we can have a thriving economy without having to support or give free money to private corporations.
Can I read the breakdown for?
I don't think you
Can
understand.
hold on. Can I read the breakdown for Oriola so he knows this? Because we've given 75.4 billion so far. So let me read the breakdown so you know where it's okay. So grants, loans, weapons and equipment 4.5 billion. That is 6%. Weapons and equipment 23.5 billion. So that's where you're coming from. 31%. Security assistance 18.3 billion. 24%. Training weapons, which is American. Now this is where I'm coming from. Financial, budgetary, funds, loans, and financial support. That is 35%. Humanitarian services, 4%. Food, healthcare, refugee support, humanitarian aid. These are cash transfers.
No, wait. Before you go, you said humanitarian and
no.
What's the other thing?
Let me finish. He says
they're not sending that money to them. See, we are getting this wrong, man.
Yes, part of the money goes directly to them. Part of the money goes directly to Ukraine. Yes, it does.
I'm with you on the weaponry, which is about 45%. I said financial assistance, economic support to funds, loans, and other financial support, 35%. Funds and loans, financial services.
Okay, wait. Oh, all right. Let's break it down. Funds and loan. What is that funds and loan for? Where are they getting? So wait. The loan that they're using that money that they're using because they already have loan and they're using that money to pay back loan or whatever. Who gave them that loan?
They have to run the government. They have to run the government.
No, the point I'm making is that you are partly correct in terms of where
United States will do anything that favors them.
It's all done now. Nisuru, I'm with you that 45% of that money is weaponry from what America is giving them. So that's 5 billion. Half of it is almost like they're giving them weapons. But I'm saying that the other half of it is direct cash transfers to funds.
I disagree with that. It's not.
It's right here now. I'm reading you the breakdown. This is not.
But you just told me humanitarian and what other thing? They're talking about the people they brought in. It's not them.
Hold on. Let me repeat that part again. That's 26.5 billion. But budgetary aid through economic support of funds, loans, and other financial support.
Okay. Now let's break it down. Budgetary funds. Okay.
That's your pretty word. Funds.
Oh yeah. Let's break it down. There some of the humanitarian support will mean food, right? Do you think those, let's say, rice and some other things,
stay with the word fund.
Chicken?
Stay with the word fund. The word fund. Kicking the fund, you mean?
Yeah, but that's not the only thing there, right?
I agree. Listen to what I'm telling you.
No. That same line. You said fund and humanitarian.
Funds, loans, budgetary support.
How much is the loan? How much is the loan? How much is the loan?
They had it. They broke it down to two parts. So the economic support funds loans is 26.4 billion. The humanitarian part is just 2.7 billion dollars. That is 4%. What you're talking about is just 4% of that. But cash transfer is funds now. Funds to run the government.
They won't give them. Okay. So whenever.
Okay. So how would you run your government?
All right. Let me explain. All right. Let me say something. So when they said they give Egypt they will give them funding or whatever grants. They always put ridiculous things that they give other countries. Do you think they actually give them in paper money? You don't think that they're using either they produce rice from here and they ship some of them to them? I understand the point you're making.
Aid. I have a boy for my country. Budgetary aid to funds. What you're talking about is weaponry, grants, loans, food. They already cover that in the other part of the breakdown. but financial services is budgetary for their own country, their own funding for their own
Okay, let me
economy.
chime in.
That's
It's quite
bad.
obvious. It's
What are
quite
you
obvious
talking
that
about?
it's quite obvious they have to run the economy. You don't think they need weapons. So obviously, a good 35 to 40% of that funding goes to run their government.
For military, actually, for military, it says 61% is for military. So 46.3 billion is for military, which I suppose what you're saying, I did. But the other part of it is cash transfer. Hold on, sorry now.
I still don't. I'm looking it up, but I don't agree with you.
Americans. How can Nigeria benefit from what? Because all this thing you are talking about.
I don't agree with that point.
American, no. Let me explain to you. Actually, Nigeria actually benefited from the Ukraine war. Dangote benefits with the fertilizer thing. You remember because Ukraine was producing a lot, the demand for it went down. And guess who filled that gap? Dangote did. So he made money off. He made money off.
Okay, that's Dangote. Let's even talk about Nigeria economy in general. You know, we are like a dollarized economy. And we have talked about this yuan naira exchange something. So now, is anybody taking on this topic, to be honest? Because it's an interesting topic. Now, we have an entrepreneur, Mr. Trump here, and I think Prince Daddy too is an entrepreneur. So I think a lot of people. So if we want to talk about this naira yuan, you understand, how can we benefit on it? So let's just digress a little bit from Dangote. See, I have a shortfall this year in my own revenue, and I don't want this year. I don't want a repeat of this year next year. You know, I paid a lot of wages this year, but I want to make money too, like Mr. Trump. So
in
how do we
Nigeria,
benefit?
in Nigeria,
Nigeria, you see, anywhere.
In Nigeria, let me just give you one advice. Put all your money in the stock and just invest in energy sector. You will make shitload of money in the next 5 years in Nigeria. That is easy, guaranteed money. Whatever money you have in the stock, just put it in stock. Just put it in Transcorp, whatever. You will make money. You can see it coming. That is
yeah, Baba. You are talking about personal money now. You see, I'm a kind of hands-on person. I want to see people around me. I want to tinker with idea. I want to see, okay, if I want to go into that electricity, how can I cost those people, all those disco, all those things? How can I slide the revenue?
You mean actual because that is capital intensive now. So I'm going to be an investor that actually because you live in Canada, I live in America. Okay, so you're not gonna like run you're not gonna have a company running or manufacturing unless you're doing solar, which is the next big thing in Nigeria as well. I'm saying make your money work for you. Now, if you want to go set up a business in Nigeria for a power company, how much funds do you have here? Ola? Do you have 10 million? Do you have 40 million? That's a huge
in dollars or in naira?
In dollar, come on, naira. No.
Okay. Let's think about this. There was a time I was looking at this Hydra from block boarding this thing, and I noticed that you are from Ogun State, right? You have some kind of substandard Sanskrit block, especially in Ogun State, where you can use a bag of cement to mold like about 44 9-inch block, which is normally dangerous if you want to look at it that way. Now, I was now looking at Hydra from that time. That Hydra from we used like laterite and a very little cement to make all those red bricks. So that's an investment. I can go for Hydra from machine for let's say $30,000 and get some kind of pickup from
Okay. You have this idea, wonderful. How would you run it? Are you gonna move back to Nigeria to run it, or are you gonna have other people run it for you?
No, I was in Nigeria then. That was what I'm saying. I was in Nigeria.
Okay, but I'm thinking now that you're here, because if you notice, when that's one of the issues we have, in where we want to set up some things in Nigeria, and you have trust issues finding the right partner to work with you in that. Right? So let's say you have this idea now that you want to. That is why, even though I have some things in Nigeria, I'm more of a board member of some companies that my money works for me, and I've known them in my family for doggone 30 plus years. So that's different. But I'm saying if it's a new business that you want to bring up, you have this wonderful idea. How do you set it up and who runs it for you? Do you fly to Nigeria every 3 months? Is it every 4 months? So that has to come into play.
Okay, one thing about that, if I want to run it, I'll be looking at a model. I'm talking about it just because I know eventually I might not. Someone may just do it, because what I want to do in reality, I won't come online and say it verbatim like that. Now, if I were to do it today, what will I do? Do you understand? Definitely, I can get that machine in Nigeria, build some kind of booking application, and make sure that I put something to monitor all those devices, like the machine I'm going to use. I will have some kind of tracker on them. So the machine will move on site only and only if a client book my device. So what will device do? If I have, let's say, I have like a pickup truck there that I will attach it to. Anytime a customer needs that, drive to the site. Oh, you want to produce 10,000 blocks? Go there, lay the 10,000 blocks, and move it away. Then stay, be at the rest position until another person book. Then you move again there. So it's not as if you'll be moving that machine without my knowledge. It will be tracked. It be tracked, and it's not going to be only one tracker. On that machine alone, I can have like 4 trackers. So the 4 trackers are not expected to go down at the same time.
Okay, but by the way,
I'm only saying it because I'm not doing it. That's what I would have done. Yeah.
I don't mean to segue from this topic. Ola, Prince Ade, are you there? And Diwali,
I'm here.
You know. Yesterday we were discussing fake drugs, right? Fake. I was on Clubhouse on my medical Clubhouse. We have this Nigerian doctor across the world. We just do this stuff, bro. When they broke this thing down for me, they were like, do you know they have a machine called 201 in Nigeria that can literally print any label for you for any product in the world? And even 5-star hotel, they will order NSC, but their boys in the hotel they will go mix. They are mixing. Oh my God! When they were breaking this thing down, that when they have a new DP or guy that comes to Lagos as a police officer, the next day the guy becomes a millionaire the next day in dollars because the boss will come see him.
But sorry for cutting you. Do you saw some videos surfacing online now? People making NSC in one part of the country.
Thomas, we're enjoying topics like this.
I'm sorry, Adema Benudo, when they broke this thing down for me, in fact, because
I want to go right.
In fact, Diwali, take your drinks to Nigeria with you when you're going next time. Just take your tea.
You are on your own, Adiwale. Drink anything in Nigeria.
Okay, hold on. But it's a racket, and my brother told me like about 2-3 years ago. If you go to the club, for example, buy original NSC or whatever, Remy Martin or whatever, they give you the original. By the time you get a second or the third one, they give you a fake one, an adulterated NSC or Remy Martin. They're gonna give it to you, and by the time when people are drunk, they can't tell the difference supposedly, right? But my point here is that everybody is working. It's a racket. The club people, the wholesalers and the sellers, and the retailers and the manufacturers, they're all part of the whole business.
But in a 5-star hotel, I mean, they sent me a video on WhatsApp. I can't even put it here.
There's no 5-star hotel in Nigeria.
I know, but Nigeria that they are mixing
5-star hotel. Wow.
They were mixing. They were mixing ethanol with chemicals in the backyard.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're doing ourselves. We're really doing ourselves. Because you can get sick, you can get like people. That's why people be having like that big stomach.
like
kidney problem
disease.
and those things. I'm like,
Yes,
So,
we're just killing ourselves, man.
Okay, Oriola, let me tell you about it. So, why do you think we have low life expectancy in Nigeria? Things as small as it is, it contributes. Don't forget this thing you are talking about will be a part of what we even used to make paraga again. You know, paraga, you have already bad combination. No, Babati, just give me a second. Just give me a second.
The woman said in that video, the woman said in that video, even the women on the street selling or whatever, they say, Mama, don't give me the fake, give me the original. On the street, they even know they're selling fake on the street too.
You see, Babati, when you drank all those, when I drank part of all those Chelsea and all those Shinab in Nigeria, I could feel the one I bought from ShopRite and the one I bought from maybe a chemist around me. I could feel the difference, to be honest.
I don't even drink all those things. Thank God.
Adewale, don't say it. Don't let me open. Don't let me open your secret here.
I know. I don't. I don't.
So no. I like I'm a social drinker. So like on Christmas or some kind of days, so it won't be a surprise for you to find something like all those NSC on my table, because probably on Christmas Day I will have like maybe 30 to 40 people. So there's no way that I
You're
won't have
supposed to be fasting now, Gala. You're supposed to be fasting.
On what day?
On Christmas.
No, you see, when I mentioned Christmas Day, even any day, any day I was talking there, not to be in the office on Christmas Day, I will enjoy my Christmas Day to the fullest, because sometimes we'll be in the office, be doing all this accounting stuff while I people, but any little time I had like this, I must enjoy. I will even go to clean size.
Before we digress, because the reason I brought that point was not because of the medical stuff. We can do that one later. Because I'm trying to bring this Femi guy on this platform to share with us. He's very big on solar panels in Nigeria, and he's making a queue. He came from the US, turned back onto Nigeria. But I think he came here he came on the platform. He was listening to the platform. He didn't really like what he was hearing. You know, that time when we have all these crazy arguments, and he just came just to listen to have a feel of the platform, and it was kind of like, man, I'm not sure. So I'm gonna try again to bring him on when it comes to investing in that sector. But the reason I bought the NFT thing was because when you have a business in Nigeria and you have people to run it for you, they will start playing these kind of games with you. So even though you think you have them selling your stuff for you, they will put in different things without you knowing.
No, but what you said is right. You know, I once mentioned a friend that runs a trucking business there. I gave an example of the model. See, let's assume you have they have so many trucks. I don't know how many they have now. Maybe they have up to 30 now, thereabouts. The model is such a way, for example, that if you're a driver, maybe you go to Kaduna, or you say your Gady's vehicle has broken down. Okay, no problem. Leave it there. Go to the nearest bus station, take bus, come back to Lagos. You will not earn anything for those times that your machine is down, right? Your truck is down. They can now go to the extent of sending to van to Kaduna to bring that into Lagos. All those things they spend just to make sure they discourage some kind of sharp practices. Then the tire they were going to buy, the rim, everything you will see on that vehicle, they engrave the name, because they spend so much. Because that's someone that already planned to sustain the business. They engrave every critical thing that a driver can remove and sell. So they can't just wake up tomorrow and see, oh, the carburetor, for example, now is no longer bearing the logo of the country. You will have to explain. Oh, the tire now, they can no longer see the name of the company there. You have to explain. So they were able to sustain the business, even though they put some kind of restriction in place, so stringent, very expensive. But over time, driver that we complain that the car broke down, for example, you are losing money until that car is fixed. that truck is fixed. So what am I saying is this? There are some businesses that you can actually control. There are some you cannot control.
Question: Why don't you want to be there actually instead of having people do the work for you? Why don't you want to be on ground?
A lot of things, Oriola, in this environment, where if a single person is understandable, but if you see a family that is very young and during their growth stage, and you just leave them like that, you will have to choose between money
and family. I did let me say to you. So people that move back to Nigeria, they are mostly singles or people that their kids are already grown. They don't so they don't need to stick around. Like my aunt now went back to Nigeria. She was a nurse here. She had this restaurant business that she was trying to run from here, but was struggling because she was always losing money. She moves back to Nigeria since 2015, I believe. 2015. She was the first to introduce a drive-through, so you can do a drive-through and get your jollof fries. She was doing delivery.
Where is that at in Lagos?
It's in Abeokuta.
In Abeokuta,
okay.
drive-through.
I was gonna ask.
No, yes.
Okay.
I said, it's going to be Abeokuta. I don't say to you. You don't know say word.
Hold on.
But Abeokuta long.
Hold on.
Abeokuta long. I thought it was going to be in Lagos.
With your Togo voice.
Okay. Would you consider that an innovation, Ola?
Yeah, it's an innovation. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me think so you know I'm going. But do you know what she put?
Stop it.
Do you know? Do you know what she put? But do you know where she put the business though? She put it on the busiest street in the city, the commercial, because the commercial also goes into the government district as well. So that whole 5 miles, she put it there. So guess what? Government offices, they order almost every day. She knows 2:00 they're gonna. So she's driving to. Before you know it, she already has opened a second one. So she was making money just sticking around for so long. She decided to move down to Nigeria.
So Prince Daddy, see what Babati just said is an innovation. You know what? You see that they may be doing that in America if they are not doing it in Nigeria. For example, let's say you have a Yarisi that is selling Amala, and everybody knows that place. It controls, let's say, the 50 to 70% of the market, and you are going there. No, you are nobody, and you want to take part of this market. You want to make profit. Okay, you said, okay, don't worry. Order your Amala. I will be delivering free of charge. You don't need to go to Yarisi. You don't need to risk your life by taking Okada, by ordering. I will be delivering all this to you.
But she can franchise. She can franchise it though.
No, you don't get it. That's innovation because
she made it look different, by the way. So that restaurant, it has that. It's like a bigger. Think about Starbucks. A bigger version of Starbucks. That's the design she did. So she has that foreign looking with the TVs and the coffee kind of looking place, but is yet serving local cuisines.
Yeah, but how come your sister can't use your sister, right? How come she can't franchise? She should franchise it to other states if it's doing well.
No. She's expanding so far.
No. Franchise. She doesn't have to put the money down.
No. Hold on. COVID happened. But she has to now. She's doing well, but I don't know about her business plans to expand to other states. But I know she's doing well. She's like, I'm not coming back to America anymore. My kids are married. I'm almost retired anyways. I'm doing well here. So yeah.
So are you saying now that if a young people under 40 or maybe 40 before 50, they can't go to Nigeria and do stuff? Is that what you're saying? Because if you have the money.
I think this is what I'm saying. It depends on the business. I'm saying that if it involves you sticking around and watching people.
Yeah.
Because you've been losing money when you were away. Remember, she was losing money while she was in America trying to run it from there. But she had to come down to Nigeria to run it herself. But if what you are involved in does not involve you sticking around that long, maybe solar panels for you to install, it might be different. It might be a different business. But I want to move back to Nigeria. I thought to work for. They were either single or older. The guys in the middle with the kids, they struggled a little bit.
See, Babati, like even people in Nigeria say they still see their products. Like a friend, how like I mentioned it here before with vegetable oil refinery. You know, I have that in Papaland today. You know, initially he employed some people to be managing that on his behalf, so that while he focuses on another business. I'm even talking of someone staying in Nigeria. So one day he went to the factory. He caught some people that they were stealing his product there. You know, so now look at those people in overseas now. Like I said, you choose between your family or there, because why did I say so? Give an example. You have boys children, for example, that you want to leave boys children with their mother. Oh, just pray. Just pray. You know, boys can be stubborn. You
Yeah, but
understand?
you're not you won't totally like. So for example, if I want to do such things, I would do it like this: maybe 6 months, like 3 months over there, come back here for like
Babajale
3,
Gogo.
and go
Mr.
back.
Rela, you
Like
can start
you
today now. You
won't
can start today.
totally like
Babajale Gogo.
just like
No, Alex,
disappear for a
it's not
year.
on the platform.
Oh,
See,
I
see,
wanted
see,
to.
Oriola, see. If you are leaving a guy, a university boy in the Western world, and you are going to Nigeria 6 months, coming back 6 months, that is understandable. If you are leaving a boy in high school, oh my goodness, if you are not there to guide, you understand, to support, it can easily be misled.
No, but
So
if you have enough money, you will just
a
put your kid in
month,
the you will put your kid in the boarding house. So meaning it will stay in boarding house.
So call
look at
about
this man.
but Diomolomo.
Look at this man. Look at this man. You are talking of body house as if body house is a foolproof. Look at this man.
No,
Hey,
why?
sorry.
I went to boarding house in Nigeria now. So
Look, but the announcers know the like kind of that you attended. No, this one. Have you heard about Victor Romani? Or so what is this boy that was
That's
Chris Line?
can't do,
Chris
but
Line.
yeah, can't do, but
So I don't think about Diomolomo.
no,
You.
but you know that boarding house here, like you can come home every Friday. Like you would just be there from Monday to Friday, then Saturday and
Oriola,
Sundays at home.
Oriola,
Oriola,
if
if that thing is
Odilon
that
is
simple, people like us, we won't be here because in the real sense of I'm a very, very ambitious.
I did. Do you have
I'm
kids? Do you have kids already? Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
I
like,
do. I have kids. Actually, my boy. I'm definitely. I was thinking like by the time you get to probably middle school, I want him. Even I was thinking about elementary school. Like I want him to be in boarding house. But my girl, like our mom won't allow me. But the boy, I want him to stay in boarding house.
in
So
Nigeria or here?
no. Here, it's a you know, there's a lot of boarding house private schools that you
Yeah,
can put your kids in.
I,
There's a lot of them.
I don't.
Oriola, it does not make so much difference the way you are thinking of. Even when I go to this environment, I used to think, oh, take your child to a Cali school. That is that is a proof, that is like a war proof against bad influence. We are in the era of social media. That guy, that all those children, they
Oh yeah,
even
last
cross.
oh yeah, like on the more serious note, all jokes apart. In today's world, with all this LGBT,
Yeah,
LMLOQPQ,
but that's
The scammer
but
yeah.
that's why you're a parent now. But that's why you're a parent. You have to
Look,
make
man,
sure
do
they
not put your
understand
kids
you.
in a boarding school. Okay, let me repeat it again.
Well, I want them to
Do
be
not
able
put
to
that
stand on their own.
poor boy in boarding school. Let him leave from
Why
home
not?
and go to school. Look, seeing the parent every day has an effect on a child.
But it's going to see me every weekend.
Listen, every week, let him be seeing you every day in his
I
life, so
He's a
you can.
boy. He's a boy. He's not a girl. He's a
And
boy.
so, and
He
so,
has to be.
See,
See, he needs
Oriola,
to.
you have to be your boy's role model.
I know, but yeah, I'm still going to. But I just want him to have that confidence.
The bad
you
children,
don't have that
bad
much
children
time.
for the
Like you see, just see
Ariela, what benefits are you looking for in the boarding school for your son?
What do you mean?
I mean, what are the pros for wanting your son to be in boarding school?
Okay, so I feel like, so for example, I use myself, the confidence to be able to stand up for yourself, the confidence to be able to do things on your own without like relying too much on your parents, the confidence of the learning that like when you're in boarding house, like there's time you go for studying, you go for napping, like those
that can
type
be
of
done.
things.
No,
When you're It's
that can
very
be done at home.
difficult to learn those things when you're
That can be done.
home.
No, that can be done at home. Like even Americans, I have schedule for the kids. They go for their
I know.
training. They go for their study. You can make a routine for them to follow if that's the discipline you want them to follow.
Yeah, but to be more like able to stand on it. I'm not saying that if they stay home they won't stand. I just feel like the training that I got to be able to like do things without even worrying that I have to rely too much on my
They
parents.
can go for summer camps. They do it for summer camps. I mean, you can always do summer camps.
Look, you don't want a situation where a child will come home and started working and be shaking bum bum. You want your child, you want to be seeing your kid every day, every blessed day. You teach, you
Wait.
still.
But just because they
Hey, I'm
That's
telling
in a
you,
liberal school, though. That's a
look,
liberal school.
look, no. See, that is even what I'm saying now is even more conservative because look, there are crazy people in America. I would say 60% of people need psychiatric issue. The reason why I say this is this. It's easy to manipulate kids. Kids learn by the environment. They learn by the people close to them. Even the tonation, the accent. I have a 2-year-old that is learning how to talk. She's learning so fast, and I'm learning also by watching her, the way she's interacting. And you can imagine that child being taken away from me, now being put, let's say, taken to village, right, to learn from village. Then in the next couple of months or in the 1 year, he will start talking like a village people. You get what I'm saying? So that environment will influence that child. But when a child is with you, you can see what they are doing wrong. You can point to them. You can teach your child with love. You can correct them. You can boost their confidence by telling them the kind of person that they wanted to become in the future. You don't need nobody to teach your child. Education. When it comes to education, kids watch what parents do. There's no way the parents will be educated and a child, especially Nigerians, a child will say, well, I'm not going to go to school. It's not possible. But when that child sees you, that you are constantly invested in that education, you are constantly asking how he's performing, how he's doing in school, you will have no choice but to focus and make you proud. But when you
Do
now
you
then
think
get
do you think you can do what you're saying the way America it is, that you work so much that
look,
by the time I
I
come
carved out
home, I
time.
only spend one
No,
hour
no.
every
See,
day with my kids?
Oriola, as a parent, you have to carve out time in your busy schedule to see. I was taking last week. They called me from my child daycare, one of my child daycare, that she wasn't feeling too good. Didn't I leave the work? I leave the work and I went to pick her up and take her to clinic. That is just the way life is. You have to find that balance. Okay, the same thing with
Well,
saying
you
how
must find family to help you out too.
exactly.
The
It's. I
grandmother,
mean,
grandmother have to help out.
who's gonna do it, Nanny? I don't have money for
I
Nanny.
I,
I
I do I do understand. I do all of everything you said. Like I
don't.
I spend weekends. I make sure. But what I'm
Yeah,
saying
that should
is,
be enough. You've done the best, but don't delegate it to somebody else. That person will be the one to be fingering
okay,
innocent boy. Don't do that. Don't.
I hear your point, but I still think for a
Hey,
boy,
maybe
they
that big
still
daddy.
need to
People are crazy, man.
they need
These
to be
people that are talking
disciplined.
about having the same bedroom for boys.
Ola, back in Nigeria, we
Let me, Chris,
go
sorry,
ahead.
quickly. So, yeah, so I'm trying to balance what Aurelia is saying. So, and I totally agree with what Aurelia said. I mean, especially in today's world, I mean, it's way out there and what is selling the kids right now and what these people are doing. But we have to be careful though. What are you trying to teach your kids? your son Oriela, you must have given that child that foundation from home before you take that child outside. See, a lot of kids, what Adewale is talking about, this kind of this subtle molestation of children. If kids don't know better from home about their body parts, about what is right or wrong, if an adult or even their mates approach them and does something to them, if it's right or wrong, if they don't know any better from home and they go outside of the home, the likelihood of being abused or taken advantage of is much greater. So you have to be careful not to.
Can we ask a question, please, before
I'm
you go
talking
ahead?
about teenagers here. It's probably going to be like
no.
9, because by the time you get to sixth grade will be like
It's too
9.
young, man. It's too
10.
young.
That's my point here. See, it's not about the age so much. I just said it. It could be a child could be 10, 15 years old, whatever. If they're not taught certain things, they don't know right or wrong. They can't differentiate.
I went to boarding house in Nigeria
Well,
10.
by the way, it's not personal to you. I'm just saying in general. Also,
And
in
they
general,
do the
also.
same thing. No, I'm just saying that in Nigeria, like I went to boarding house when I was 10, and
The kind
things
of
that
boarding
you're
house you went to in
talking about,
Nigeria
that
was
was
not.
dead, though.
That
That
was
was
there.
they do stuff like this now. They do stuff. I knew about one guy that was doing this crazy stuff, that they
Okay.
took him to the assembly in front of everybody, and they had to like disgrace him and beat him because he was doing that. So I feel like the confidence that I instill in my kid is what will make him not to like choose a wayward behavior like that. I just want confidence. I want him to be able to stand on his own.
Yeah,
Have confidence.
confidence is one
me
thing.
ask you.
Right,
Let me
knowing right
let me
and
ask
wrong, knowing right and wrong. Your values also is very pertinent. Is very important. So the child has to know the difference. Trust me. You can have confidence and confidently be doing the wrong thing, but if the child knows that hey, this is a no or it's unacceptable, that is good. After they know better.
I did back in secondary school in Nigeria. Me, be honest in the program here, but back, they should have this program. Once you finish GSS3 or GSS2, GSS3, the military will come to the school. So they either make you transfer to like a Navy secondary school, Army secondary school. Back they used to call the program Man O' War. Did anybody know Man O' War program?
They don't have it. I don't think they have it again.
Man O' War. Once the boys go to Man O' War and they come back, oh boy, you're a beast, oh.
Mm-hmm.
You're like
I
this.
mean, you are talking about an environment that is going to train that boy like as if this parent is there, right? Unlike here, you can't beat, you can't slap, you can't do nothing. And on top of that, the person teaching them is also working with the one hands up and shaking with the backside. I mean, come on, man. Don't do it. Don't do it. My daughter's daycare has camera. Anytime I'm watching and something is questionable, guess what I do? I call the daycare. Look, what is going on?
Like okay. This is just between like personal stuff. We are all men now. As we are online. So let me put it this way: as a clinician of over 10 years, based on what Diwali is talking about with the touchy stuff, I would advise you, as a father to father, do it. Let me. I hope you understand what I'm getting at. Please don't. Just. And do you know what's the craziest part, Oriola? Even when you find out that child, God forbid, is being touched, you cannot even go after the person. They can say that's the way it feels, and they can even put it around. It will not be in today's world. Though, can you be small? Is the way that's the way it felt. That's the is that. Trust me, I'm telling you, what these kids confess to us behind the scenes when the parents are not there, and we have to report to the government. You don't. I'm telling you, man, don't do it.
I don't need to be done. Lemon me,
Trust me. I know you can. They can go to maybe a boot camp, summer camp, where you can instill all this training to them or whatever.
Yeah, of course we're gonna be doing all of that.
But that boarding stuff, bro, in today's world, man, trust me.
Babati, do you even know the negotiation I have with my son is whenever I'm going out or to a site, when you are less busy, you follow me there, I pay you for your job done. Because I won't, because these days, if you leave these guys, what these guys do some because because I'm into IT. And these guys too, they are very clever in the sense that they know how to build the security of things. But when you are into IT, you force all the system in your household into a domain. Because if you let them connect to the router from the service provider directly, they know how to manipulate. But when I create a domain, I create a policy on those things. You try to say, okay, you don't want them to go to this. Before,
Just
if
like
I
when
do
you
not
have a
create,
match, right?
you say?
When just like when you are using match, you're able to control everything that hook up to that.
Exactly. Like when I bought my TV now, the first thing I do is this: I password the adult content there. Even myself, I can't even remember the password I use again. You understand? So now
Wait,
blocking
but
one by one.
does your son have a mobile phone? Like all of these things, if you
You
don't
can also,
speak
if you
to
are in
them,
the same
yeah,
family plan, you can also control it.
right. But if you don't speak to them when they go to school and they are friends, they will, their friends would influence them.
That's
So
that's the battle you are fighting now. That's the battle you are fighting now. Parents versus
Can
parents.
I add to that a lot, please? Oyola, this is what the advice parents. If your kids are moving with other kids, what we usually do is we invite the parents of the kids to dinner because you invite them. Oh, who's your friend? Oh, come and have cake, whatever.
Yeah, I do that for
You
my
bring them
daughter.
in. If you don't want your kids to be around a single mother, you cut that relationship off.
Yeah.
That's the way you can gauge who is hanging out with. But to say, oh, they are okay, I give them discipline. In today's world, you have to be on their ass. I have 3 boys. I'm telling you, I am on is ignore.
Our preschool, we do all of those. Like we make sure the parents, when she does birthday, we invite everyone to make sure.
Oriade, I will tell you
Yes.
one shocking fact. You will see why I cannot move to Nigeria. If my wife is talking to her son, if she asks questions, if she likes, let her use all the basic things they want to use. My son will lie to his mother. But once I look at him, I say, you know that I'm a man like you. Even the one I didn't ask, he will tell me everything. But I make sure that okay, I don't use that against him like that, because next time if I try that rubbish, he's going to hide from me. I will start giving him the implication of everything.
Yeah, but
Even by
because
the
you have
time
a
he's going to
friendship
serve that
with them.
by the time he will serve the punishment, you understand, he will be into that punishment before he will realize that that punishment is what he's serving. Okay, now when I say my son will follow me to go and to go anytime I'm going to size, it's a kind of punishment, but it's not seen that as punishment like it, but it's seen that as self-building. Because you can't just be the deal, oh, this my dad that sit down by the computer every day. He may not know what I'm doing, right? But if I assign him some assignment on that computer and I pay him based on that, he will understand that okay, oh, this is what this guy is doing. So to me, all these cases, they are so complex that you are competing with their peers in the school. Their peers in school are influencing them. You come back home too, you have to impose. So this one we go for soccer, and when you start playing game and start talking to other people, you have to be very careful because you don't know those people is talking to while playing game too. You have to find a way to whether you block those people or you just do something. So now what I'm saying is that if you are still around, and they're that complex, just see what is going to be when you are away. Moving away a week from your son is a very long time. A week away from your son, especially where they are growing in their teenage, is a very long time.
Yeah,
You understand?
Yeah, sorry on that part. I have to
it's a
that
very long
point. There are 3 main attributes I would say. When it comes to parenting in today's world, I would say the need to balance, align, and reinforcement. See, that part Allah is talking about, maybe falls under reinforcement, right? Because when something happens, let's say at school, if you on a daily basis, oh, they come home, that, this, and that, you're gonna have the opportunity right away to reinforce your own values and the things that you believe in. But when there's a lag time, okay, either in boarding school or away, and something happens, you're not going to have that ready opportunity to make correction. You see, that's the danger right there. So, and I'm not against boarding school, but I'll tell you from experience that I have the opportunity, right, dealing with my kids that, hey, something happens, I hear something, I trying to balance what it's saying. That is counterbalance. Okay. At one point in time, the kids are watching. I can't say they forced them to watch CNN at school, and like, why are you guys watching CNN? As part of their curriculum or whatever they're doing. They're not showing them alternative news source. So every time they come home and talk about what they watch, I'm trying to balance it with other news information or give them ideas about what else is going on in other places. That's not the only news source. That's part of indoctrination. That's how they indoctrinate kids. It could be CNN. It could be something else. Okay. Then when they come home, sometimes you try to align what your values are, okay, with what is out there. Sometimes you may believe in certain things based on your religion or tradition, but when they come home, they don't feel the same way. But you have to provide kind of a alignment also. No. That what you learn there doesn't align with our values here as a family. So, an opportunity to reject it, so they know that my parents, my mom and dad, don't stand for it. And you have to again.
Can we ask Oriola the question, because he's our guest now? We get to ask him questions, right? Is he there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, so the nature of that business in Nigeria, is it going to be something for a long term or something that you're just doing in the short term while you're away?
No. Me, I'm just like I'm thinking about that because actually I didn't think about like the other angles that you guys are taking it to, because I think that if my kid have the foundation, just like what I'm doing now, I'm making sure, even though, so like my daughter now, she's going to be 3, like I'm creating that foundation for her, like I'm making sure that everything that they need to know, like related to tradition, like Yoruba stuff, every single thing. I'm making sure that even before, like she's 2 or 3, she already have that clue. She listen, she know how to speak. I make sure that when she says something wrong, I say it to her so she can repeat it after me. So I'm already giving them. So what I'm saying is, I'm thinking that even if I have to go to Nigeria and do something, even though I want them to come, like every summer, I'm thinking I want them to actually be there. That would be like their summer thing. But I'm trying to create what I'm trying to do is more like, by the time, let's say by some, because I know my daughter, I can't do anything, and mom won't allow me. My son is like, by the time he's 10, he's already like grounded. He know what it is. He know how to behave, because I'm going to make sure he can tell me everything. So if I want him to now, yes. So if I want him to now go to like maybe boarding house, but the way you guys are putting it now, you kind of scaring me, because I went to boarding house and I kind of like want him to follow my suit and have that confidence. So
no wonder you are stubborn.
Yeah.
What's the bad?
The big problem is the infiltration. The big problem is the infiltration. I tell you that, because not only the little kids, you have they're being like indoctrinated with Disney. I'm telling you, they are.
I'm sorry, Daddy, I apologize. So, are you guys still for, especially for are you still for parents that still send their kids back to Nigeria to boarding houses in Nigeria from UK or US, where at that age, like that 9, 10, are you guys for? Because I know back in the days when I was in, because I was in boarding for 1 year. I remember they had
and you ran away.
No, it was towards the end of.
Hey, Baba T.
No. Okay.
Baba T.
Yeah.
I was in GSS to when I started smoking cigarette.
Oh. And now, how did that work out?
Well, I stopped it, as an adult, but I was still you. a lot of things kid does that um, the parent would think they know, especially parents that are never present, that never really know much about the life of that child. I will be hiding cigarettes in my cupboard and I will lock it up. Nobody in that house would know. I will seal it up with a what do you call this paper? Foil paper. Now we use the wrap it so that it won't smell. But you see, when you send your kids away from you, gone are the days where you can send your kids back home to your grannies and to take it for you and for them just to know, immerse them in that culture. But those are those years. Now you wouldn't even want to try it. I believe that parent, God help us, is a tough job. I'm still learning the rope as well. Is that you live a life kind of lifestyle you want your child to emulate so that and try to balance it because I've seen in my household I try not to be overly religious. I'm not even religious because I don't even go to church anymore, and that is another issue because my wife is really fighting me on that one too. But you see, but we live a lifestyle that when that child can say, you know what, there's no, my parents are not rigid. They have room for flexibility. They listen to me. It's not like you condemn a child because look, if your child go to school and says some so child pushed me, guess what? You take it up with so that that child would know that you have his or her backing. Go to that school, talk to the principal about the whoever child that pushes her and or him, and also tell the child, look, you need to stand your ground too. You need to speak for yourself too. All these things, once we instill in that child, kids grow up seeing their environment and they are molded and shaped by that their immediate environment. And that
I
is
agree with
why when you send your kid away from you, that bond you are chipping away from it. By the time your kid go to boarding school and come back, that child will not be like the same way he left in the first place. And sometimes God help you. You might be lucky that that child will go back to still my parent and be a good child. But sometimes, apart from all this, the one I mentioned earlier too, kid can become like that me that was smoking cigarette talking about benzene and edges. That stinking cigarette there. You can't smoke.
That was in the early 90s now, best in ages.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you realize that kids pick up
Um,
bad habit. It's just a way.
can I say something? So do you know like majority of like the Ivy League school, majority of those kids, especially the area that I live, majority of those kids that go to Ivy League, their parents put them in boarding house, and majority of the schools, the private school that actually build your kid to go to Ivy League schools or the top schools, majority of them, I mean, you can do day school as well. They have majority of them, they're like private boarding house schools. So, and it's not that it's more like you can still monitor your kid. But I understand the angle that you guys coming from, that you completely won't see. But in this in
Oriola,
this day and age, you're able to
Oriola,
still
let me give you an experience in a missionary school. Those kids, they learn a lot from those schools you talk about. Do you know that right from secondary school, some people knows how to use rope to bring hen out of cage in a poultry when they don't really have access to that poultry? Those are the kind of skill people learn in boarding school. If you don't know, like students in boarding school, they will go to the school poultry locked, but they know how to throw rope in to force chicken out of window of that. So they learn skill of stealing even there. They will
wait,
go to
wait.
the
It's
school.
not stealing though. But wait, I went to boarding house, and those
Oh, that.
tricks is nothing. It's just what make you become boys because if you
Okay.
if wait, see
Can
because
you
see
imagine?
I'm not saying
Oriola,
I'm
if
not saying I didn't see any angle of you stealing because even if you get caught for those things, you know you get the beating of your life, and you know like you. But I'm just saying that you learn like things that you wouldn't normally learn when you're like just being with your parents. Like you're not free to be your own. You're not a man, but you're becoming your own person. But I still understand the other angles. I'm just saying that
Yeah,
being a
that's a
body
good
now,
point.
it kind of makes you like you do things like your mind wander.
Uh,
See,
Oriola, sorry,
even
hold
a
on,
person like
Oriola,
me,
being America,
children.
hold on, being America gives you all the opportunity. I think people said it earlier. You have
But
all
that
that
is
opportunity
Nigerian perspective,
for
though.
camp, for different camps and different kind of um, um, things to reorient your kids. You have that opportunity. What you're talking about is great in Africa, in Nigeria, to get all those benefits. But in today where you live, there's so many opportunity, especially this summer during the weekend, to do all those things and learn those things. And so what you have to determine, I don't know, I know nobody's making the decision for you, but what you have to determine is that all those things that you're looking for or the benefit in a boarding school, do they really outweigh all the so-called danger that may, come about?
See,
Yeah, I see that. I see the point you guys are making,
I know
especially
that.
the
Mr. Riela,
other
how
You
things.
know.
can I ask you this question?
Sorry.
Mr.
Go ahead.
Babati, Ejo, let me ask Mr. Riela, are your children still little or they're grown up? Just to know.
No, they're still young,
They're
so
still young.
yeah.
They are less than 5 years old, I think.
Yeah, yeah, my daughter is like 4.
Okay, I
Okay.
understand.
No wonder they've not started challenging you. Okay, that's
Do you know
when they
that
start
as
questioning
from 3
you,
to
you
7,
better you will not.
you know that as from 3 to 7, that's where they learn many things because your 50% of anybody in the society is the environment. So they say they learn more. That was what Mr. Dewale was trying to explain to
Yeah,
you.
and
So
don't mean to teach you anything about your kids, but what I learned about my own kids is when
I won't like I have children. You guys know about it. Even my son, I taught my son how to pee as a man. You understand? She was looking at me. What are you doing? I said, look at me. Next time, I brought him. Later, he started going. He's not 3 years old. He goes to the toilet and go and pee on. I said, that's it. But at least I know that the mother cannot control him. If the mother touch you, look at the mother. The one that don't look at him, he keeps quiet and he do what the mother said. You understand?
Yeah,
So what
I'm talking about when they're like 10, going to that teenage year. I'm not talking
you
about when
start
they're
from now. You start from now, Mr. Ariola. You start from now. If not, you cannot control them. They have they see there's a way because my dad is no more
can
today.
I
Like,
can I say something to Anna? If you
okay.
want them to be like disciplined outside of what you're saying, like in terms of like discipline and lay your bed at this, blah blah blah, that focus, discipline mindset, put them in a sport that enforces that. Like they do judo, for instance. Those kind of sports for kids, I'm telling you, it's amazing.
yeah,
They, they
I did taekwondo, so
yeah,
yeah,
so you
of
know the
course
kind
they're
of
going to
discipline it
do,
enforces. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
And
So
like the preschool down, like even by when they were like 2, they're already like doing all those things, like playing different sports, doing all those things already. Yeah, of course they're doing that already. So it
yeah,
just
it's just that nobody's again. But the Nigerian one that you were talking about, you had back then you had a housemaster now. Here that and back then it was a god to us. Back then, whatever he said, you were here. I don't think they are more they that strict in their own boarding house. I don't know much about it, so don't let me speak about it. But if you're looking for that exact Nigerian version of what you experience in America, I think that one I don't think it exists. Is what we're
no,
saying.
it does. It does.
It does.
See,
Okay.
because I've been to some of them. Like I've actually, when I was in college, like I used to like be what they call it, like they have a name for it. Like you monitor them at their schools. Yeah, so I've seen. Yeah, they're very pretty disciplined and yeah, but I mean, I'll see. I'll think more about it. I think my daughter already know I don't have. I told my wife. She said no. But my son, I can do whatever I want. So
because your wife.
Oriola, let me tell you something. When these kids immediately they start learning about sex education in school, watch out, just like few months after that, they've changed entirely. Before you know it, they start challenging every
Two mommy,
question.
two daddy. Ola, I went to Thanksgiving in Dallas. Listen to this in Dallas. You know, listen to me. Do you know during the Thanksgiving, one of my my two nieces back there, they are in Rice University now. They got into Rice now in close to.
Is Rice a private school?
Yeah, it's one of those high end.
Is it? Oh, I have
Rice University, right?
Yeah,
Right. Okay.
I have how do I call this boy? My nephew, from Nigeria, going to that school. But I really doesn't know much about.
It's a private research. But back then,
But it's not Ivy League, right?
I mean, it's like the level of Vanderbilt, like Vanderbilt, like those
MIT,
second tier level. You know, they have 3 tiers, so like a Vanderbilt, like your more, so like your UT in Austin, like that. They are still research level universities. Like, but one of them told my aunt, like, arguing with my mom. What the hell? Who's that? Triumph. Is that you? Mute your mic, man. God. Is that Triumph? Okay. She said to her mom, okay. She told her mom, like, my friends have, all we heard is, but my friends have 2 moms. You know that she freaked out so much. By the way, she's Cameroon, like she freaked out. She would do them from school and homeschool them till they graduated. Like F that. No.
Yeah.
We're not doing that shit.
How do you explain that?
We're not doing that. Like they're like, no, but they get 2. Oh no, she's one of these born again pastors like either. She's like and no, we're not doing that. She homeschooled them to they're finished.
It's scary, man. It's scary.
She's not doing that. I didn't even know they did that. Like the homeschool thing, you can do that to high school to the end. I didn't even know that.
You know, but on that note, you know, sometimes they take advantage of these children's innocence, right? I remember my daughter, when she was much younger, came home. I'm not sure what the conversation was at school or what she was exposed to. Talking about, talking about 2 women having. She said, oh, two women can have a child, a baby, and I'm like, okay, no, it's not possible. Yeah, my friend or somebody they have 2 moms. Well, again, so that gave me the opportunity to explain. Okay, see, to make that correction, bring back balance, and reinforce the value. What it takes to have a child. Okay, I said, Dad, how did they get a child? You know, she doesn't. Because she's innocent, a young child, right? She hasn't, been thinking up to that level on how reproduction occurs or happens, right? You have to tell her this can only happen, flat out. This can only happen between a man and a woman, just like me and your mom. That's the only way. Any other way, it's impossible. If it's done, it's not real. I have to go into a big spiel about it.
It's a grand scheme to put a stop to human existence.
Sorry?
I said it's a ground scheme to put a stop to human existence.
Well, pretty much. But the point here is that it's not so much about, see, this thing is really dangerous. It's not so much about if the child understands how the mechanic works in reproduction. Not at all. Is the implantation, is the indoctrination of that idea in their mind.
Hold on, please. Hold on. Prince Daddy, can I ask you a question? I know you're a very religious individual. Now, no, I'm not being funny. You know, there are new laws being proposed to where if your child comes out to that they feel a certain way or they have this perspective about themselves, challenging that perspective can even get you in trouble.
I'm aware of that.
Canada lives in all those bad things.
So I'm aware of that. So that's what I'm saying. That when your child is far away from you, let's say in boarding school, that opportunity to address or correct that misnomer, that idea in the first place may be too late. It may be too late. That's the danger we're talking about here. It may be too late. You see? Yeah, you're right. See, it's all about making making that child believe something or indoctrinating that child in a certain way. Yeah, if the child, most of these kids that claim to be this and that sexually, it's all what they've been told. They themselves don't have the concept to grasp what they're talking about, but they've told them because they feel a certain way. That's the way they are.
Triumph, go ahead. Sorry to
Okay, one thing that I remember that there was a pastor that was crying that from UK, these parents sent their daughter to the US, and the girl came back as a lesbian. The father started crying. And why are you laughing now? It's serious.
It's not funny, to be honest.
Yeah, but while I was in boarding house in Nigeria.
Everybody's here to send their children.
That was
no
back
name
then.
tag.
Now, yeah, I missed the point. That was back then. The word is different now.
No. There's no name tag, but
No.
stuff like this
I don't
does
want to.
exist, though. Stuff like this does exist.
Guys, Mr. Triumph, even I just thought about what you just said now. I don't know. These people, may they not go touch one man's things. I beg. Maybe just they code the language. Maybe they code the language.
Like now, let me land with this one. Like one thing, my daughter came home the other day, and I said it. I thought I've said it. Yeah, they invited me. The headmistress invited me to their school. That they want to see me. I say why? Because of the lady was telling me that my daughter explained everything for me, that they want me to do things that boys used to do. Then I said no. That you said that boys are for boys and girls are for girls. So I was happy. You understand? Because I used to talk with them every weekend. Understand? Just to make sure that to put it in their head. So when the lady saw me, because so the problem in Europe today, in the Western world, that most of our men are now feminized. Sorry to say, feminized. So men are no more men. So what the lady just said in front of, she just shook my hand that I'm different. I said, I understand. Some people call me old school. I said, I don't give a damn. It's just my belief system. You understand? So that's it. So we'll be saying this word in codes to avoid problem in a one man's platform. Okay.
Funny story. I didn't mean to bring it up, but I caught. It wasn't actually me. It was my lady wife caught one of our sons. He was kind of kissing the neighbor's kids.
Yellow that now.
So because I'm like, I wasn't aware like they were like close or anything. So we talked to the parents about it. Like, oh, we know they like each other. So my wife, I'm like, I'm thinking she's gonna get mad. And she said, Diwali, she said what you just said right now. She's like, thank God.
Celebration.
It's like, at least it's not gay. I'm like, wow. So that's
my boy.
I was like, that's what we're doing. She was not mad about it. She was actually
magic. Look, if she's a girl, if your child is a girl that's been kissed now, we can bring out baseball and bring that Glock.
I don't have a girl though, so
and I'm just saying, but if your boy is the one doing the kissing, my boy, anybody any job. There's no way a lion will born a child and look like tiger. It's possible.
You know my own dad back in secondary school. I had these two girls, Aya and Ibu, when they came to see me at home. And we're just hanging out. So my mom comes back from work. She was like, she's just mad because Ibu is our friend's daughter, so she knows her. She's like, what are you doing? Blah blah blah. They leave. She's like, if you get anybody pregnant in this house, you got what this girl said. What are you guys doing? So she's mad. So my dad comes back in the evening now, and she tells him,
oh, this is what it is. Go and talk to him. Oh, hey, not anybody lay you. Then she leaves.
Yo, my mom told me the same exact thing. While I was
like,
6, I was like 6 or 7 when she was
I
saying
was
these things to me.
maybe 11.
That you won't go to school anymore if you pregnant someone.
My
I'm
father
like,
told me. My father told me, who join me? Méjì. Yeah, so encourage Jenny. Also encourage Jenny. Feel that ọmọ ẹkùnlẹ̀kùn ìjọ.
No. If you don't handle them that way, the next time they will hide things from you.
But yeah, it's to build that trust. It's to build. I didn't even know where it was going. It's to build the trust. So when I had my first girlfriend, I told him everything. He's like, "Oh, okay, are you guys kissing or just right?" Okay. So I was more open to telling him what was going on with everything. He knew, what was going on. So I was open. I was not hiding anything. But we were more strict with the girls. Like, no boy around. So girls are like, we don't even want to hear any any boyfriend. If you see any guy, deal with him. That was our rule in the house. So if you back then they just write a love notes now to give to your sister. Help me give your sister this letter now. Or if you want to give that, you must give me some money now. So I was even making money inside, like these guys. Like me, I forgot daddy. Just different letter. But it's different for the genders, the way you raise them. But but you must build trust with your kids for them to open up to you. Is anybody touching you? Is anybody doing anything to you? They must be able to tell you that. Because even okay, guys, back in Nigeria, when I was in Catholic church, when I was younger, I was an altar boy. Some of the fires were actually doing stuff. Yeah, I was an altar boy. Yeah, when I was younger, yeah. Back in the days, I don't want to say it, but it was, we left after a year or two because that was when the Idausa things started coming up back then. But that thing has been in that, but the difference is that those kids could not tell their own parents. I did not even know they were late until 2020. I did not even know it was going on until 2020.
Really?
A friend of mine is now a reverend father now. So his younger brother moved to the US. He was a doctor in Chicago. He's moved to the US. So he came to see him in Chicago. I was in Kenosha. So it's like an hour drive from Wisconsin. So we met up. So we're just talking. And he broke down and he was talking about being molested as a child back in the seminary. And I'm like, yeah. And he was telling me stuff. I'm like, really? But he couldn't tell anybody back.
One drunk or one bear, no.
That was in the 80s. He was telling me he told me in 2020. But now he's a reverend father. And I have not spoken to him since, because we didn't talk for almost 20 plus years. But in medicine, in healthcare, scientifically, when somebody is molested and it's not addressed, they're most likely to molest somebody else.
Well, is he married?
Yeah. No, is a reverend father now in the Catholic Church.
But then there are some that used to get married. Even here in France,
that's my portfolio. Like, most likely it's probably doing it to other kids, because that's just the pattern. If you notice, that's the pattern. And if I tell you who his uncle was in the church, don't even let me go. It's one of those powerful. Okay, don't even mention it. So you see that thing going on there. But my point to you is that they can't open up to their because the culture does not encourage that. My parents studied in America before they even come back to Nigeria, so they were still Americanized in some kind of way of talking to your kids, not being too domineering, all this do as I say, I'm going to beat you, spank you, all that nonsense. We didn't have that. So we are more open up. We can open up about what's going on in our life. How was your day? Talk to me about school. Did anybody beat you? My dad was the head of PTA when I was in Grams. I better grammar school. That person just public school. He was the head of PTA.
That means that
he was involved in. Huh?
Yeah, Jepota. Before you
I'm not shy about it. It's not like I'm. What do you want to say?
Jepota, I accept it. Yeah, Jepota. That's good. Yeah, Jepota.
There's nothing wrong with Jepota now.
So, But my point is, being an alumni, whatever, they were involved in that. They were involved in the kids' life. But trust me, I think I've said that before. I was going down. If I tell you, there was a time in my life in Nigeria. At 13 years old, I was only wearing black. All my friends were like poly guys. They were called boys now. They were AA now.
Mm-hmm.
They were AA boys. We had Pano and Lebe going to school.
Plenty for Abeokuta.
Montella, you know Monte now. So if I didn't have Oloye watching over me, I would like trust me. If I didn't leave Nigeria after high school, I would have become something else. I'm telling you straight up.
No, you will have been Babalawo. Don't wish to them.
So my.
You know one funny thing is this: I can't like those guys because they sing very well.
So my point is to you guys.
Say wait, BT. Just because you live in Nigeria doesn't mean you can't still live that type of life. Because if you know how the high school kids here,
I'm saying the parents' involvement is my point. The parents' involvement, knowing fully well that I was okay. To be honest with you guys, don't want me to be personal to open up to you guys, but I was considered like the black sheep of the family. That was that. The older ones were like, imagine having your older ones head boy, head girl, head boy, head girl. Then you get there like, dude, why are you not like everybody? Why are you not like them? We have our name has a reputation in this school.
And they make you a Greek prophet.
No, it's not that. My grades were good. I was just like hanging out with the rough red. What is wrong with you? So I was like that. I had that tendency to go left. But if I didn't have strong parents to talk about what are you doing, and I had uncles to say, no, your ass better stick on this side, I would have gone way left. Not because of bad grades. I wasn't a bad student. But parents' involvement for some kids just need parents more than the other ones. Some people just
Babati, by now you'll be doing a way at table.
No.
Guys, can we do this because I will soon be closing where I am.
I've got to go, Steph, for Gala.
No. If you still want to discuss, we can move it to the background. Really.
Yeah, I actually wanted to suggest it to you too. When I saw 9 hours, I said,
Now, so because we got a lot to discuss at the background, but because
it's better to look at the background, so we can look at the background.
Thank you, everyone. Okay. Thomas, move us to the background. Don't remove us. Move us to the background. And
Thomas, thank you for allowing we Americans to talk about.
All these kangaroo people. When Americans are talking, I don't expect this. What do you call them? These Kangaroonian people talking as well. Australia, that looks like when you're going to Algana.
Kangaroonian people.
Australia, you will still be traveling 2 days. You will be traveling 2 days. You never get there.
Why do you plug that English from Kangaroonian people?
I don't know. They're Kangaroonian people.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. It's been a nice section. See you and Kasia later.
Please don't remove them. I want to do that because
I'm not removing yet. I just put you in the background. Yes. Let me just sort it down. Thank you, everyone. God bless you. Thank you. Yeah.